Chapter 164. After the spring rain, the grass seemed to turn green overnight, and the color changed every day. The yellow of winter gradually disappeared, and the flowers bloomed before people were ready. Jiaopa had planned to leave in mid-April, but after receiving a phone call, he decided to leave Chuhua City in advance. He would go to Beijing first, talk with an old professor at Beijing University, and then go abroad together. With the help of the old professor, everything would be much smoother. 2 days before Jiaopa left, he had already arranged the work in the institute. Besides 2 graduate students and a prospective graduate student, there was also a junior student who was going to be Jiaopa's graduate student. All of them were assigned tasks. The student who was going to be submitted was selected by Jiaopa. She was also a girl, and like Zheng Jing, she was not the weak type. Some teachers in the institute joked that Associate Professor Jiao liked to recruit students who looked strong. Besides his students, several family members were also called by Jiaopa to have a private talk, including Zheng Tan. At this moment, Zheng Tan was squatting on the cat tree, seriously listening to Jiaopa's instructions. Don't cause any trouble when I'm not here. Don't think that I don't know anything about my family when I'm abroad. Don't play dumb. I know you can understand. Even if you don't understand everything, you can understand part of it, right? Well, let's make it simple. To sum it up, don't cause any trouble. Of course, just because you don't cause any trouble doesn't mean that you're afraid of trouble. Well, that's not quite right. It was probably the first time that Jiaopa had been away from home for so long. Thinking that he would be separated from his wife, children, and pets for at least a year, the Jiaopa's usual calmness was not much left. And Zheng Tan was the biggest headache for Jiaopa. That guy named Yihao we talked, Jiaopa said. Zheng Tan's ears turned to the Jiaopa as he waited for him to continue. However, the Jiaopa did not reveal the contents of their conversation. Instead, he took out a card. It was a card that the Jiaopa had registered with his own identity card. The money on the card was all Zheng Tan's savings. The Jiaopa had also received a thank you gift from Zhao Lu and the others for shooting the commercial, as well as the red packet money that Zhao Lu and the third Master Fang had given to Zheng Tan, which made the Jiaopa's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, as well as the money that Yihao had forked out this time. All of these were kept in the Jiaopa's wallet and had never been touched by it. Here, this is your card. Even your mother doesn't know the details of this card. Now keep it safe. Just put it in this drawer. Let alone Jiao Ma, even Celestine Yihao and the third Master Fang would never have thought that the Jiaopa would put all the money in the card that was prepared for the cats. Now, the money in the card was considered a huge sum of money for some people, but other than the Jiaopa, no one knew where the money was kept. The Jiaopa opened one of the drawers that was connected to the cat tree and put the card into an unlocked drawer. This drawer was the masterpiece of the third Master Fang. There were 3 small drawers on the cat tree, and if one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't notice that there was a key in each drawer. Zheng Tan had hidden the key well, so it was Zheng Tan's private property. As for the card, Zheng Tan was really surprised. He didn't think that the Jiaopa would give him a card. After putting the card away, the Jiaopa patted the cat tree. Do you think that if a thief comes to the house, he or she will find a card hidden in the cat tree? Zheng Tan wagged his tail. No thief would think that there would be precious things hidden in a cat nest, especially in a commoner's house like the Jiao family. After all, this kind of behavior was really crazy in some people's eyes. Zheng Tan deeply felt that normal people wouldn't think in this way. The Jiaopa was silent for a while, then got up and went back to the bedroom. After a while, he came out with a box in his hand. Zheng Tan knew that the box contained the jade pendant that the old woman gave him when he went back to the Jiaopa's hometown during the new year. Zheng Tan didn't wear the jade pendant much. One reason was that it was uncomfortable to wear it, and the other was that it was too eye-catching. It would definitely be stolen when he went out for a walk, so he had been keeping it with the Jiaopa. This is also in the box. Oh, by the way, this is for you to see. The Jiaopa took out another box and opened the lid. Zheng Tan craned his neck and looked at it. There was an artificial amber in the box, and inside it was a cat tooth. It was left by the cat that the Jiaopa once told Zheng Tan that the Jiaopa was indebted to. Zheng Tan looked at it carefully and thought about the size of his fangs when he looked in the mirror. He had to admit that the tooth in the artificial amber was bigger than Zheng Tan's own, but it was undeniable that it should be a big cat, but definitely not as big as the Monseigneur's size. The Jiaopa just took out the artificial amber to show Zheng Tan, and didn't plan to put it in Zheng Tan's drawer. After giving a few more instructions, the Jiaopa got up and left the room. The Jiaopa left Chuhua on a Saturday. Jiao Ma drove the 2 children and Zheng Tan to send the Jiaopa to the plane. There was another teacher with the Jiaopa. He was surprised to see the Jiao family send the Jiaopa off with a cat. After boarding the plane, he joked with the Jiaopa, Your family even brought a cat son. The Jiaopa just smiled and didn't refute. Without the Jiaopa, the Jiao family was much quieter, at least for now. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo were very conscientious. They woke up on time, went home and did their homework. They even helped with the housework. Jing Tan was still the same as before. He went home on time and would definitely come back at dinner time. The difference was that he rarely went to the Institute of Biological Sciences. The Jiaopa's office was often occupied. Exin and Su Chu didn't have a computer. Without the Jiaopa, these two guys often used the computer in the office to watch TV series and browse casual forums. Speaking of the computer, Jing Tan had been waiting for a time when there was no one at home to play with it. Early on Monday morning, Jing Tan immediately ran home after sending little Pomelo to school. He didn't have the mood to do anything else, so he was ready to hit the keyboard. When he got home, Jing Tan closed the door and rushed into the bedroom to turn on the computer. Jumping on the table and squatting in front of the computer, Jing Tan waited for the computer to respond. It took a while to turn on the computer, but Jing Tan wasn't in a hurry. He had time anyway. As for the mouse, Jing Tan couldn't use one paw, so he used two paws. It looked like he was hugging the mouse. Since he became a cat, this was the first time Jing Tan went online on his own. He was a little excited. When he hugged the mouse, he didn't control his strength well and almost threw the mouse away. When it was time to enter the letters, Jing Tan was too lazy to turn around and use his paws to press the letters. So he could only use his hind legs and tail. It was very awkward and strenuous. He typed the same word wrong several times, but he couldn't believe that the saying "practice makes perfect" would be carried forward by him. With some difficulty controlling the mouse and keyboard, Jing Tan registered an account on a messaging app. Unfortunately, there was no one in the friend category. In fact, Jing Tan wanted to look for his original self, but he couldn't remember the account number from back then. Looking at the interface of the messaging app, Jing Tan was in a daze for a while. Shaking his head, he didn't know if he would have friends in the future. Speaking of which, he couldn't be seen in the light. He could only shout a few words in the virtual world of the internet to liven things up. Jing Tan didn't dare to download games randomly. It wasn't the right time. He had been waiting to use the computer, but now that he was facing the computer, Jing Tan didn't know what to do. Yes. Jing Tan searched the pet forum that Xiaoguo often talked about. The two most active areas in the forum were the cat area and the dog area. In the city, there were the most people who raised these two kinds of pets. Clicking on the category of pet cats, Jing Tan searched from top to bottom. After a few posts, he found a new picture advertisement that he had taken at Xiaoguo's pet center a few days ago. Jing Tan looked at the comments below. Sure enough, the appearance of the animals that he had worked with was more likable than Jing Tan's. What made Jing Tan feel better was that there were some of his own fans in the forum, most of whom were old people in the forum. Especially when he saw someone saying "Black Sea is the golden signboard," Jing Tan was so happy that his tail was sticking up. To reply, he had to register a forum account. Jing Tan held the mouse and stepped on the keyboard, following the instructions above to register step by step. However, the ID name was a laborious task. What should he call it? He looked at the other people's ID names. Love Cat is Wangkai Nyonyo Dian Cat, Miing Meow Under the Eaves, Shenyuan Meow, Domineering Cat, Meow Fox, Hellcat. Well, these names were either Meow or Me. At first glance, he knew that they were part of the cat community in the forum. After thinking about it, Jing Tan typed one key after another. ID, Jing Tan is a cat. After registering, Jing Tan shamelessly replied in the post, "That black cat is so King handsome." After thinking about it, Jing Tan added, "It's so cool." After browsing the web for a while, Jing Tan erased some traces, turned off the computer, and went downstairs in a good mood. Although he could use the computer, Jing Tan still liked to walk outside. Of course, if there was no one following behind him, Jing Tan would be in a better mood. Mao slept until 9:30. At this time, the cafeteria was out of food. He went to the stall at the school gate to buy egg pancakes and a boxed lunch. The boxed lunch was saved for when he was hungry. Mao was not picky. Even if the food was cold, he could eat it directly. As soon as he entered the courtyard, Mao saw Jing Tan walking out, so he immediately chewed on the egg pancake and followed behind with the boxed lunch that was almost cold. Mao was not close to Jing Tan. It kept a distance of about 10 meters, but Jing Tan did not succeed in getting rid of it a few times. After a few attempts, Jing Tan decided to just ignore it. If Mao wanted to follow him, then so be it. He walked along the sidewalk. When he reached a wall, Jing Tan jumped on the wall. Before the Jiaopa left, Jing Tan stayed in the school. This was the first time he came out recently. This road was still the same as before and no earth-shattering changes had taken place. When he walked past an intersection, Zheng Tan glanced into a small alley. He saw a black and white cat squatting on a tree of an unknown breed in the alley. What made Zheng Tan stop was not how special the cat looked. The cat was the same as Zheng Tan, an ordinary cat. There was nothing special about its appearance. What made Zheng Tan curious was, what was it looking at? The cat was squatting about 5 meters above the ground. It was staring at the window on the second floor of a house in front of the tree. Chapter 165. Perhaps sensing that Zheng Tan was looking at it, the cat squatting on the tree turned its head to look at the intersection. It looked like a stray cat. Its fur was stained, and there were a few scratches of different lengths above its eyes. The healed wounds left streaks of blood, which were especially eye-catching on its white fur. These wounds were probably from 2 days ago. Zheng Tan didn't know what had caused the cat's wounds, but if the longest wound had been 1 centimeter lower, the cat's left eye would have been destroyed. On the bright side, the cat was still considered lucky. The cat only glanced at the man and the cat at the intersection. Perhaps it felt that there was no threat, so it continued to stare at the window on the second floor of the house. Mao, who was next to him, took the last bite of the egg pancake and smacked its lips. What is that cat looking at? Is there some kind of harmonious scene inside? Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He didn't want to bother with Mao, so he walked over. As Zheng Tan walked closer, the cat looked at Zheng Tan cautiously. Even if it wasn't staring at Zheng Tan, its ears kept twitching slightly. It was quite alert. Zheng Tan didn't climb up the tree. He walked over just to see what the cat was looking at. Zheng Tan was disappointed. He didn't need to climb up the tree. Zheng Tan could see the situation on the second floor of the house from where he was standing. Because the window on the second floor was closed and covered by the curtains, he couldn't see what was inside the house. Looking at the cat in the tree that continued to stare at the window, and then at the window with the curtains, Zheng Tan shook his head. It was really strange. Zheng Tan didn't stay there to find out. He returned to the intersection and continued walking forward. Mao continued to follow behind him. Mao didn't feel bored. It had never walked this street before, but now it was very interested in the local snacks on this street. Although it was already past breakfast time, many shops and stalls weren't just for breakfast. So Mao bought and ate as it walked. There was a shop that sold green bean pancakes that Mao bought and carried with him. Some of the people on the street were already familiar with Zheng Tan. Some of them even took the initiative to greet Zheng Tan. Although they did not know Zheng Tan's name, they would occasionally say a few words as if it was their own pet, or talk to the people next to them about the black cat, trying to guess whose pet it was. There were many alleys in the old neighborhood. There were many narrow alleys that could only allow 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. These alleys were also filled with all kinds of stories. Zheng Tan had seen many of them after walking on this street for so long. Fighting, extortion, drug abuse, cheating, and so on. There was a wide range of ages regardless of gender, age, or profession. Perhaps this was also part of the culture of the alleys? Just like at this moment, Zheng Tan's ears twitched as she looked at a narrow alley. There was a concave area in the alley that was used to store rubbish. 2 young men in their early 20s were standing there, talking to the person in the concave area. Zheng Tan listened to the voices and intermittent conversation. He didn't want to meddle in their business. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Mao walk into the alley. Mao didn't walk further in. After taking 2 steps, he leaned against the wall next to him. He carried the things he bought on the way here with one hand and ate a green bean pancake with the other. Zheng Tan jumped onto the wall, ready to see what Mao, this foodie, was going to do. Good Samaritan? The 2 young men had already gotten the money. They counted it and walked out of the alley. When they looked up, they saw a person standing at the entrance of the alley. They put the money in their trouser pockets, looked at each other, and continued to walk out with their hands ready to take out their weapons. Mao wiped the crumbs around his mouth with his thumb and walked in. One of the young men gathered his emotions and was about to say something. Before he could say anything, Mao was already in front of him. The next moment he fell down. He didn't even have time to see how the person in front of him did it. The other young man was about to take out his knife, but before the knife appeared, Zheng Tan heard a soft crack sound. Before the person could finish screaming, his scream stopped abruptly. In just one move, Mao had only used one hand to knock out the 2 men in the blink of an eye. Zheng Tan looked at the 2 men lying motionless on the ground and twitched his ears. They were indeed Celestine's juniors. They were really fast. The person who was standing in the concave area of the alley heard the noise and stretched his neck to look out. He happened to meet Mao's gaze, and then the child shrank his head back. He didn't dare to stand out at all. He was probably still praying that Mao wouldn't target him. He didn't want to be the companion of the two men lying on the ground. Mao only glanced at the garbage dump and didn't look at it anymore. Walking to the two men who were lying on the ground, Mao reached out and rummaged through their clothes and trouser pockets. The money he took out totaled up to 1,000 yuan. Then he put all of it into his own pocket, not even sparing a 50-cent coin. He even looked as if he had a clear conscience. Jing Tan was speechless. What the F***ck? Demon on demon? Alright, Jing Tan was just wondering if Mao would be righteous and return the money. As expected, he overestimated Mao's character. After putting the money away, Mao patted the dust off his jacket. He didn't look at the two men lying on the ground and the person in the garbage dump. He turned and left, leaving the student who had stuck his head out of the garbage dump to watch the situation in the alley. He stood there with a complicated expression and felt like crying, but no tears came out. After walking out of the alley, Mao looked at the wall and saw the black cat on the wall looking at him with disdain. What? You don't like it? You think I should return the money to that little brat? Mao snorted and said, that kind of brat is obviously not a good person. Maybe he forced the money out of children who were weaker than him. Although Mao's character wasn't good, one had to admit that he was very good at judging people. Of course, maybe this was just Mao's excuse for his behavior. Jing Tan couldn't be bothered to take it seriously. He only had an impression of the student standing by the garbage dump. He had seen this person and his friends trying to stop Feline. Unfortunately, Feline was a tough nut to crack. The two of them teamed up to stop Feline but failed. Instead, they were beaten up by Feline. This kid's luck wasn't very good. Wasn't there a saying, sooner or later you'll have to pay for what you did? Mao's mood didn't change much because of what had just happened. Just like before, Mao looked at the shops and stalls with some curiosity. He went to buy whatever he liked. Jing Tan walked all the way and passed by Jiao Yuan's school. He stood by the window and looked at it for a while. He was noticed by a few students sitting in the back row. Before the teacher on the podium got angry, Jing Tan quickly left. Who knew if the teacher on the podium knew Jiao Ma and wouldn't tell on him? So, it was better not to stay here any longer. After that, Jing Tan went to the construction site of Yi Hao's project to take a look. Mao followed behind. Although it didn't show anything on its face, it had sighed several times in its heart. Especially when it saw the way the people at the construction site looked at Jing Tan, Mao realized that this cat was really popular. It followed Jing Tan to familiarize itself with the street. Seeing that Jing Tan was walking back, Mao didn't plan to stay outside any longer and followed him back. When they passed by the intersection, Jing Tan looked inside again. The cat on the tree was gone, and the window on the second floor of the house was open. Driven by curiosity, Jing Tan jumped up the tree and looked inside. There was a man in his 30s wearing a suit and gold-rimmed glasses in the house. At the moment, he was holding a cup of coffee and sitting in front of the window. No one knew what he was thinking. Seeing the black cat suddenly jump up the tree, the man was stunned for a moment and then smiled. Jing Tan felt that the man's gaze was a bit strange. The smile on his face did not seem strange to other people, but Jing Tan felt goosebumps all over her body. She felt like there was something strange and contradictory about this man. Jing Tan's feeling was right. The man still had the same smile on his face, but the hand holding the coffee cup suddenly raised, and the hot coffee in the cup splashed towards Jing Tan. The tree wasn't far from the house and some of the branches had already reached the window. Fortunately, Jing Tan was vigilant and avoided it, but a little bit of coffee still splashed on his back. It wasn't much and he couldn't feel the scalding temperature, but Jing Tan could smell the coffee. Thinking about what the man on the second floor had done, he was even more unhappy. On the other hand, the man was smiling even more happily because of this. After Jing Tan ran some distance, when he looked at the window on the second floor again, the man was no longer by the window. He probably went to pour coffee again. Pulling his ears, Jing Tan glanced around. There was a stone under the tree. Looking at the window on the second floor again, there was still no one. Jing Tan carefully approached the tree in case something splashed down from the second floor. When he reached the tree, Jing Tan pushed the stone further away. Because there was a wall between the tree and the house, it would interfere with Jing Tan's movements. When he felt that the distance was just right, Jing Tan reached out two front paws to grab the stone, then threw it towards the window on the second floor. I'll let you. Go F***ck yourself. The stone hit the glass on the window, and then there was the sound of glass shattering. After throwing the stone, Jing Tan ran away. When he heard the sound of glass shattering, he felt much better. Although Jing Tan was very angry just now, it was also because Mao was watching them from the intersection. Therefore, when Zheng Tan threw the stone, she did not stand up and throw it with only one paw like how she would throw a grenade. Instead, she threw the stone with both paws. Although it was still very surprising, it was still better than the former. Mao was surprised, but it didn't say anything. It even gave Zheng Tan a thumbs up. However, Mao wasn't as calm as it looked. What it saw just now was really shocking. Fortunately, Celestine had given it a heads up, and it also had some of its own experiences, so it wasn't too surprised. It also remembered something that its master once said: revenge is an instinct. It's like that for humans, and it's also like that for cats. On the way back to Tsinghua University, when Zheng Tan passed by a few small shops that were closed, he saw the black and white cat. There was a small gap between the two shops. Someone had put a paper box in the gap, and the black and white cat was inside. Next to it was a disposable paper bowl. At the bottom of the bowl were some food that had been there for a few days, and on top of the bowl were some fresh-looking buns. Looking at the cat up close, Zheng Tan always thought that there was a black stain on the cat's nose. Only now did he realize that it was just a pattern on the cat's body. It was shaped like a rice grain. The cat didn't have any obvious hostility towards Zheng Tan and Mao. It was just a little vigilant, especially when Zheng Tan approached the paper bowl. It even let out a low warning sound. Seeing this, Zheng Tan didn't go any closer. However, when Mao took out a box of food that it had bought earlier and leaned over, the cat didn't make a sound. It was just a little vigilant. The box of food was already cold, but the smell of meat still made the cat more energetic. Even so, it didn't eat immediately. It just kept staring at Mao. Mao looked around. Not far away, a small piece of brown crayon was thrown by a child. Mao picked it up and wrote a few words on the paper box. Can catch mice, can guard the house, please keep me as your pet. Chapter 166. When Zhang Zian returned to Tsinghua University, Mao was still talking to Zheng Tan about the black and white cat that was sleeping in the box. However, even though Zhang Zian had given him food and written his name, Mao had no intention of adopting the cat. Thinking back to the second time he met Mao, Zheng Tan knew that Mao had a complicated relationship with cats. He did not hate them, but he was not close to them either. He was different from Ranchi. Forget it. Let's leave it to fate. Although Zheng Tan really wanted the cat to be adopted, he could not force it. When Zheng Tan was shooting commercials at Xiaoguo's pet center, he would walk around the grassy area around the pet center in his spare time. There were people who brought their pets there for treatment or shopping. One day when Zheng Tan walked around, he saw a lame old man. He was chatting with his cat friends. He said that he only raised pets based on fate. If he did not like the pet, he would not take it, no matter how precious it was. The cat that the old man adopted had lost one of its hind legs in a car accident. The cat was well taken care of and was very energetic. It could be seen that the man and the cat got along well. Therefore, it was all up to fate. If the man did not like the cat, he would not take good care of it. If the cat did not like the man, it would probably run away from home after a short time. After all, there were not many cats in the world like Li Yuanba who found their own owners and stayed there. Of course, Monseigneur was also a weirdo to some extent. As he thought about it, Zheng Tan walked down his usual path. This path was slightly different from the one he used to leave the school. It split at a fork in the road. When he left the school, he would take one path, and when he returned, he would take another path. That was because Zheng Tan would not return to the eastern courtyard directly at noon after taking a stroll. Every time he came back from outside at noon, Zheng Tan would pass by the International Academic Lecture Hall. This was because there was a large electronic screen outside the International Academic Lecture Hall that showed the time. Inside the school, whether it was the university's teaching building, the school's schedule, or the kindergarten schedule, they all showed the same time. Therefore, Zheng Tan looked at the time and decided to pick up little Pomelo from the affiliated primary school. Hey, where are you going? Mao shouted. Mao, who had already walked a few steps towards the eastern courtyard, turned its head and didn't see Zheng Tan. After looking around, it realized that the cat didn't walk the way it came, so it turned around, carried the bag in its hand, and followed the black cat in that direction. Zheng Tan ignored him. Besides, Zheng Tan couldn't answer. Celestine had told Mao some things about Zheng Tan, but it wasn't very detailed, so Mao couldn't figure out why the cat didn't go home when it was almost time for dinner. It wasn't until it saw the gate of Futong Elementary School and the black cat jumping on the wall next to the gate that it remembered that the cat was going to pick up the child. Mao didn't have anything to do at the moment, and it wasn't ready to eat lunch. It had eaten enough on the street just now, and there was still some food in the bag, so it didn't need to buy a lunchbox. Some parents who lived nearby came to pick up their children. Most of them were very familiar with Zheng Tan and took the initiative to greet him. Zheng Tan ignored them. After all, he was just a cat now, so it wouldn't be considered rude if he didn't respond. After the school bell rang, the children who went home at noon ran out one by one. Little Pomelo saw Zheng Tan and trotted over. She looked at Er Mao and waited at the gate with Zheng Tan. Er Mao was puzzled. Who were they waiting for? 6 or 7 minutes later, Jiao Wei ran over. Sorry, the last class was a little late. Jiao Wei said to little Pomelo, then looked at Er Mao who was standing next to him. There were no other parents around and Er Mao looked unfamiliar. Since they didn't know each other, Jiao Wei didn't plan to take the initiative to talk. He took little Pomelo and walked out of the school gate. Hey, where are you going? Er Mao followed and asked. Jiao Wei looked at Er Mao in confusion. Who was this person? He looked at little Pomelo and saw that little Pomelo was also confused. It didn't look like it had seen someone familiar. You are? Jiao Wei asked. I live downstairs from her house on the 3rd floor. I just moved here. My surname is Wang. Er Mao introduced himself very seriously. He thought for a moment, then pointed at the black cat who was squatting on the wall and watching the show. I'm more familiar with this guy. Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Familiar my ass. Unexpectedly, Jiao Wei had a look of realization. Oh, he said. So you know each other. Not to mention Jiao Wei, little Pomelo also lowered her guard around Er Mao. This made Er Mao even more surprised. He didn't expect that it would be so effective to build a relationship with a cat. This cat's reputation was greater than a human's. Jiao Wei also introduced himself briefly, then smiled at Er Mao and said, Brother Wang, let's go out together. Lunch is on me. Don't be shy. It's my own shop. If you like it, we can go there again next time. Er Mao didn't refuse. Okay, I'll go check it out first. During lunch, Er Mao chatted with Jiao Wei. They talked about Celestine. So your brother Ling's friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Jiao Wei picked up some things from the past and said, at that time, it was all thanks to black charcoal that I asked Brother Ling for help. Otherwise, my shop wouldn't have been so successful. Er Mao muttered in his heart. No wonder this kid looked at the black cat strangely. It didn't look like he was looking at a pet at all. It turned out that there was such a thing. Thinking of this, Er Mao waved his hand. This is nothing. Celestine is my senior. He's not here often. I'll help you. If you have any trouble, just call me. I'm good at fighting. Jiao Wei's mouth twitched. When they left the small restaurant, Er Mao left 2 bags of snacks in the shop. Although Jiao Wei's parents had been here for half a year, they had only been to the old street less than 3 times. It was impossible for them to have time to go there often. Some of the snacks were really uneaten. In the afternoon, after sending little Pomelo to school, Zheng Tan returned home. To be safe, Zheng Tan locked the door. He turned on the computer, entered the password and went online. After browsing the web for a while and reading all kinds of gossip, Zheng Tan logged into the pet website. Originally, Zheng Tan wanted to see the post that reposted the picture he took to satisfy his vanity. However, after opening it, he found that the hottest post was about a recent cat abuse incident. There were some pictures in the post. A 20-year-old college student was next to him. A cat was lying on the ground. The cat's eyes were still bleeding and there were many wounds on its body. The following pictures were all about the student and the dead cat on the ground. Some were taken at close range and some were taken from various angles. Zheng Tan felt a chill down his spine. It was like watching a horror movie. If Zheng Tan was still a human, these pictures would not have made him feel this way, but now he was a cat. He had been through the experience of cat traffickers and cat meat restaurants. The experience was too deep. When he connected these pictures to these pictures, the visual and psychological impact was too great. Even the scene of the tattooed man throwing the kitten in the old building district wasn't so bloody. The student in the picture didn't look like the evil people on TV. Zheng Tan continued to read the introduction of the student. He was from a well-known university in another province. He was a top student. His father was a big boss and his mother was also a senior executive. Famous university, top student, cat abuse. These words seemed very incongruous when put together, but this was the truth. Moreover, there were already more than 10 cats that had died in the hands of this student. Maybe more. The student said that he couldn't remember clearly. Zheng Tan never knew that in addition to those scumbags like the tattooed man, there would be such a top student who abused animals. Instead of continuing to look at the pictures that affected his mood, Zheng Tan continued to read the replies of the netizens. F***CK, this is so F***king cruel. What top student? Character has nothing to do with education. Drag him out and shoot him 100 times. Now, in addition to guarding against cat traffickers, we also have to guard against those who adopt cats with ill intentions. Don't do bad things with good intentions. It's too late to regret if you entrust the cats to those who make promises but speak like farts. Recently, I suddenly found that there are fewer cats near my house. I thought it was because of cat traffickers. Could it be that some pervert caught them and abused them? Where did so many perverts come from? Don't scare yourself. The most important thing is to take care of your cats, especially those who are free-range. You have to pay more attention to them. From the perspective of a previous human, Zheng Tan certainly wouldn't care about this matter. With Zheng Tan's character, he was too lazy to care about this kind of thing, let alone argue with people on the internet. But now, this feeling was very complicated. A netizen with the ID Grumpy Cat commented, "The reason for growing up. The father's indifference. The mother of a career-oriented woman doesn't have time to care." From a psychological point of view, indifference is worse than violence in a family relationship. It means that your existence is worthless. In the process of being ignored, children can easily learn to ignore other people's feelings. A netizen with the ID Cat Made Xiao AI commented, "Some people give a very different feeling outside and at home. On the outside they appear to be passive and obedient, but on the inside they are full of hostility and aggression. In front of the leaders they flatter and cater to them, but suppress their true feelings, so the inner conflicts and contradictions are very strong. When they use violence or other extreme means in the face of vulnerable groups, it doesn't simply mean that they are dissatisfied with the performance of the victims of violence or abuse, but it is a behavior that is caused by multiple layers of pressure and anger superimposed together." This was a relatively rational analysis. The more he read, the more intense the argument became. Zheng Tan turned 2 pages. Can't they accumulate some good karma? What's the point of talking about karma with animals? Karma has long been exhausted. Everyone calm down. Your cat's eyeballs were dug out and beaten to death. How can you bear it? Aren't these all stray cats? Stray cats can be killed indiscriminately? Doesn't it count as killing the innocent? He's not wrong? At least legally he's fine. Poor stray cat. We can't abuse people like we abuse cats. Since he has decided to repent, everyone should give him a chance instead of creating pressure for him and leading social groups to exclude and scold him. This will destroy him. This is so King funny. Will he really change just because he says he will? There's a good saying, a dog can't change its habit of eating shit. Upstairs you're slandering me? The post was quickly refreshed to 10 pages. Zheng Tan roughly looked at the posts on the next few pages. The posts that started the war of words were not so elegant. They even began to greet the ancestors. Some people were strongly condemning. Since the law could not punish, they used social morality and public opinion to put pressure. Another group of people felt that it was just cat abuse, not murder. Since the student admitted his mistake and decided to repent, everyone should forgive him. Why should they destroy a person for a few cats? Of course, in the cat area forum, there were more people in the front. Most of the people in the back were not actually from the cat area forum, but from other areas. Zheng Tan looked at the replies and thought of the black and white cat that was nestled in the paper box with injuries on its body. Perhaps it had also been abused, but it was luckier. At least it was still alive. In fact, Zheng Tan knew that no matter how much they quarreled now, the standards for humans and cats would always be different. This was inevitable. After a few years, the elite would still be the elite and the abused cats would no longer be there. In terms of the racial concept, society was always more tolerant of people, especially those who were successful in their careers when they were young. In the end, they still lived in a gorgeous world where they were surrounded by stars. If Zheng Tan was still human, he would definitely not think so much. But now, his heart was filled with panic. When he came back to his senses, Zheng Tan refreshed the webpage and found that the number of replies to this post had already reached 15 pages. The war of words was still escalating. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan raised his paw and dragged the mouse. He clicked on the reply button and typed a sentence. Chapter 167. In the cat forum, there were many people who often joked about cats, so Zheng Tan's reply didn't make the other netizens feel anything special. Zheng Tan's reply was quickly drowned out by the quarreling replies. Even if someone saw this sentence while scrolling through the post, they wouldn't have much of an impression of this sentence that didn't seem to have much meaning. Zheng Tan didn't intend to get any opinions from other people. He turned off his computer and went to sleep on the balcony. A day later, when Zheng Tan opened the forum again, the post had been deleted. There were many other posts in the forum. After skimming through them, Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to continue reading. Since it was still early, he was going to see the black and white cat. Today, without Air Mao, Jing Tan felt much more at ease. When he passed by the box, Jing Tan didn't see the black and white cat. Air Mao's lunch box had been finished, and there were some leftovers in the paper bowl in front of the box. There were many fish bones in the rice, and because of the weather, there was a rancid smell in the paper bowl. After looking around carefully and confirming that the black and white cat wasn't there, Jing Tan ran towards the alley. In the alley, the black and white cat wasn't on the tree. The window on the second floor of the house next to it was still closed. There didn't seem to be anything special. As he approached the house, Jing Tan pricked up his ears and listened. He didn't hear any sound from the house, and there was no sound of people talking. It looked like the houses in the neighborhood. At this time, people who were working or going to school weren't at home, so it was much quieter. Only the chirping of the sparrows could be heard. Jing Tan didn't find anything, so he prepared to jump down the tree and leave. After taking 2 steps, Jing Tan suddenly looked back at the sparrows jumping on the wall not far away. There were too many of them. Upon closer inspection, Jing Tan realized that the number of sparrows in the area had increased without him noticing. Sparrows were very common in the city, especially in the area around the school where there was a large green forest. Jing Tan had been walking on this street for more than half a year. He didn't know this street like the back of his hand, but he knew some things very well. For example, there were originally a lot of cats around here, and they were basically free range. The result of more cats was fewer birds. Jing Tan had seen the cats around here catch sparrows several times before. He hadn't seen so many sparrows around here before. Now these sparrows looked quite leisurely. When Jing Tan came out for walks, he didn't see many cats. Winter was over, and there were a lot of active cats at Tsinghua University at night. The residents around here might also think that since the new year had just passed, they were probably taken away by cat trappers. After all, cats used to go missing during the new year. Others didn't know, but Jing Tan knew that ever since he was taken away by cat traffickers, Celestine Yihao and the third master Fang had all intervened. Although it wasn't that there were no cat trappers in Tsinghua, it was much less than in the past few years. Was it such a coincidence that cat traffickers made their move around here? Jing Tan recalled the replies he saw when he was browsing the forum. There were many possibilities why there were suddenly fewer cats around, but Jing Tan didn't want it to be the one he guessed. He looked up at the house. Why did the black and white cat keep staring at that house? Was it curious? Or was it hatred? Unable to think of an answer, Jing Tan decided to find it himself. Jumping on the wall, Jing Tan looked at the layout of the house. The side of the house faced the wall and the door was closed. The house had a small yard, probably only 7 or 8 square meters. Nearly 2/3 of the yard was a flower bed that was higher than the ground. There weren't many flowers in the flower bed, and the soil in many places had been turned over. The only place that hadn't been moved was the 2-meter-tall tree in the middle of the yard. It was of an unknown species. However, the branches of the tree were bare, and there were no signs of sprouting. There was no green at all, and he didn't know if it was dead or alive. The back door of the house was closed, and there was a very strange smell in the small yard. Jing Tan sniffed. He couldn't tell what it was, but it didn't feel good. Jumping down from the wall, he didn't land on the flower bed. This flower bed always gave Jing Tan a creepy feeling. The temperature had obviously risen and the weather was clear. It was rare to see the blue sky, and it should have given people a fresh and refreshing impression. However, standing in the yard, Jing Tan felt a little cold. Gusts of wind blew, forming a whirlpool in the yard. On the ground, thin pieces of plastic paper that came out of nowhere were lifted up by the wind. They floated in a circle and then fell down. Some of the hair on Jing Tan's body was also blown by the wind. It was completely different from the usual leisurely feeling of sunbathing. Instead, Jing Tan felt that every strand of hair was transmitted through the nerves under his skin, and the subtle feeling was transmitted through the nerves under his skin. Suddenly, a soft sound came from the wall, startling Jing Tan. He turned his head and saw that it was the black and white cat. Seeing Jing Tan here, the cat was also surprised. It hesitated on the wall before jumping down. Unlike Jing Tan, it landed on the flower bed. Seeing that the black and white cat was vigilantly staring at him, Jing Tan took a few steps back. He didn't plan to fight with the cat here. Perhaps it felt that Jing Tan was no longer a threat. After looking at Jing Tan a few times, the cat sniffed around the flower bed. It found a spot and then began to dig with its claws. What was buried in there? Jing Tan was curious, but his intuition told him that there was definitely not a beautiful scene under the soil. Perhaps it was buried a little deep. Fortunately, the soil in the flower bed wasn't solid. After digging for about 5 minutes, the cat stopped, sniffed there, and then continued digging. There was nothing around for Zheng Tan to stand on to see the situation in the flower bed. Since no one was paying attention, Zheng Tan stood up and used his 2 hind legs to support himself. The cat had dug a hole in the flower bed. In the hole, Zheng Tan saw a cat's foot exposed. The rest of the foot was still buried in the soil. Although there was soil stuck to it, Zheng Tan could still see some black lines crisscrossing the sole of the foot. It looked like it was burned. The cat was still digging. Zheng Tan didn't want to look anymore. He was sure that there was definitely more than one cat buried in there. Sometimes cats were more vengeful than dogs. Zheng Tan didn't know what the cat buried in the flower bed had to do with the cat, but the cat remembered this grudge. Otherwise it wouldn't have squatted on the tree for so long. At that time, Zheng Tan couldn't see the cat's eyes when it squatted on the tree and stared at the house. It could be hatred or it could be something else. Without looking at the flower bed, Zheng Tan jumped onto the window at the back door of the house. The window was still closed. Inside was the kitchen. Zheng Tan stood on the windowsill. Looking through the transparent glass window, he saw something on the ground inside. Zheng Tan was very familiar with this thing. Every time he saw this thing, Zheng Tan was quite angry. *CK a cat cage. Whenever she saw the cat trap, Zheng Tan would recall the unpleasant experience she had in the past. A cat cage wasn't difficult to make. Anyone who was familiar with rat cages could make one themselves. However, suddenly seeing a cat cage in a clean kitchen made him feel a little out of place. Why would such a thing exist in a seemingly elite family? All of this made Zheng Tan certain that the guy with the lousy coffee was really not a good person. In the backyard, the windows were closed very well. The ventilation area was blocked by barbed wire. Other than this, the windows on the first floor were basically all protected by anti-theft nets. Zheng Tan couldn't find a place to enter. Since there was no chance on the first floor, he would look for it on the second floor. Jumping onto the wall, Zheng Tan walked around and finally found a small window on the side of the wall. The glass window was half open, and the other half was blocked by a screen. However, the screen could only block insects, not cats. Zheng Tan estimated the distance from the wall to the other side. He tiptoed and kicked his hind legs to jump over. Zheng Tan had mastered the skill of jumping over walls and windows. Therefore, Zheng Tan was very confident in this jump. However, the small window looked quite ordinary, but when Zheng Tan put his paws on it, he found that it was slippery. If it wasn't for his quick reaction to kick a few times on the wall and hook his front paws on the metal net on the screen window, he might have fallen. Falling from the second floor wasn't a big deal for a cat. However, the gap between the house and the wall was a drainage ditch. Originally, there were some stone slabs above the drainage ditch. However, the stone slab facing the window wasn't where it should be. Someone had moved it to the side. Climbing onto the narrow windowsill, Zheng Tan stood firmly on the screen window. He looked at the drainage ditch below and cursed the person who moved the stone slab away. That was close. He almost fell. Although falling from the second floor wasn't a big deal, if he fell into the drainage ditch, he would probably get wet. Moreover, it would be full of smelly water. Maybe someone would pee and spit in it. Moving his gaze back, Zheng Tan looked at the narrow windowsill again. Different from what it looked like, the windowsill was covered with a layer of smooth hard material. It also had a slight downward curve. It was easy for a cat's paws to slip on it. Fortunately, Zheng Tan's paws were slightly harder and stronger, so he had a chance to climb up. Otherwise he would have slipped down. Pulling open the screen window, Zheng Tan looked inside. It was a bathroom. At this time it was considered modern and very clean. This made Zheng Tan wonder if the owner of the house was a clean freak. Coming to the bathroom door, Zheng Tan listened carefully to the movement at the door. He didn't hear any footsteps or voices. Jumping up and turning the handle of the bathroom door, Zheng Tan walked out. Knowing that the owner of the house was abusing cats, Zheng Tan had to be careful. He didn't want to be careless like when he jumped out of the window. The house was tidy. This person's life was obviously different from the tattooed man. There were no cameras around. The living room was clear at a glance. There were 3 rooms, but unfortunately all of them were locked. Zheng Tan couldn't get in at all. After walking around and finding nothing, Zheng Tan went back along the original route. In the yard, the cat was no longer there. The hole in the flower bed had been filled again. However, it was just a cat. Unlike Zheng Tan, it couldn't be more detailed. Many places were just filled with a layer of soil. The hole could still be seen. Zheng Tan helped to fill in the hole. Back at Tsinghua University, everything was as usual. After sending little Pomelo to school in the afternoon, Zheng Tan prepared to go back to the internet and watch some movies. "Hey Black Charcoal, I'm so happy to see you. Help me open the door. I forgot to bring the key." Air Mao was carrying a lunch box and a few bags. He stood at the door downstairs. At this time he didn't see anyone coming in or out of the building. He was waiting for Jing Tan. Since he didn't plan to go out for a walk, the cat tag hanging around Jing Tan's neck wasn't hidden on the tree. Looking at the person who had just eaten his first meal of the day, he jumped up and swiped the access card. Jing Tan went upstairs in front of Air Mao. Just as he passed the third floor, Jing Tan suddenly realized that Air Mao didn't even bring the access card. Did he have the key? So Jing Tan, who had already walked to the corner between the third and fourth floor, stopped and looked over there. In front of the door, Air Mao put the things in his hands aside and dug into his pockets. He didn't take out the key. Instead he took out an iron ring. The iron ring wasn't closed. It was made of iron wire. Air Mao broke the iron wire into a cross and inserted it into the keyhole. Jing Tan was shocked. Pick the lock? *CK. Chapter 168. There was no lock on the metal door, only a wooden door. The wooden door was a relatively common lock, so it was no challenge for Air Mao. Jing Tan did not know how long Air Mao took to unlock the door. He just felt that before he could figure out the reason, the door was already open and the lock was still intact. In the past, Jing Tan had only heard of things like master keys. This was the first time she had seen someone use a piece of iron wire to open a door. Before this, she had thought that these things only existed in legends. The saying that masters were among the people was not wrong at all. Air Mao had bought a lot of things when he went shopping. There were biscuits, instant noodles, fish balls, shrimp dumplings and other frozen food. This guy only cooked instant noodles and dumplings in the kitchen. He wasn't good at anything else and was too lazy to cook. After opening the door, Air Mao first took some unsealed food in. There were too many things, so they would scatter when he put them down. It was not easy to take them all at once. Anyway, it was in front of his house, so Air Mao wasn't afraid that someone would take it away. Hey, take your cat's paw away. Don't open my things. After saying that, Air Mao took the things in. Jing Tan pulled his ear and sniffed the plastic bag with the supermarket's name printed on it. The more Air Mao said not to touch it, the more Jing Tan wanted to touch it. He opened the plastic bag and flipped through the 2 bags of fish balls. They were too cold, so he wasn't interested in the things inside. Jing Tan didn't pay attention to the things in the bags anymore. He walked into the house and watched as Air Mao put the first batch of things away and went out to take the rest. Just then Jing Tan jumped up and pushed the door open. Bang! The door closed. Air Mao, who was locked outside, was stunned. *CK. Air Mao wanted to swear but was afraid of disturbing Professor Lan next door. He cursed in a low voice, put down the bag in his hand and took out the wire to open the door. Jing Tan looked at the clock hanging in the living room, counting the time it took Air Mao to unlock the door. From the time the door was closed to when Air Mao opened the door with the wire, it took less than 10 seconds. That meant that the time it took him to unlock the door was even shorter, probably less than 5 seconds. It seemed that Air Mao was a habitual offender. He was quite skilled. Air Mao came in with a bag, cursing. Jing Tan turned a deaf ear to his words. Jing Tan really wanted to learn the skill of picking locks, but cat claws were too weak and inflexible, so the difficulty of picking locks was quite high. Air Mao tidied up everything and sat in the living room watching TV and eating his lunchbox. Jing Tan squatted on the chair beside him and stared at Air Mao's iron wire pocket. He was thinking about how to trick Air Mao into helping him. Being stared at like this, Air Mao found it hard to ignore. The cat in front of him didn't seem to want to eat the food in his bowl. If it wanted to eat, it would have already started barking. What are you looking at? Air Mao was chewing rice. A grain of rice was stuck to his chin. This? Following Jing Tan's line of sight, Air Mao took out the iron wire from his pocket. The iron wire was already placed around the city wall. Air Mao seemed to have found someone to show off to. What's wrong? Do you admire my lock-picking skills? Hey, this kind of lock can be opened with just an iron wire. Air Mao bragged for a while, his saliva flying everywhere. Jing Tan stepped back in disgust. Have you heard of tinfoil picking? Someone said that a piece of tinfoil can open the locks of an entire neighborhood. Although it's a bit exaggerated, tinfoil is indeed a good tool. Also, different locks may look similar, but they may require different tools to open. Here. Air Mao took out a small leather bag from the inside pocket of his jacket. Hey, this is my treasure bag. With this, I can open most of the locks in the school, not to mention all the locks in the school except for the electronic locks. Jing Tan was just thinking that this guy wasn't invincible when Air Mao added another sentence. There's another set of tools for the electronic lock. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me. Jing Tan was speechless. What exactly did Wei Ling's junior brother do in the past? Did he have a black file or something? Tell the Jiao family to stay away from this guy in the future. He didn't know where Air Mao learned these things, but he had to admit that this guy was a talent in some ways. However, this kind of talent was not a good role model. It was easier to label him as a bad guy. However, for Jing Tan, there was no absolute standard for judging a bad guy. If he could help him, he was a good guy. After Air Mao finished eating, he was about to lie down on the bed to sleep. Just as he lay down, Jing Tan grabbed his sleeve and dragged him out. His cashmere sweater was hooked up. "I'm warning you, don't go overboard." Air Mao covered himself with the blanket. Jing Tan looked around. There was an empty mineral water bottle on the ground. There was no cap. Kaka 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 kaka. The sound of plastic bottles being stepped on could be heard. Jing Tan stood on the plastic bottle and jumped up and down. The sound was as loud as it could be. F***ck. Air Mao lifted the blanket and looked at Jing Tan with a bad expression. Then he realized that the black cat was staring at his jacket. He took out the iron ring from his pocket and threw it at Jing Tan. Air Mao was about to lie down on the bed and continue to sleep. Just as he climbed onto the bed, Air Mao's hand that was scratching his hair suddenly paused. He thought of something and turned to the black cat that was squatting beside the plastic bottle. "You want to open the lock?" Jing Tan stared at him. He thought to himself, "Should I nod now? If yes, wave your tail vertically. If no, wave your tail horizontally." Air Mao continued. Jing Tan wagged his tail vertically. However, he felt that Air Mao's words were too smooth. It was as if he often said these words as if it was a matter of course. This was not normal. Normal people would not say these words to a cat directly. He was not familiar with Jing Tan. If it was Jiao Pa, Celestine, or Fang San, it would be understandable. After receiving an affirmative answer, Air Mao sat up straight and was suddenly energized. "Whose door are we going to open? It better not be someone from this compound. Otherwise it will be awkward the next time we meet. Oh, it better be a little challenging. Otherwise it will be boring." Jing Tan. F***ck, this guy is so enthusiastic. Air Mao quickly put on his clothes. Before leaving, he twirled his hair in front of the mirror and styled himself. He rubbed his hands. Let's go." Jing Tan led the way in front, and Air Mao followed behind. He did not know if Jing Tan was overthinking, but he felt that Air Mao seemed to be especially energetic at this time. It was more energetic than the previous few times he had seen it. When they passed by the carton, the black and white cat was squatting next to it and eating. Sensing Jing Tan and Air Mao's approach, the cat raised its head and glanced at them before continuing to eat. After the temperature rose, some of the food became rancid easily. However, it was different from the morning. The bowl was filled with fresh food again. It was still leftovers, but it was still relatively fresh. The fish head was picked and eaten, followed by the rice. The fish bones were thrown aside. Jing Tan did not continue to disturb it and left after taking a look. He brought Air Mao to the tree in the small alley. Jing Tan looked at the tightly shut window, jumped up the tree, and climbed higher to see the situation on the other side of the wall. It was similar to the morning. It seemed that the man did not return at noon. "So it's this place. You still hold a grudge?" Air Mao interpreted Jing Tan's behavior as revenge for the coffee spilled last time. Jing Tan jumped up the wall and walked to the small yard. Air Mao followed him outside and looked around from time to time. Fortunately, there were not many residents around at this time. Air Mao followed Jing Tan over the wall and landed in the yard. It did not step on the flower bed but chose a relatively clean place. This way, its shoes would not be stained with mud, and it would not easily leave footprints when entering the house. The lock on the back door of the house was slightly more complicated than the lock on the door of the old house in the eastern compound. However, Air Mao had brought some tools and opened the door quickly. The layout of the first floor was relatively simple. There was also a gym. Those who could afford such equipment were considered to be in good condition in the area. Air Mao also saw the cat cage in the kitchen. It just frowned and did not say anything. As for what it was thinking, Jing Tan did not know. When they came to the second floor, there were 3 closed doors. Jing Tan did not care which one to open first. Since the man abused cats, and there were no other suspicious items on the first floor except for the cat cage, it must be in the 3 locked rooms on the second floor. He just had to wait for Air Mao's performance. Air Mao did not feel nervous about illegally entering someone's house at all. At the same time, it did not have the excitement and liveliness that it had when it first came. It looked quite calm and its behavior was very natural. Air Mao did not immediately take out the tools to open the door. Instead, it walked around the second floor and looked at the doors one by one. This should be the bedroom. This is the study. As for this, I don't know. Let's open this first. The lock of this room is also more complicated. It should give us a surprise. Zheng Tan did not know how Mao determined which room was used for what, but it seemed to be quite professional. Although the lock of this room was a little complicated, it did not take too long for Mao to come prepared. After fixing the lock, Mao pushed the door open a gap and looked inside. The door was a little thick. Zheng Tan felt that it could be used as a security door outside, but it was just a door to a room here. After making sure that there was no one inside, Mao opened the door and walked in. The sound insulation in the room should be very good. The chirping of the sparrows outside could not be heard at all. The room could be seen at a glance. There was a desk on one side and there were some simple decorations on the desk. And on the opposite side of this office desk was, Mao walked over and pulled open the cloth curtain, revealing the object that was blocking it. It was about 1.5 meters long, close to 1 meter wide and close to 2 meters tall. One side was transparent, and there was a layer of tempered glass facing the desk. The person sitting at the desk could clearly see the inside of the object. At first glance, Zheng Tan did not know what the object was used for. He even thought that it was some kind of bathroom. But seeing that Mao's expression was not right, Zheng Tan climbed onto Mao's shoulder and looked inside. I saw this thing on TV when I was young. This is just a simplified version. But I really did not expect that there would be people in this place who would make this in their own home. Mao said in a low voice, "There is a dish called roast duck feet. It is to put a live duck on a slightly hot iron plate, and then heat up the iron plate with seasoning. The duck moves on the iron plate because of the heat. In the end, the duck feet are cooked but the duck is still alive. This is similar to this." Zheng Tan's eyes looked through the transparent tempered glass and stopped at a layer of metal net at the bottom of the object. It turned out that the burns on the cat's feet came from this. Mao looked around the room and then walked to the window. The window in the room seemed to have not been opened for a long time. The thick curtain completely blocked the light outside. Mao found a suitable place and took out a miniature camera that was only half the size of a pinky finger and installed it. Chapter 169. This room gave Zheng Tan the feeling that there was no surprise, but rather a great shock. He shuddered at the thought of the roast duck's feet that Mao had mentioned. After installing the camera, Zheng Tan and Mao left the room and went to the other two rooms. The curtains in the bedroom and the study were well covered. There were some work-related documents in the bedroom and a few locked cabinets. Mao was not very interested in them. As for the study, there was a desktop computer with a password set. Mao was not that skilled and did not bring the relevant tools. However, Mao also placed a camera in an inconspicuous place on the bookshelf. This person is either too cautious or timid. He doesn't dare to let others know what he is doing. Even the curtains are covered so well. Or maybe he has a dark mind, Mao muttered. Zheng Tan did not smell the cat in these two rooms, or maybe it was covered by the air freshener sprayed. After Mao installed the camera, the man and the cat cleaned up some traces and prepared to leave. When they went out the back door, the black and white cat was squatting on the wall looking at Zheng Tan and Mao. It was not very vigilant but more curious. It also felt a little closer to Mao. It remembered that this person had given it food and the food was very delicious. Back in the eastern courtyard, Mao had just stepped into the house when Zheng Tan squeezed in. He wanted to see what Mao was going to do next. Unfortunately, Mao did not intend to let Zheng Tan watch. Mao tried to chase Zheng Tan away but was ignored. Seeing that Zheng Tan had no intention of leaving, Mao closed the door, dragged a chair and sat down. Its line of sight was almost at the same level as Zheng Tan, who was standing on the table. "I say, Black Coal, our country's animal protection laws are not perfect, and there are no clear laws against killing cats. Otherwise, why do you think those cat and dog meat restaurants can be so popular? However, killing cats is different from abusing cats. The only way to deal with cat and dog abusers is to condemn them. Of course, if condemnation is useful, your cat's standard of living will probably be improved. Unfortunately, it is useless." Mao made a helpless gesture. But these days, sons compete with their fathers and pets compete with their owners. If your cat daddy can increase his influence, you can show off everywhere. Mao seemed to be explaining to Zheng Tan and convincing himself at the same time. "Well, look at the guy we met. Even if you go and sue him, you won't get any results. Even if you throw him into the police station, he will still be able to come out. At most, he will receive a light punishment. If we were to talk about the law, what I did was more serious than him killing and abusing cats. Moreover, not to mention the whole country, even in Chuhua City, there was definitely more than one cat abuser. Perhaps there were more people who adopted more intense methods. You and I don't know who those people are, but we have to create some pressure to make them restrain themselves. There might be relevant laws in a few years, but in the current situation, because there is no law to rely on, the law enforcement department can't intervene, and the main force is only the civil society. So, it's better to think of other ways to make him restless. It's best to make a big fuss and attract the attention of society. Mao said seriously, like my grandfather said, the eyes of the masses are bright, and the power of the masses is limitless. We have to believe in the masses and rely on the masses. If Mao's grandfather knew that Mao used this sentence in this context, who knew what he would think? Seeing the black cat on the table tilting its head slightly and lowering its eyelids as if it was thinking, Mao raised its hand and pushed it. Go back first, I will take care of this. Go, I want to sleep. Don't think about stepping on plastic bottles next to my bed. Jing Tan was pushed off the table and chased out. He squatted at the door and continued to think about the things that he had not finished thinking about before he went upstairs. Jing Tan had always been curious about what Mao had done. Unfortunately, when he went downstairs and upstairs again, he did not see Mao. Jing Tan did not have the skill to pick locks, so he could only wait. The next day, when Jing Tan went online to the forum when no one was at home, he saw a hot post on the front page. It was from the cat section. Because the discussion was too hot, it was pushed to the front page. Jing Tan clicked in to take a look. The title of the post was not long: Cat Abuser Scum Again. The poster was a guy with the ID, all the good names have been taken by cats. It was a detailed and emotional description of what he had seen, heard, and felt. The description of the matter was clear and the rendering was strong enough. Coupled with the pictures, it was impossible for the post not to explode with noise. In addition, there was a top student who abused cats some time ago, and now there was another social elite who abused cats, adding fuel to the fire. The pictures in the post were all familiar to Jing Tan. The familiar flower bed, the familiar cat's paw with burns and mud, the familiar object. Only the person in the post was censored. The specific name was not mentioned, only the surname was written in the form of X. Jing Tan's computer skills were not very good. In the past, he only knew how to watch movies and play games on the internet. He did not learn any other high-end technology, so now Jing Tan did not know the IP address of all the good names have been taken by cats. He could only see the registration time of this person. The registration time showed that it was 3 years ago. As for the poster, it was either Mao or someone that Mao knew. As he continued to scroll down the post, he found that one after another people revealed the occupation and residential address of the person in the picture. They either heard it from a friend or found out about it through some channels. Someone also mentioned the Chuhua Morning Post. This year, the Jiao family did not subscribe to the Chuhua Morning Post, so Jing Tan did not know what was reported in the newspaper. However, according to what the netizens said, it seemed that the Chuhua Morning Post only mentioned it slightly. It was not very specific, and it sounded like a small piece of news that would not attract attention. It seemed that the power was not strong enough. Or did Mao have a backup plan? He always felt that the guy would not end things so simply. Jing Tan scrolled forward and carefully looked at the original post. A few of the pictures in the post were about the object. In the pictures, the metal net at the bottom of the object was connected to a certain voltage, and the cat that was locked inside jumped up high. When the cat's feet stepped on the metal net, there would be electric sparks. Jing Tan had seen the cat in the picture before. It was one of the cats in the surrounding area. He did not know what the cat's owner would do if he knew the truth. In addition to the pictures that showed evidence of cat abuse, the post also listed an example of a violent cat that had been punished in the past. It told everyone to think twice before you act. As for how to think twice before you act, the post did not mention a word about it. Many people had already understood and began to think about how to play the game. Maybe this post was just a temporary post. Before this, if it were up to Jing Tan, it would have been better to solve it directly, just like how he had scared the tattooed man. But now, what did Mao want to do? Did it really want to make a big deal out of it? During lunchtime, when Jing Tan followed little Pomelo upstairs, he saw Mao coming back with a thermos lunchbox. He stopped at the door of the 3rd floor and stared at it. He did not continue to follow little Pomelo upstairs. I'll take you to watch a show tomorrow morning. Don't sleep in. Mao did not wait for Jing Tan to respond and slammed the door. Watch a show. Sure enough, there was a backup plan. The next day, Jing Tan woke up early. As usual, he had to send little Pomelo to school. It was rare to see Mao yawning when he went downstairs. This guy usually slept until noon, so it was rare for him to wake up early like this. After sending little Pomelo to school, Jing Tan followed Mao to the old street. There was a rice noodle restaurant not far from that person's house. Mao sat there and ate his breakfast leisurely. He saw an auntie walking into the alley with her leather shoes. Air Mao wiped his mouth and said to Zheng Tan, who was playing with ants with his tail, "Let's go." The person in the house dressed neatly and walked out of the door. His hair was neatly combed and even had some hair gel. When he came out with his briefcase, he happened to see the auntie from the neighborhood committee walking towards him with an unfriendly expression. The person was confused. The last time he saw this auntie, it was because the water plant had stopped for a day. What was going on this time? No matter what he was thinking, the person still showed his signature smile. He was about to say good morning, but before he could say good morning, the auntie in front of him sprayed saliva all over his face. Oh, how sinful. How could you bear to do such a thing? You really know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. You are really morally corrupt, seriously affecting the city's appearance. Zheng Tan and Air Mao hid not far away and watched as the auntie scolded the person. Of course, since she was a person with a job, the auntie scolded in a more elegant manner. She didn't use any vulgar words, but her words ranged from mental health to social harmony, from harm to cats to threats to the country and the people. She didn't stop talking for 10 minutes. Sometimes these auntie were quite cute, Zheng Tan thought to himself. After the auntie, a few more people came. They looked like reporters, but as for which newspaper they were from, Zheng Tan didn't know. The person seemed to be very impatient. He looked at his watch, pushed away the people blocking him and left in a hurry. Seeing that Air Mao didn't plan to leave, Zheng Tan continued to stay there and watch. Soon, some people gathered around the house. Because there were a few auntie blocking the way, some young people couldn't just barge in, so they simply waited around. Some of the neighbors who lived around didn't understand what was going on. After inquiring about it with a gossipy attitude, they were shocked. They had children in their homes. No one could say for sure if such a person who abused cats would abuse children in the same way. Everyone lived so close to each other and just thinking about it made them feel cold. He moved here 2 years ago. The original owner sold the house to him, but we don't know him well. We usually don't talk to him. Several other residents around quickly cleared their names, saying that the people who lived here were very good people, different from the cat abuser. More and more people came over, and a large part of them were groups that loved cats. This alley, which was not wide to begin with, was full of people, including reporters. Of course, some people came purely to join in the fun. At the other end of the alley, a police car was parked. 2 people in police uniforms were standing by the car door. They had just received a call saying that there was an illegal gathering here. But looking at the situation now, after understanding the reason, it seemed that the situation was a bit complicated. The policeman near the car door sighed and said, "You stay here first. I'll go buy a pack of cigarettes. I want to go to the toilet." The other person rolled his eyes. "My mother-in-law is there. She loves cats. Don't you see that she's filled with righteous indignation now? I'm not very good with words. If I make her unhappy, the situation will be more serious. Brother, please help me. Let your wife come over and take her back." "Forget it. My wife likes cats more. With her temper, she'll probably make me kill the cat abuser." Chapter 170. The 2 policemen still couldn't avoid it because there was a conflict over there, and they had to go over to mediate. The cause was that a passerby said, "It's just a cat. It's okay to kill it." It directly led to a quarrel. If the 2 policemen didn't go over, that person would probably be beaten up. As for the reporters who were mixed in, they were busy taking photos. Even if they couldn't block the person in the house today, they would have something to report. An old man who lived nearby walked out of the alley with his hands clasped behind his back. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "Should I say that person is brainless or that he doesn't know how to adapt to the situation? He doesn't know how to look at the situation. Even if he wanted to say something, he could only say it in peace." He didn't even look at the people around him. When it was almost noon, Zheng Tan didn't continue to stare there. He went back to eat and came out in the afternoon to take a look. After going back, Zheng Tan analyzed it. He guessed that Air Mao might have known the password of the computer through the monitor. After copying the cat abuse video file, it went back to dismantle the monitor in the house. That was why Air Mao was so fearless. It wasn't afraid of the reporters and other relevant personnel going in to check. At the same time, it also used some means to use the media and the internet to induce public opinion so that things would develop like this in a short time. The screenshot on the post came from the video on the person's computer. In the past 2 days, the person hadn't looked for another cat. Every once in a while, he would catch one to vent his anger. As for the time interval, it could be a few days, 2 or 3 weeks, or even a few months. It depended on how long it would take for the resentment and anger in his heart to accumulate to the point of eruption. The person didn't come back for a whole day, but there was more detailed information about the person on the internet, as well as several clear photos from multiple angles. Every day people went to the house to smash eggs, splash paint and put up slogans, but no one knew what the purpose of those people was. Maybe they were really angry about it, or maybe some people wanted to take the opportunity to make a fuss. Soon, the news about the person's cat abuse was reported by major newspapers such as the Chuqing Evening News, Chuqing Metropolis Daily, and the Provincial Daily. There were even some more authoritative psychologists' analysis and comments. At the same time, many people used this matter to show their presence, or to gain fame and fortune to improve their reputation. It didn't matter if those people were acting or if they really loved cats and criticized cat abuse, as long as what they did satisfied Jing Tan and Air Mao. No matter what profession one was in, whether male or female, old or young, there would always be people who loved cats. As long as this matter was known by the public, that person would not be able to continue to stay in Chuhua City peacefully, at least in the short term. Apparently, that person had already been beaten up by an unknown cat lover. On the other hand, the heated discussion caused by this incident did not cool down. Instead, it was becoming more and more intense. Many people felt that this was too sudden and inconceivable. Everything had to be done step by step, right? Why did this matter suddenly become the focus of attention? From their point of view, this matter seemed to be making a mountain out of a molehill. Wasn't this just abusing a cat? What was there to hype about? Cat abuse had happened before, but why wasn't it as sensational as this time? What was the reason? In addition to Air Mao, there were, of course, other factors. If it was just a single incident, this topic would not have suddenly heated up so quickly. However, not long ago there was a top student who abused cats. At that time, there was an expert who said that this was just a very rare phenomenon in society and that everyone did not have to hold on to it. But in the end, only a few days after that incident, there was another cat abusing white-collar workers. That expert's face was suddenly slapped hard. Moreover, these two cat abuse incidents were so close to each other. As the saying goes, one wave after another, so the condemnation was even more intense. The anger of the cat friends was underestimated by many people, just like how there were people who violently protected cats in the beginning. Many people proposed that relevant animal protection laws should be enacted quickly. They could not let these people continue to be so rampant. The second factor was what Air Mao said. Killing cats was different from abusing cats. It mainly referred to the different reactions of society. Killing cats and dogs was indifferent to many people. It was just like killing chickens and sheep. There was nothing to argue about. Even if wild animals or even protected wild animals were killed, the punishment was the same. Except for some people, the reaction of the main body of society would not be very big, especially for the ordinary people who had to work hard for their lives all the time. At most, it was a topic that could be discussed after dinner. Even if a level 1 protected animal was killed, most people would just respond with an indifferent, "Oh." However, torturing and killing was different. Moreover, when the public opinion gradually pushed the topic in another direction, causing people's focus to not be on the cat but on the human, people would not just let out a flat, "Oh," nor would it be just a moral condemnation. Instead, they would have to take precautions against the problem before it happened. What? Was it possible for people who were inclined to abuse cats to abuse children? Didn't that mean that they would abuse people in the future? They were simply beasts. No, they were worse than beasts. People would not allow such people to exist around them. Even if they were suspected of abusing cats or dogs, they would be highly guarded against. Even when interacting with parents in an educational program on the provincial television station, someone had mentioned it. Who would allow their children to grow up in such a dangerous environment? That top student should be glad that there was someone to share his pressure and the scolding of people at this time. During this period of time, Jing Tan often heard people discussing who was more suspicious around them, especially those who kicked animals for no reason. They were the focus of people's observation. Even the car owner who had been sprayed with cat urine by a Huang only took a few deep breaths to calm his anger. He resisted the urge to kick the cat away and then drove away. He didn't even curse. It was a sensitive period in public, so he'd better hold it in for now. Otherwise, if he yelled and others didn't see the cat peeing, they would only see him scolding the cat and kicking the cat. There was no need to wait until tomorrow. Those aunties who went out tonight would let him know why cat urine was so smelly. Looking at Huang, who was standing on the tree trunk and sharpening its claws without knowing anything, Jing Tan yawned and prepared to find a place to sleep. Recently, he had been thinking too much and he had spent too much time online during the day. Cats had more time to sleep. Jing Tan moved his claws and counted. Indeed, he didn't have enough sleep. He was preparing to go back to the courtyard to find a tree, But Jing Tan was stopped by Air Mao. "Black Coal, are you going out tonight?" Air Mao asked as he walked out of the school gate. Jing Tan looked at Air Mao. What was this guy up to now? Air Mao smiled maliciously. "I'll see you at the side door behind the eastern courtyard at 8 o'clock in the evening. If I don't see you by then, I won't wait." Tonight? Jing Tan had a vague feeling that it was about the cat abuser. These days, Air Mao was only using the media and public opinion to achieve a certain goal. Jing Tan had always felt that there was more to it. No matter what, he could only wait until tonight to find out the answer. Jiao family 3 would be there at night. Jing Tan wasn't worried that little Pomelo would be unsafe at home alone. He also didn't have to worry about going out. When the hand on the wall clock in the Jiao family's living room pointed to 7:40, Jing Tan ran out. It took him less than 10 minutes to reach the side door. Jing Tan squatted by the sidewalk without flower beds and watched the cars coming and going. Not far away, some people got off the bus at the bus stop. When they saw Jing Tan, they wanted to tease him, but they were scared away by Jing Tan's baring of his teeth. Today, Jing Tan didn't want to be entangled with these people. An ordinary-looking family car stopped and rolled down the window. After seeing that it was Air Mao, Jing Tan jumped in through the open window of the passenger seat. As soon as Jing Tan entered, he smelled a familiar scent. There was the cat abusers and the tabby cats. He didn't see the cat, only the tabby cat squatting in the back seat. Jing Tan looked at Air Mao in confusion. Air Mao curled its lips. "I drove past there and saw it squatting by the roadside. I called out. Then it became like this. When it got into the car, it was still sniffing around. It was sniffing and growling. Black Coal, do you think it knows that we're going to fix that guy?" Jing Tan looked at the tabby cat squatting in the back seat with its head down and eyes closed as if it was taking a nap. He really didn't understand what it was trying to do. Without saying anything about the tabby cat, Air Mao drove away. Air Mao's driving was similar to Celestine's. With the radio on in the car, it couldn't stop talking. That guy was in the trunk. He even changed the car. Looks like there were a lot of people who went to chat with him. When I found him, his head was still wrapped in gauze. So it went to kidnap someone. Jing Tan thought to himself. As expected, there was a backup plan. The car drove out of the third ring road until it reached the suburbs. There were basically no tall buildings in sight before the car stopped. After Jing Tan looked at the outside environment, his first thought was, Air Mao, this guy is planning to kill someone and abandon the body? Be good, don't run around. If you run away, I won't care about you, Air Mao said as it got out of the car. Jing Tan didn't think that it was talking to him. The tabby cat in the back seat raised its head and looked outside. Then it opened its mouth slightly and let out a lazy meow. It even had the sound that came from its nasal cavity when it had just woken up. It didn't jump out of the car even when the car window was opened. Jing Tan jumped out of the car and looked around. At this time, the surrounding weeds hadn't grown yet. There were only short clumps of grass. There were sporadic lights in the distance. Because the moon was close to a circle, the moonlight was good. The surroundings didn't seem very dark. It was hazy. Air Mao dragged the person out of the trunk. Looking at the series of movements, it didn't seem like a rookie. It must have done this many times. The person's hands were tied behind his back. His legs were also tied tightly. His mouth was sealed and his eyes were covered with a layer of cloth. He looked a little drowsy and wasn't conscious. This was all Air Mao's masterpiece. After dragging the person out, Air Mao put him down about 10 meters away from the car. Air Mao walked back to the car and pulled out a stick from the car. It said to Jing Tan, "Tell me, how should we fight?" Jing Tan didn't look at Air Mao. He saw the tabby cat looking out of the car window. It didn't have the slightest bit of laziness like before. It seemed to be confirming the person's identity. Then the tabby cat let out a meow. It jumped out of the car and walked towards the person. Seeing the tabby cat's movements, Air Mao didn't say anything. It turned the stick in its hand and stared in that direction. The tabby cat didn't walk very fast. Its ears were pulled back and its whiskers were slightly raised. It let out a meow sound. Jing Tan could hear that it was different from a pure warning. It already had a strong intention to attack. At this time, the person had already started to wake up. He kicked his legs and rolled left and right. The night wind blew. The friction between leaves and grass made a slight rustling sound. Chapter 171. The person who was slowly waking up didn't understand his current situation, but there was an inexplicable sense of fear. A human? No, it wasn't. Just now he vaguely heard a human voice, but at the same time he also heard a cat's meow. He moved his legs as if he wanted to remove the rope tied to his ankles, but there was another meow, which made his scalp tingle. He knew this cat. He was too familiar with this meow. Because of this meow, he had nightmares for a long time. Even watching cat abuse videos and killing cats with his own hands couldn't erase this fear. On the contrary, it had a tendency to become more and more intense. It was the tabby cat that he had almost killed, but it had escaped in the end. Why was it always haunting him? He regretted it, really regretted it. Why did he choose this cat when he bought it from the cat trafficker? Perhaps it was because this cat's eyes were the most unruly and fierce? It gave him the most pleasure to kill? Woo, there was another meow. Hearing this kind of meow, even people who didn't know much about cats could hear some warning and aggression from it. After hearing this meow, Jing Tan pressed his ears back. He felt that something was wrong. Generally, the warning meow would start low, then rise and fall at the end. But this tabby cat's voice at the moment sounded different from this one. There seemed to be some other tones in it. Maybe there wasn't much difference in the way ordinary people heard it, but from the perspective of a cat, Jing Tan distinguished it with a cat's hearing. He felt that this meow had a kind of calling for the same kind. It was like you didn't understand the language, but you could hear kindness or malice in other people's tone. Cat meows were actually very complicated. Although they weren't as rich and varied as human languages, Jing Tan had heard hundreds of them since he became a cat. Maybe every cat had its own way of expressing itself, or maybe different ways of expressing the same meaning, but no one could say for sure. Even Jing Tan could only roughly guess the possible meaning from these meows, but he couldn't delve into it. Many voices sounded the same to people, but in fact the emotions they expressed were very different. Jing Tan was thinking when a meow came from not far away. He didn't know whose cat it was that came out for a walk at night. Meow! The multicolored cat meowed again and again. Soon, a few more meows could be heard from afar. They belonged to different cats. He didn't need to fully understand it, but he could roughly guess its meaning when he heard it for the first time. TSK. Are these cats starting to flirt? Air Mao poked Jing Tan, who was standing on the roof of the car. People's first reaction to a cat's loud roar was that the cat was making waves again. Little did they know that the cat's roar had other meanings, and this kind of roar was completely different from the previous kind. Jing Tan saw that more and more cats were responding to his call. He thought, where is the skill of this kind of call? He didn't know if the multicolored cat had figured out the call itself, or if it had learned it from another cat. In short, this kind of sound resonated with the cats, as if the most primitive consciousness hidden in their blood had been awakened, making them excited and gathering towards the source of the sound. Jing Tan suddenly experienced the scene on TV where a wolf stood on a high ground and howled under the full moon, and then a pack of wolves howled with it. In the grass that wasn't very tall and in the fields where crops were planted, the whooshing sound came one after another. It was different from the sound of leaves rubbing against each other in the night wind. It wasn't difficult to distinguish it in such a quiet night. It was the sound of cats running in the grass. From Air Mao's angle, under the moonlight, it could clearly see that the grass and crops that were close to half a meter high were swaying because of the animals running inside. The animals were running in this direction. Big cats like tiger, leopard, lion and so on had a domineering roar, but the roar of cats was different. It sounded scary. Air Mao took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and suppressed the feeling of fear in his heart. The flame of the cigarette flickered with the night wind. Air Mao leaned against the car and looked around. More and more cats were meowing in agreement. Was this a chorus? Jing Tan, who was standing on the roof of the car, was gradually getting excited. Air Mao couldn't feel it, but Jing Tan suddenly had an impulse to howl. Looking up at the bright moon hanging in the sky, Jing Tan took a deep breath. Awoo! The group of cats stopped meowing abruptly. It was like when everyone was singing and suddenly there was a fart sound. The incongruity of the sound directly destroyed the artistic conception in front of them. In the grass the cats froze in place. In the places where the grass was shorter and sparser, one could see the pointed ears of the cats moving, as if they were trying to figure out where the sudden howl came from. A few cats that were too sensitive to their surroundings jumped up like fleas. The grass that was close to half a meter high couldn't hide their arched bodies. Jing Tan, who had just taken a puff of the cigarette, was shocked by the sudden howl. He almost coughed and fell to the ground. This was the first time he heard Jing Tan howl. Before this, he had only heard a little from Celestine, but he didn't think that it would have such a big impact on his hearing. The tabby cat pulled its ears and looked at Jing Tan, then turned back and continued to howl at the people who were frantically kicking their legs on the ground. Jing Tan understood the general meaning of the tabby cat's glance. *CK I'm being despised. The depressed Jing Tan sharpened his claws on the roof of the car, leaving a few claw marks on the roof. He had been a cat for almost 2 years, but he still didn't pass. It wasn't easy to be a cat. Fortunately, the cats didn't have any other thoughts. After a pause, they continued to gather in the middle under the lead of the tabby cat. Mao, who had recovered, threw away the cigarette butt and put it out with the tip of his foot. He said to Zheng Tan, "Give up. Even ghosts will be scared away by your howl. Let's not howl. Let them howl. You just squat at the side and watch. If they can't solve it, you can go over." Mao glanced at the large grass in the distance and shook off the goosebumps on his body. The scene was indeed strange. There were already more than 10 cats. It seemed that more cats would come over after hearing the noise. Cats were hard to understand. For safety reasons, Mao opened the car door and got in. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything here. These cats didn't look very friendly. Mao always felt that cats were like a combination of demons and angels. When they lazily lay down and basked in the sun, or squinted their eyes and rubbed against you, they were indeed cute and obedient. Their whole body and squinted eyes seemed to make the pace of time become leisurely, making people feel that the whole world was warm. But on the other hand, they always made people gnash their teeth. Maybe gnashing their teeth was better. Just like right now, those pairs of eyes in the dark revealed an unruly wildness, as if they were looking for and waiting for the next prey at any time. There was no doubt that they would pop out their sharp claws and point at you in the next moment. Zheng Tan lay on the roof of the car and looked at the cats gathering around. Under the lead of the tabby cat, they pounced on the struggling man on the ground. The man's mouth was sealed, so he couldn't make a sound. Zheng Tan knew from the snort that this man was really scared, extremely scared. Compared to the many pure pet cats in the city center, the cats in the suburbs were generally more wild. They played in the fields and wild grass every day and fought with other small animals in the countryside. How could cats be obedient? There were also some wild cats, and when they were fierce there was nothing to say. Some relatively timid cats walked around the periphery, and under the lead of other cats, they occasionally looked for an opportunity to scratch the man with their claws. The bolder and more aggressive cats followed the tabby cat and pounced on the man. There were always some cats that were like the sheriff. The more they were defeated, the braver they became. After being kicked out, they got up and continued to pounce on the man, biting and scratching. Mao rubbed his goosebumps in the car. He rolled up the car window a little more, afraid that the cats would rush over. After all, these cats weren't trained and most of them were house cats. They didn't know where the vital parts were and their attacking power was limited. Maybe some of them just thought this was a game, just like how they played with their cat toys. The man on the ground deliberately curled himself up. It didn't matter if he was injured, but the most important thing was to protect his own life. The tabby cat and a more aggressive wild cat were also the ones who bit more fiercely. Mao looked at the time and the battle situation over there. He didn't want this man to die here, so he had to keep an eye on him. As for Zheng Tan, he was learning how to distinguish which of the tabby cat's cries was the cause of the current situation, which could affect the cat's emotions, and how to mobilize the cat's emotions. Cats weren't considered social animals nowadays, but they weren't absolutely solitary either. After all, they had infiltrated human society, and there were so many cat owners around. Every day when he went out, he would meet many cats and most of them lived in peace. If he gathered all the cats in Wuxia University, what would the situation be like? He was a little excited just thinking about it. However, this wasn't an easy skill. Maybe Zheng Tan wouldn't be able to learn it by the end of his life as a cat. As an alien with a cat's body and a human's heart, compared to a real cat, Zheng Tan encountered more obstacles. However, as long as he was good at learning and understanding, Zheng Tan believed that he still had a chance. When Mao called for it to stop, the tabby cat was already stained with a lot of blood. When it heard Mao's call, it responded reluctantly, but in the end, it still retreated and walked to the side of the car to lick its fur. Without the tabby cat, the other cats gradually stopped and spread around to lick their paws. The wild cat saw Mao walk over and ran away, probably thinking that this person wasn't easy to deal with. The clothes and pants of the person on the ground were blood-stained rags, and his hands and face were covered with blood from scratches. He curled up there and didn't move. Only the slight rise and fall of his body showed that he was still alive. The urine and blood on the ground mixed together into a puddle. Although the tabby cat was very fierce, it was quite obedient to Mao. After getting into the car, it returned to its previous docile state. If it wasn't for the blood stains on its body, its docile appearance would have been more convincing. Mao stuffed the person who was covered in blood into the trunk. Mao said that he would take care of the rest, and that he would make sure that Zheng Tan and the tabby cat would never see the person again. However, it didn't seem like it was going to kill him. When the car drove back to the side door of the east courtyard of Wuxia University, Zheng Tan got out of the car to go home. The tabby cat was still squatting in the back seat with its eyes closed, and it didn't seem like it was going to get out of the car at all. Air Mao tried to chase it away, but it didn't work, so it just let it be. Chapter 172. The tabby cat was staying in the east courtyard. When Zheng Tan sent little Pomelo to school early in the morning, he saw the cat squatting by the flower bed, facing Building B. Yesterday the cat followed Air Mao to deal with the aftermath. When it came back with Air Mao, it was probably rejected by Air Mao, so it changed its strategy and squatted in front of the building to block people. Just like Li Yuanba looking for an owner, this cat probably had a similar plan. It would go to whoever it liked. When it saw Zheng Tan and little Pomelo, the cat only half opened its eyes to take a look, then closed its eyes and continued to sleep. Its ears were pricked up, and when it heard the door creak, it opened its eyes and looked over. Although he didn't know why the cat was so attached to Air Mao, Zheng Tan felt that it would be difficult for Air Mao to adopt a cat. When Air Mao saw Zheng Tan and the others squatting in the tree, it said, "Cats are a bunch of idiots." It was obvious that this person had a deep opinion of cats. There was no sunshine today and it was gloomy. Zheng Tan couldn't stay in one place to bask in the sun, so he went out for a walk. He wanted to play for a while, but it suddenly started to drizzle, so he quickly ran back. When he returned to the courtyard, he saw that the cat was still squatting in the same place, its ears shaking because of the raindrops. Yesterday the weather forecast said that today would be a cloudy day, and there would only be light rain tomorrow, but it started to rain now. Sure enough, the weather forecast could only be read in real time. Looking at the sky, the rain was unavoidable. If it rained, Zheng Tan didn't need to pick up little Pomelo at noon. He could just wait at home for lunch. He used to do that when it rained. When he climbed to the third floor, Zheng Tan listened at Air Mao's door. There were voices inside, probably on the phone. If this guy had already woken up, he would have gone out to buy breakfast. It was impossible that he didn't know that the tabby cat was squatting outside. Forget it, whether to adopt or not was Air Mao's own business. Zheng Tan couldn't help him make the decision. Zheng Tan couldn't help that tabby cat. That tabby cat had its eyes on this guy. After returning home, Zheng Tan did not turn on the computer to surf the internet. Instead, he leaned against the bedroom door and looked at the rain that was getting heavier and heavier. Zheng Tan looked over and saw that the B*TCH bird was stretching its beak out of the iron net to drink rainwater. It wasn't because it was thirsty. According to Zheng Tan's understanding of it, the bird was just having fun. After a winter, Zheng Tan felt that the bird's personality had become even worse. Not only did it sing old songs, but it would also occasionally recite a few lines of poetry in a very emotional manner. It was said that its owner had taken it to Hope Primary School to learn this from the children there. Another thing that gave Zheng Tan a headache was that this bird seemed to have learned how to scold people. He didn't know who it had learned it from. It could only be said that this bird's comprehension was too strong. Zheng Tan leaned against the door and looked at the balcony that had been soaked by the rain. When the parrot wasn't paying attention, Zheng Tan poked his head out. He didn't find the cat in the flower bed below. It probably went to hide from the rain. In a place like Chuhua City, during this season the temperature would rise every time it rained. When the rain stopped, they would wait for the temperature to rise again. Different from Zheng Tan's calmness, Air Mao seemed to be more irritated. It didn't want to listen to songs anymore. It took off its headphones and stared at the rain in a daze. The door to the balcony was open. The wind blew in with the humidity outside, making people feel a little cold. Air Mao lit a cigarette and smoked slowly. It was in a bad mood after making a phone call. Thinking about the tabby cat made it even more irritated. At this time, a slightly hoarse and rhythmic voice came from outside. Spring rain is as precious as oil flowing all over the streets. Air Mao was speechless. F***CK, which lunatic was reciting poetry? Air Mao was too lazy to go out and see who it was. After smoking half of the cigarette, it threw it into the ashtray and went out with a foldable umbrella. Zheng Tan leaned against the window and looked at the rain. Suddenly he heard the door creak downstairs. He went to the balcony and stretched his neck to look. Although he couldn't see the head, Zheng Tan recognized the pants. Why did Air Mao go out? An hour later the rain stopped. There were only a few drops of rain floating in the air. Many people didn't continue to hold their umbrellas. Zheng Tan looked at the cement path in front of the building. At this time classes had ended. Zheng Tan was waiting for little Pomelo and Jiao Wei to bring food back. He didn't expect to see Air Mao first, and behind Air Mao was the tabby cat. The tabby cat was a little wet. There were some black mud stains on its forelegs, but it seemed to be in good spirits. Most importantly, when Air Mao went into the building, the cat followed him in. Was he going to raise it? Zheng Tan was curious. Air Mao brought the cat back. Didn't he not like cats? What a contradictory person. After Air Mao brought the cat back, he looked at the cat who was squatting on the ground and eating. He scratched his head in annoyance. Why did he bring it back? How to raise it? He didn't even take care of himself. How could he raise a cat? The cat would probably be listless after a few days. Alas, people hurt cats. It was all caused by impulse. The paper box was wet from the rain, the disposable paper box with leftovers was soaked in water, and the few fish bones on the ground were slowly washed down by the water flowing down the slope. Thinking back to the situation, Air Mao didn't know what he was thinking. When he saw the cat hiding in the wet paper box looking at him, he asked the cat to follow him. It was just a test. He thought that the cat would ignore him, but he didn't expect the cat to really follow him all the way here. The previous landlord didn't say that pets were not allowed. Besides, there were many pets in the courtyard, so there was no need to worry. Air Mao thought to himself. This cat wasn't as smart as the black cat upstairs. It was too smart to make people feel uncomfortable. At the same time, this cat wasn't too stupid. Could make people less worried. Thinking about it this way, it wasn't bad. Anyway, he was bored now. He would raise the cat first. This cat was probably just on a whim. When it wanted to leave, he would open the door and let it go. For the time being, just let it be. Since he had decided to raise it, Air Mao still had a lot of problems to face. Looking at the stains on the cat, Air Mao frowned. Unable to think of a good solution, Air Mao decided to go upstairs and ask the family on the 5th floor how they usually raised cats. At this time, the girl and the student named Jiao Wei should be there. When Air Mao came, Zheng Tan was eating. When he asked about the cat food, Jiao Wei didn't know much. It was little Pomelo who answered. She didn't say much, just one sentence, but it was simple and clear. She directly solved Air Mao's question. Little Pomelo suggested that Air Mao make a trip to Mingso Pet Center. There were specialized instructors and all kinds of related products for sale. They could also help bathe the pets. After getting the solution, Air Mao immediately took the cat, which had just eaten its fill, to Xiaoguo's place. When they arrived, Air Mao realized that there were more things to do than he had thought. Air Mao didn't know anything about vaccines, deworming and so on, so he left it all to the veterinarians and staff. He just had to pay. A staff member was taking down the registration book. Name? Wang Ming. Air Mao played with his phone in boredom and didn't look up. The girl in charge of the registration looked at Air Mao strangely. Your cat has a surname? Huh. Are you asking for the cat's name? Of course. Sir, didn't you already sign your name just now? The cat's name? Air Mao was silent for 2 seconds. Thinking of the black pattern on the cat's nose, he said, Black Rice. Its name is Black Rice. How old is it? The girl asked again. I don't know. I just adopted it today. Air Mao shrugged. The girl in charge of the registration showed 2 dimples. Sir, you are so caring. Air Mao. Hee. It was the first time someone had said that he was caring. Why did it feel so awkward? The girl was very enthusiastic. Of course, while answering Air Mao's questions, she didn't forget to promote her pet center's products, such as cat climbing frames, cat scratching boards, cat toys, cat food and so on. Air Mao took the book from the girl and flipped through it. After he liked it, he would look at the real thing later. The rented space was only so big, so he didn't need to buy too many things. It was as simple as possible. However, he had to buy cat food. That way he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. He couldn't make cat food in the kitchen. As he flipped through the book, Air Mao suddenly paused on a certain page of the cat food introduction. He seemed unsure, so he took a closer look and then looked at a line of small words next to it. Black Sea. The girl started to introduce it with a smile. This is our pet center's star cat. Our boss paid a lot of money to hire it as a cat model. It has appeared in many pet magazines. Oh, it's also in some online forums. It also has a lot of BC fans. BC fans? Cat model? Bah, do you think I can't recognize it just because it has a high-end English name? This is obviously the cat upstairs. Although Air Mao always said that he hated cats, his ability to recognize cats was not bad. Even if he wasn't sure at first glance, after looking at the pictures, Air Mao had already equated the cat in the picture with the cat upstairs. Air Mao curled his lips and flipped through a few more pages. He found that the cat food in the advertisement pictures was more than twice as expensive as the other categories. Some were even flipped several times. This amount of money was nothing to Air Mao, but Air Mao was puzzled. Why were the advertisements for this black cat so expensive? Air Mao pointed at the serious face of the black cat in the advertisement picture and asked the girl about his doubts. The young lady answered in a professional manner, because these categories are all of high quality, and they will soon be exported abroad. Export? Don't be kidding. Air Mao didn't believe her at all. However, looking at the price of the cat food with the image of Black Sea, Air Mao touched his chin. It seemed that this cat was very valuable. Can you deliver the goods here? We can deliver large items or items that reach a certain price. Our pet center service will definitely make you rest assured. She had directly changed to you. Air Mao wasn't short of money anyway. He picked a few cat foods that were advertised by the cat upstairs, as well as cat nests and cat scratching boards that he liked. Are these okay? Yes. The girl's smile widened. If they were successful, there would be no commission, but there would be bonus points. Every month there would be a bonus. Don't you need to try it? The girl asked. No, if my cat doesn't want to eat it, I'll throw it to Black Sea and let it eat it all in front of me. Air Mao snorted. How could it not eat the advertisement made by that cat? The girl only thought that Air Mao was joking. She asked a few questions and filled out a list for Air Mao to check. She handed it to the person who picked up the goods and continued to register the next customer. Chapter 173. Air Mao asked the pet center to do a comprehensive examination of the cat. The cat was in good condition. The veterinarian estimated the cat's age. To Air Mao's surprise, the cat was less than 1 year old. By the way, Mr. Wang, do you want to sterilize your cat? The girl asked. She also told Air Mao about the benefits of sterilization in the city. Sterilization? I need to cut off its penis? Air Mao was texting on his phone and didn't even raise his head. The little girl hesitated for a moment before saying, Your cat is female. Female. Air Mao was shocked. What the F***ck? How could a female be so tough? Do cats and dogs have different ways of identifying male and female? Air Mao remembered that dogs were easy to identify. The girl smiled. Obviously, she had seen a lot of customers like Air Mao. She took out a thin booklet from a cabinet and handed it to Air Mao. There was some basic information about cats in the booklet. Air Mao flipped through it and asked, How much is this booklet? This is printed by our pet center. I'll give it to you. That's more like it. Air Mao threw the booklet into a plastic bag. In the end, Air Mao didn't ask for surgery. He took the clean cat back to the pet center. The pet center sent the items to the address Air Mao filled in. Air Mao felt that the room was a little smaller when the cat's items were placed on the table. Luckily, they were all small items. Otherwise, it would be really crowded. Air Mao poured some cat food into the cat's bowl. The cat that was sniffing in its new nest walked over. Air Mao was a little disappointed. The cat didn't seem to be picky about food. It was eating happily. It seemed that he couldn't trouble the cat upstairs for the time being. Air Mao didn't care about the cat anymore. He opened the laptop he bought not long ago and logged into the pet website. The ID, All the Good Names Have Been Named by Cats, was registered 3 years ago. At that time, he and his fellow apprentices went to the pet forum under the influence of their master's cat. They wanted to see if other people's cats were the same as their master's cat. At that time, the ID was shared by several people. Now it was Air Mao's alone. The others didn't pay attention to the forum anymore. Even Air Mao only remembered to log in because of what happened a while ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this ID. Nowadays, the internet in the country was developing rapidly. Even the forums had changed a lot in the past few years. Some people even shared some video links. Air Mao searched for the pictures and videos of the guy upstairs. Just as the girl in the pet center said, there were a few popular posts about cat food. Most of them were about the black cat, and many of the people who replied below were also about the black cat. They were the BC fans that the girl mentioned. Looking at the cat in the picture carefully, Air Mao still attributed the effect in the picture and the video to the magic of photography. Otherwise, how could a native cat be shot into the ever-changing cat in the picture and video? After all, cats were not humans. How could they have any acting skills? Air Mao would never believe it. It was estimated that the little girl in the pet center didn't know the true identity of Black Sea, otherwise she wouldn't have praised it so much. After all, there was a big difference between an advertisement and the real thing. The next day the weather was sunny. After the rain, the temperature rose quickly. The tabby cat was lying on the balcony, basking in the sun. Air Mao was bored and tried the comb that was given when it bought the cat body wash. According to the booklet, combing a cat's fur could not only remove the fur that had fallen off, but also prevent the cat from swallowing the fur into its stomach and getting hairball disease. It could also maintain the beauty of the cat's fur, promote the skin's blood circulation, and improve the relationship between cat and human. Since Air Mao had nothing to do, it moved a small stool to sit next to the cat and combed its fur according to the instructions in the booklet. After a few tries, it became familiar with the movements. Seeing the tabby cat squint its eyes, Air Mao suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. Look, cats aren't that difficult to raise. Why did some people talk about raising cats as if they had eaten strange flavored beans? While Air Mao was feeling proud, suddenly, bang! The sound of something hitting the iron fence came from above. The tabby cat, who was lying on the ground and basking in the sun, suddenly stood up and looked in that direction. Its wandering days had made it used to being highly alert. Air Mao also stopped combing its fur and looked over. Inside the iron fence, a blue parrot hooked its big claws on the iron fence and looked at the man and the cat on the third floor with its yellow eyes. General's attention was mainly on the tabby cat. It didn't know this cat because it had never seen it before. When did this strange cat come? Well, its mouth was itchy. Maybe it felt that the parrot was not a friendly signal, so the tabby cat covered its ears and looked at the parrot on the fourth floor vigilantly. Air Mao didn't think much of it. Cats and birds were not easy to get along. His master's cat went to the forest every day to catch birds of all sizes. However, it was rare to see this kind of parrot in China. No wonder the balcony on the fourth floor was surrounded by iron fences. Looking at the parrot on the fourth floor, Air Mao said with a playful attitude, "Hey, parrot." The general on the other side of the fence quickly replied with standard American pronunciation and some dialect words, "Hello, idiot." Air Mao was speechless. Who taught this F***king parrot? On the balcony on the fifth floor, Zheng Tan was rolling on the ground with laughter as he listened to the conversation below. General was definitely not friendly after seeing the tabby cat, so it attacked Air Mao in this way. Zheng Tan and his friends lived on the second floor of Air Mao's building, so they couldn't see what was going on there. However, he could guess the general situation from the conversation between Air Mao and General and the growling of the tabby cat. Fortunately, the people living in this building had a high tolerance for this kind of thing. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. However, with Air Mao and his friends on the third floor attracting General's attention, the bird wouldn't bother Zheng Tan often. Zheng Tan was very happy about this. Just as he was about to listen to the quarrel below, there was a rhythmic honk from the yard downstairs. Zheng Tan looked downstairs in confusion. Today was not the weekend. Why would Third Master Fang come here? Although he was confused, Zheng Tan still ran downstairs to unlock the door. Fang Xiaokong came in with Tong Qing. Since the cat cart was dragged home, every time Fang Xiaokong took Zheng Tan out, Tong Qing would come up to help move the cart. Although the cart was small, it wasn't light. Besides, it had to be moved to the fifth floor. Tong Qing couldn't bear to see his boss do it himself. I happen to have some time today. I have an appointment with old Lu to discuss something. I have to go on a business trip this weekend, so today is the day. I've already told your cat mom that I'll send you back tonight, Fang Xiaokong said as he asked Tong Qing to move the two carts out of the room. Every once in a while, Fang Xiaokong would take Zheng Tan to old Lu to discuss business. Just as some people said, communication also relied on tricks. However, there were very few people like Fang Xiaokong who used cats to communicate, but old Lu liked this trick. No, it should be said that old Lu's baby son liked this trick. On the third floor. After Air Mao heard the parrot call him idiot, he was about to scold it back, but he remembered that this was Tsinghua University's staff dormitory, so he didn't say anything. He was going to buy a water gun and shoot it whenever the parrot scolded it. Air Mao rolled the combed cat fur into a ball. In fact, it wasn't much. Air Mao was going to throw it downstairs, but after thinking about it, he felt that he should be more polite and throw the cat fur into the trash can. Seeing that the trash in the bin was almost done, Air Mao lifted the trash bag and tied a knot. He opened the door and put it outside the door. He would bring it downstairs when he went downstairs. Once the temperature rose, the trash would be easy to smell. Air Mao had a cat at home and he had heard a lot about cats going through trash cans. Who knew that when he opened the door, he would see Zheng Tan, who happened to be on the third floor. Yo, superstar. Glancing at the person on the stairs, Air Mao's face stiffened. He held back the mocking words he was about to say and quickly went back into the room and closed the door. Fang Xiaokong stopped Zheng Tan and gestured for Tong Qingxian to wait. Then he walked to Air Mao's door and knocked. Open the door, don't hide. I can see you, Fang Xiaokong said calmly. No time, I'm taking a dump. I'll give you 10 seconds to wipe your ass. 10, 9, 8. Fang Xiaokong looked at the watch on his wrist and counted the time seriously. He didn't care about Air Mao's lie at all. When he counted to 1, Air Mao scratched his head and helplessly opened the door. He cursed countless times in his heart for throwing the trash at this time. Uncle. Air Mao called out weakly and walked back into the room listlessly. Fang Xiaokong looked around the room and then looked at Air Mao, who was lying on the chair. Who are you going to teach this time? Or do you have your eyes on a girl? You've misunderstood me. I've already turned over a new leaf. I know my place. I'm a good and upright young man, third uncle. Air Mao hurriedly clarified. Jing Tan glanced at Air Mao from the corner of his eyes. Bullsh asterisk T. This guy beat people up, picked locks, and almost killed people and abandoned their bodies. Fang Xiaokong looked at Air Mao without changing his expression. Turned over a new leaf? Yes, yes. Air Mao nodded. Turn over a new leaf? Yes, yes. Air Mao quickly promised. Know my place? Absolutely. An upright young man? Of course. I don't believe a word of it. Air Mao was speechless. His face was full of grief and indignation. However, I'm surprised that you chose this place to rent a house. It looks like you're ready to change. Of course, that's if you're not trying to flirt with female university students. I definitely don't have that intention. Fang Xiaokong looked around the house. Compared to where Air Mao used to live, this house was considered simple and crude. Moreover, Air Mao didn't look like a hooligan anymore. His clothes and appearance were much more decent. Turning over a new leaf is a good thing. Fang Xiaokong sighed meaningfully. He then left with Zheng Tan. He didn't have time to talk nonsense with Air Mao. He couldn't control other people's children. At most, he could give them a few words of advice as an elder. Hey, uncle, I won't complain to your parents. Your brother has been demoted and is busy with his political achievements. He's not in Chuhua City now. You can rest assured that no one will come and take you back. Air Mao sighed in relief. However, why was Uncle San so nice to that cat? Celestine didn't mention it much. After Zheng Tan and Fang Xiaokong left, Air Mao sat on the chair and pondered. Black rice, do you think I should walk it? Air Mao poked the tabby cat's nose. Meow. The tabby cat didn't understand Air Mao's words. He thought Air Mao was just playing with him. He tilted his head and rubbed against Air Mao's hand. Air Mao sighed. Forget it, let's do it the old way. He took out a $1 coin and placed it on the floor tiles. He flicked his finger and the coin started to spin. Heads go, tails stay. Slap. The tabby cat looked as if he saw a toy. He slapped the coin with his paw and pressed it under his paw. Air Mao lifted his paw and looked at the coin on the floor tiles. Chapter 174. After going out with the third master Fang, Jing Tan also learned something. The people in charge of several pet hospitals in Chuhua City were privately discussing the establishment of a cat-loving association. In fact, they had been discussing this for a long time, but they hadn't been able to confirm it. This time, they were able to make the decision mainly because of the 2 cat abuse incidents that happened some time ago, as well as the reactions of the public and the media. If they wanted to establish this association, it was inevitable that they would have to deal with organizations such as the Environmental Protection Association and the Bird Protection Association. After all, the conflict between cats and birds was getting deeper and deeper. The Bird Protection Association in the province had quarreled with several cat-loving organizations. In terms of environmental protection, some plant protection organizations often complained that many stray cats were destroying plants and the ecology. Because of this, when considering the name of the association, several organizers filtered it out and finally decided to use scientific breeding and green civilization as the theme of this event. The name of the association was Green Wing, abbreviated as GW, and the logo was a green wing with a cat's palm in the middle. No matter what the organizers of Green Wing were thinking, at least when Jing Tan first heard the name, he didn't feel that it had anything to do with cats. Among the organizers of this upcoming event, Xiaoguo's Pet Center was the most influential. In the past 2 years, more and more people knew the name, obviously Pet Center. As one of the organizers and also the vice president of Green Wing, Xiaoguo was so busy that he didn't even have time to eat. Although he wasn't the only one doing the promotional videos, public service announcements, and sending out notices, he had to contribute to everything. Xiaoguo knew that the third master Fang and the Jiao family knew each other, and Jing Tan was more familiar with the third master Fang. Therefore, for this event, Xiaoguo had his eyes on the big fish, the third master Fang. If the third master Fang could contribute, Xiaoguo's right to speak as the vice president would definitely increase greatly. After all, Green Wing had just been established and there were several vice presidents. Their authority was temporary, and no one was willing to listen to anyone else. There were also people watching below, waiting for you to make a fool of yourself, so they were all thinking of using this event to show their abilities and secure their positions. Therefore, Xiaoguo personally went to visit the third master Fang. For Jing Tan's sake, the third master Fang didn't put on airs and simply accepted Xiaoguo's invitation. He also promised to donate a sum of money. Xiaoguo could talk to one of the third master Fang's assistants about the specific details. After the third master Fang finished the business with old Lu, he mentioned this event. When old Lu heard this, he thought that the reason his son had become so lively and cheerful was because of cats. Suddenly he was interested. Donating some money was a small matter, and it could be considered spending money to buy peace of mind. Of course, the third master Fong probably didn't have time to attend the event in person. His subordinates would go on his behalf. However, for Xiaogua, as long as this person was willing to donate money, it was already the greatest success. The third master Fong, old Lu, and Xiaogua were all busy people. As for Jing Tan in general, there weren't many changes. His days were still quite comfortable and it wasn't too boring. Every few days he had something to do and it was still something to earn money. Think about it, which cat could do this and still earn money to support the family? The Jiaopa was on the other side of the ocean. Every week he would chat with the Jiaopa on the chat software to find out what was happening at home. However, the Jiaopa wasn't there. Sometimes it wasn't convenient to talk about things at the pet center, so the Jiaoma was the one making the decisions. However, the Jiaoma didn't have much time. Occasionally, Xiaogua would send an email to the Jiaopa when he had some problems with the cat food advertisement that weren't easy to solve. Some time ago, because of the public service advertisement, the Jiaopa was the one making all the decisions. In fact, Jing Tan was quite famous in a small circle. However, at the request of the Jiaopa, a lot of information about Jing Tan was kept confidential and very low-key. And this time, Jing Tan didn't have many scenes in the public service advertisement, because his appearance didn't meet the requirements. Compared to other cats, black cats were always mysterious, evil, and domineering. Jing Tan's appearance really didn't make people feel sorry for him. Therefore, in order to achieve the desired effect, Xiaogua chose a few cubs with an advantage in appearance. This kind of appearance was the easiest to arouse people's sympathy, especially for women. Jing Tan didn't care. He didn't want to act pitiful. However, as a cat with fans, Jing Tan definitely had to attend the event and wait for Xiaogua's arrangements. No one would associate Jing Tan with the cats in the Tsinghua University family compound. Because it was the first time Jing Tan attended such an event, the Jiaoma couldn't do anything else but work on the food. Jiaoma had an invitation from Xiaogua. She would also take the two children there and have a look. She even prepared the camera. Obviously, many customers at the pet center had been informed about this event. If they decided to go, the pet center would give them an admission ticket. Recently, the pet center had put up some advertisements about this event and sent out some tickets. Mao had spent a lot of money at the pet center a few days ago and became a member. Members were notified by a professional. Sounds interesting. Okay, prepare the ticket for me. I'll go and get it tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Mao took a slender plastic stick and swung it. The front end of the plastic stick was tied with a string, and the other end of the string was tied with a stuffed animal. Mao leaned on the bed and held the stick to play with the cat. It watched the colorful cat jump left and right, running up and down the bed. "Daughter, I'll take you to the cat party." The colorful cat, who didn't understand Mao's words, grabbed the stuffed animal and pulled it. The tail of the stuffed animal was bitten off. The location of the Green Wings event was 6 or 7 stops away from Tsinghua University. Public service billboards were set up at 7 bus stops from Xiaogua's pet center to the event location. The funds for this event were all donated by various parties, and even some advertising companies gave a large discount. Jing Tan was taken behind the scenes by Xiaogua early. He was with a few cats that often filmed advertisements on Xiaogua's side, waiting to be placed in the exhibition area. Those cats looked calm, but Jing Tan couldn't stay calm. Because, including Jing Tan, the cats were all wearing a small prop. A small green wing that was similar to the logo of the Green Wings Association. It was to represent the image of the pet center. Jing Tan felt like a group of idiots wearing these wings. But those cats were probably used to being tortured by Xiaogua, so they didn't have much interest in the small wings on their backs. Jing Tan resisted the urge to tear off the green wings on his back. In the morning, Xiaogua said that he wanted to be an ambassador for the pet center, but Jing Tan didn't have the slightest interest. Ambassadors could be anyone who wanted to be. It was so annoying. He only hoped that today's event would end soon. In the exhibition area, the cats in the pet center only needed to lie on the big cat tree with the association's name and the pet center's name printed on it. As soon as Jing Tan was taken out, he stared at the cat carrier at the top of the cat tree. Originally, the first cat to be taken was the representative cat of the pet center, the American Shorthair Prince. It had to be said that Prince's appearance was an advantage and he looked very strong. But Jing Tan didn't care. After Prince jumped on the cat carrier, Jing Tan also jumped on it without waiting for him to pose. This cat tree was custom-made. It was a large model, and each cat carrier could accommodate at least 3 cats lying on it at the same time. Therefore Jing Tan didn't feel crowded when he jumped on it. When Prince saw Jing Tan he moved to the side, but Jing Tan didn't make a sound or move his paws. He just looked at him. After a few seconds, Prince pressed his ears and jumped to the cat carrier at the bottom. Then, Jing Tan occupied the highest point of the cat tree by himself, lying on top of it with a sour face. He was not in a good mood, so he looked at everyone with disdain. However, this attitude made people who passed by the cat tree think at the same time. This cat's aura was really strong. "Hey brother, what's the background of that black cat?" The person who asked the question was an employee of another pet hospital. They often had contact with cats, and they could tell who the leader was from the interactions between the cats. Originally they thought it was the American Shorthair, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. The American Shorthair just looked a little domineering, but when the black cat jumped on it, it was obvious who was better. The employee of the Mingming So Pet Center was surprised. "You don't know it? It's BC. BC?" The person was puzzled. The employee of the pet center didn't say much. He pointed to one of the billboards on the side. It was a cat food advertisement that Jing Tan had recently filmed. "Damn, it's this guy." At the main venue, after several organizers and guests gave their speeches, a series of promotional activities began. This time, the main purpose was to promote the TNR program to the public, so that residents who didn't know about it would have the opportunity to receive relevant education. The so-called TNR was Trap, Neuter, Release, abbreviated as TNR. It was used to replace the management of euthanasia and reduce the number of stray cats and dogs. It used scientific methods to continuously control the breeding of stray cats and dogs, which was also in line with the current popular spirit of humanity. Although the TNR program wasn't perfect, there was a limit to what the association could do. This method was also very controversial. After all, after the TNR program, cats could continue to disturb people, catch birds, and some stray cats and dogs attacking people and livestock. It could only be said that this event tried to let the public have a correct idea of animal breeding, but if they had to abandon them, please abandon them in the TNR area specified by the association. Some well-known companies represented by Shaoguang Group also donated a sum of money to build a stray cat and dog rescue station. This event also received support from the government, and the media was also more active. If it hadn't been for the things that happened a while ago, there might not have been such an effect. There were many people who brought their cats to participate in the event. These pet cats were also familiar with people. Most of them were not afraid of people, and with their owners next to them they were quite calm. They were only annoyed by a few reporters, so they shrank into their owners' arms. They didn't stretch out their claws like some cats with a slightly worse temper. After all, on this occasion, it was better to have a docile cat. They didn't let the bad-tempered cats come. It was because of this that the event was much smoother. "Dad, look, it's BC." Lu Yao pulled old Lu to the exhibition area of the obviously pet center. Because old Lu had told him before, little Lu Yao didn't call out Jing Tan's cat name in front of many people in the venue. Instead, he called out BC, a slightly famous stage name in the circle. Chapter 175. There was a donation box in each exhibition area. Next to the donation box stood two female employees with cat ears and sweet looks. They had friendly smiles on their faces. After Lu Yao came to the pet center exhibition area, he waved at Jing Tan, who was lying on the cat support board at the top. Jing Tan also gave him face and raised his paw to show his appreciation. Lu Yao came prepared that day. After greeting Jing Tan, he accepted a storage container that looked like a toy car from OL Lu. "This is my pocket money." Lu Yao handed the car-shaped money container to the female employee next to the donation box. The opening of the donation box was too small for Lu Yao's car-shaped money container to fit in. The female employee smiled gratefully and received the piggy bank from Lu Yao with both hands. They had a good impression of this kid, and one of the employees wanted to take a picture of this scene. This was a positive example and they could use it for publicity. No matter how much money was in the piggy bank, it was still the kid's kind intentions. However, old Lu refused and the employee could not say much. She could only secretly call her boss and ask him to come out and talk. After the donation, the employee who took the money container took out a cat-shaped note. People who came to donate could write their blessings and other things they wanted to say on the note and then paste it on the wooden board next to the wall. President Fong, don't you have something to do today?" Old Lu noticed Fang Xiaokong coming over and smiled. Jing Tan looked over. Fang Xiaokong did say that he did not have time today and that he had to go to Beijing. He did not expect him to come over at this time. Not only did he come, but Fang Xiaokong was also holding a little girl's hand. The little girl had a ponytail and her eyes were big. She looked smart and cute. She was curiously looking at the people and things around her. She looked slightly younger than little Pomelo. However, little Pomelo was more silent, and this child was more lively. Things have changed. I didn't leave. This is my daughter, Fang Mengmeng. Fang Xiaokong did not explain much, and old Lu did not intend to get to the bottom of it. At this time, some reporters were at the main venue. They were interviewing a few important figures such as Yi Hao. Yi Hao did not come to donate because he loved cats or was kind. He mainly wanted to use this event to establish a positive image in front of the public. Therefore, there were basically no reporters in the exhibition area, and not many people knew the third master Fang and old Lu. Fang Xiaokong lifted Fang Mengmeng up and placed her on his neck. Come, say hello to BC. On the way here, Fang Xiaokong had told his daughter that Fang Xiaokong was more familiar with the name Black Charcoal. Every time she called Fang Xiaokong, she would hear about Zheng Tan. Fang Xiaokong even showed her some photos he had taken with his phone. In order to avoid harassment from the people who came to participate in the event, Zheng Tan had deliberately chosen this high ground. Therefore, if someone wanted to come into contact with Zheng Tan, it would be difficult for someone shorter to do so. Fang Xiaokong was not short, but even though Fang Mengmeng was riding on Fang Xiaokong's neck, the cat-holding board was still a little taller than her. However, as long as she raised her arm, she could easily touch the scratching board. Fang Mengmeng, who was riding on Fang Xiaokong's neck, looked at Zheng Tan. She did not know much about cats and she did not have a cat at home. However, many of her relatives had dogs. Therefore, seeing Zheng Tan in person, Fang Mengmeng was a little afraid. She had heard that cats like to scratch people and had seen her classmates being scratched by cats. Say hello, high five. Fang Xiaokong patted his daughter's calf and looked at Zheng Tan. Fang Mengmeng looked at Zheng Tan and hesitated for a moment. She had no choice. Cats that were good-looking and docile always attracted people's attention and were easier to get close to. However, black cats like Zheng Tan always gave people a sense of alienation and danger. Zheng Tan saw the fear in Fang Mengmeng's eyes. He gave her face and took the initiative to raise his hand and extend it towards Fang Mengmeng, keeping his sharp claws. With Fang Xiaokong's encouragement, Fang Mengmeng also reached out her small hand and touched Zheng Tan's paw. Fang Xiaokong was about to put his daughter down, but unexpectedly, Fang Mengmeng grabbed Fang Xiaokong's hair with one hand and kicked it with the heel of her foot. Give me another one. In the entire Fang family, probably only his daughter would dare to ride on Fang Xiaokong's neck and grab his hair like this. However, Fang Xiaokong was still laughing happily when his hair was grabbed. Nowadays, many families only had one child and treated them like treasures. After Zheng Tan and Fang Mengmeng high-fived again, Fang Mengmeng was completely unafraid. After the third high-five, she didn't let go of her hand. Instead, she directly reached out to Zheng Tan and pulled his beard. Zheng Tan was speechless. Although she didn't pull hard and Zheng Tan didn't feel any pain, it was enough to make him depressed. Why did children like to pull cat tails and beards? Lu Yao looked at them enviously. Then old Lu grinned and lifted Lu Yao up to his neck. Now, father and son were getting closer and closer. Old Lu had a smile on his face all day. Zheng Tan patiently bumped hands with Lu Yao and Fang Mengmeng a few times. Fang Mengmeng heard that Lu Yao had donated his pocket money. She didn't have any money with her, but she had brought her father with her. Fang Xiaokong dug into his pockets. There was about 600 to 700 yuan in cash. The rest were all cards. People like them didn't carry much cash, so Fang Mengmeng stuffed all the money they took out into the donation box. Zheng Tan looked at Lu Yao and Fang Mengmeng. Two rich second-generation heirs who spent lavishly. Didn't they see the smile on the cat-eared employee's face? On the other side, Lu Yao and Fang Mengmeng were pasting blessings on the wooden wall. Old Lu and Fang Xiaokong only cared about their children. Zheng Tan stood on high ground and noticed someone sneaking away. Heir Mao had brought black rice here to participate in the event. He wanted to come over and insult Zheng Tan, but he didn't expect to see Fang Xiaokong. Hence, Heir Mao immediately turned and left. However, before Heir Mao could breathe a sigh of relief, his face froze again. Heir Mao. You're actually in Chuhua City? Zhao Le said in surprise. To prevent Heir Mao from escaping, Zhao Le grabbed Heir Mao's clothes tightly. F***CK. What kind of luck is this? Heir Mao was very regretful. His luck seemed to be very bad recently. Previously he was caught by Fang Xiaokong. Today he was caught by Zhao Le. He couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Heir Mao was still thinking about how to sneak away when Zhao Le dragged him to the rest area at the side of the exhibition area. There were many people with cats sitting there and chatting. Coincidentally, someone got up and left an empty table. Zhao Le looked at Heir Mao as if he was looking at an alien. What, It's only been 2 years and you don't recognize me anymore? Even if he was caught, Mao's tone was still aggressive. Zhao Lu was his peer, not Fang Xiaokang. He didn't need to restrain himself. You've changed a lot, at least you look that way. Zhao Lu still remembered Mao's ruffian image. Mao's father was so angry that he wanted to beat him a few times with a stick. Like a good citizen. Zhao Lu nodded affirmatively. Mao didn't say anything. However, Black Rice, who was locked in the pet bag, wasn't so quiet. He grabbed the bag with his paws and meowed. Mao quickly opened the bag and carried Black Rice out. Fortunately, Black Rice didn't plan to run around. He squatted on the table and looked around curiously, as well as the other cats that followed his owner. A chinchilla jumped onto the table, but the next moment, it was slapped down by Black Rice. However, this situation was very common among cats, so the owner of the chinchilla didn't complain. She smiled at Mao and left with the chinchilla. Good job. Mao patted Black Rice's head proudly, then took out a bag of cat food from his pocket. There was a disposable paper cat bowl under the table. Mao poured some into it as a reward for Black Rice's performance just now. Since when did you like cats? Zhao Lu couldn't help but ask. Mao didn't answer. Instead he asked, why are you here? Someone from the company donated. I just came to take a look. As she spoke, Zhao Lu looked at the exhibition area where Jing Tan was. She was just going to take a look. She didn't expect to bump into Mao. Mao followed Zhao Li's gaze. There were many people blocking his view. He couldn't see what was going on in the exhibition area, nor could he see Fang Xiaokang and the others. He could only see the black cat lying on the highest point. Jing Tan was also paying attention to them. He saw the situation just now. He thought that Mao and Zhao Lu knew each other and they were very close. Mao looked at the black cat lying on the highest point, then looked at Zhao Lu. Do you know that black cat? Mao was just casually asking to change the topic. He didn't expect Zhao Lu to nod. Yes, I know it. We're quite close. Why do you know it too? Zhao Lu noticed Mao's constipated expression. Although Mao hid it well, Zhao Lu still noticed it. Zhao Lu was much more sensitive in observing people's expressions now. I don't know it. Mao was expressionless, but he cursed the black cat 1,000 times in his heart. F***ck, no wonder his luck wasn't good recently. Now that he thought about it, it was all because of that black cat. It was all because of it. Mao didn't want to stay here any longer. He ignored Zhao Li's question and left. He didn't want to be caught by Fang Xiaokang again. Moreover, he didn't know if he would meet any acquaintances later. He didn't expect to meet so many acquaintances at an ordinary charity association event. In the end, Zhao Li still didn't get Mao's current address from him. However, getting his phone number was a big gain today. Jing Tan couldn't hear the conversation between Mao and Zhao Lu. He could only guess from their attitudes. As expected, Mao had a powerful background. Zhao Lu didn't send anyone to follow Mao after he left. It would be futile. Such methods wouldn't work on Mao. After thinking about it, Zhao Lu typed a message and sent it to Wang Bin. Mao needed Wang Bin to deal with him. It was the weekend. Wang Bin rarely had time to go back to Chuhua City to visit his parents. However, his father was busy with work and hadn't returned home yet. Wang Bin's mother was complaining to Wang Bin about some things in her life recently. When she heard Wang Bin's phone ring, she stopped talking and signaled her son to look at the phone first. Wang Bin had 2 phones. Judging from the sound, it was his personal phone. He didn't think it was anything important at first. However, after reading the message, his expression changed and returned to normal. He calmly put his phone back into his pocket. What's wrong? Wang Bin's mother asked. Nothing. Please continue. After his mother finished nagging and went to rest, Wang Bin went back to his room and closed the door. With a complicated expression, he dialed the number Zhao Li gave him. Hearing the beeping sound from the phone, Wang Bin pondered what he should say to his twin brother when the call connected. After a few rings, the call finally connected. Wang Bin was about to speak when he heard a loud shout from the other side of the phone. Daughter. That's a phone. You can't throw it. Wang Bin was speechless. Daughter? Where did the daughter come from? An illegitimate daughter? Was there going to be a storm in the family? Chapter 176. Mao's phone was slapped from the table into the bucket by his daughter. At that time, Mao was in a bad mood. He didn't know what to do after coming back from the other side, so he brought a bucket of water to wipe the table. The beer he drank yesterday spilled on the table as well as the oily soup he ate some time ago. Seeing his daughter sniffing around the table, Mao rolled up his sleeves and brought a bucket of water over. He used the towel he tore yesterday to practice his hand strength to wipe the table. The phone was placed on the bedside table. When Mao was wiping the computer table, Wang Bin called. The ringing of the phone startled Black Me, who was squatting next to it. It slapped the phone and coincidentally it hit the answer button. Cat owners knew that cats had a habit of being untouchable. Therefore, after the first claw there would be a second claw. Black Me's second claw slapped the phone down. What was even more coincidental was that Mao put the bucket next to the bedside table. The bedside table was where he started wiping. Therefore, after Wang Bin heard Mao's roar, there was the sound of something falling into the water. Then there was no reply from the other side. Mao took out the phone from the bucket with a depressed face. He looked at the darkened screen. There was no response when he turned it on. He removed the battery and took out the hairdryer to blow at it. It was useless. Well, this phone couldn't be used anymore. Mao helplessly looked at Black Me, who was squatting on the table innocently. He rubbed his forehead and suddenly understood the complicated feelings of cat owners. However, he didn't want to go out today. He would buy a new phone tomorrow. He could just use the chat app to contact people. There was no rush. He just didn't know who called him just now. Wang Bin tried to call a few more times, but the other side didn't pick up. He was sure that the voice that roared just now was his twin brother, and after hearing the content of Mao's roar, Wang Bin was eager to know what was going on with his daughter. Today, when he was listening to his mother's nagging, he was still talking about when Mao would get a proper girlfriend, get married, have children, and then stay at home obediently. Wang Bin didn't like to fight unprepared battles. If Mao really caused trouble, he had to prepare in advance. Otherwise, there would be a lot of arguments at home. Of course, he had to find Mao first. However, Wang Bin did not have much time to stay in Chuhua City. After calling Zhao Lu to find out more, Wang Bin recalled seeing the black cat at his third uncle's banquet, but he didn't have much of an impression of it. They could definitely find Mao if they used some professionals or some tough methods, but they couldn't use those methods. Otherwise, it would definitely have the opposite effect. Similar things had happened before. Asked the owner of the cat. Zhao Lu heard that the family lived in the family compound of Chuhua University. Basically, no one was there during the day. Even if there were children, Zhao Lu didn't want to disturb them. After a moment of silence, Wang Bin dialed the phone number of a friend in Chuhua City. That guy was bored out of his mind, so Wang Bin wanted to find something to do. If there was no result, Wang Bin planned to come to Chuhua City next weekend and visit the cat's owner in person. Just like what the third Master Fang had said, most of the people who knew Mao would never have thought that Mao would live in a family compound in the university. Therefore, Wang Bin directly ignored the possibility of Mao living around there. On Zheng Tan's side, Zheng Tan, who was bored like an idiot at the exhibition area, followed the Jiao family home. It was already afternoon when the Jiao Ma brought the two kids to the event, so they directly waited for the event to end before leaving with Zheng Tan. Of course, this was all done in secret. No one knew that the arrogant BC, who occupied the highest spot on the cat support board, would be with the Jiao Ma trio. As for the salary settlement, Xiaoguo would naturally transfer it to his card. This was discussed with the Jiao Pa, so Zheng Tan didn't have to worry about it. After the event, Zheng Tan had nothing to do for the next few days, so he strolled around the campus. Soon Zheng Tan's mood was not so good. He realized that someone was spying on him. This feeling was very unpleasant. Fortunately, the person who was spying on him was an idiot. When Zheng Tan was being spied on, there was also someone following him, but that person probably valued cats more and paid attention to hiding himself. But this time, not only was he not hiding, he was blatantly telling Zheng Tan, "Hey, I'm spying on you." For the third time, Zheng Tan looked at the young man in a casual suit and sunglasses with his hands in his trouser pockets. He thought back to recent events. Was it because of the Green Wings Association's event that he was being spied on? No, it couldn't be. Zheng Tan overturned this guess. It wasn't that Zheng Tan was belittling himself, but from the event and the exhibition that day he knew that as a cat, he really didn't have much weight. Other than a few people that Zheng Tan knew, such as the third Master Fang Old Lu, and Zhao Lu, most of the people who had some status in the past had ulterior motives such as Yihao, some media and some politicians. The person who was spying on him was wearing expensive clothes and didn't look like someone who lacked money. Also, logically speaking, no one would recognize that BC was the stray cat that hung around Chuhua University all day. There were so many black cats and they looked alike, so why were they spying on him? After stretching, Zheng Tan jumped down from the tree and walked along a path. Since the person in sunglasses wanted to follow him, then he would let him. As long as he didn't regret it. The man in sunglasses just made a phone call out of boredom, probably to his girlfriend. I'm not in the company right now, I'm out to relax. Yes, it's spring, the season of birds and flowers. Okay, I'll talk to you later, I still have things to do. Come baby kiss. Seeing Jing Tan leave, the man in sunglasses quickly hung up and followed. Although he promised to help his friend, it was really too boring. However, he could see many good-looking female university students on campus, and it would be even better if he could have a romantic encounter. Unfortunately, the black cat lay on the tree for an hour, so he could only call someone to kill time. Jing Tan was now very familiar with Tsinghua University. No matter if it was crowded or remote, he had been to all of them. Just like the man in sunglasses said, now was indeed the season of birds and flowers. However, in some places the birds didn't mean the flowers were fragrant. Jing Tan's pace wasn't fast, and he looked like he was leisurely strolling and enjoying the afternoon. The man in sunglasses continued to follow him. Then he smelled a strange smell. There was no one else on this path, only Jing Tan and the man behind him. The students who had classes were all in class, and the students who didn't have classes would study by themselves, so they wouldn't choose this angel's path. The man in sunglasses looked at his surroundings calmly, and was thinking that Tsinghua University was indeed a century-old school, and the greenery was great. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard a light pop on his shoulder. The man in sunglasses turned his head to look, and his face immediately turned green. A white and gray lump had smashed on his shoulder, and he couldn't wipe it off even if he wiped it. Jing Tan quickened his pace and ran out of this path. He usually didn't take this path as there were many birds here, and this path was also one of Tsinghua University's Angel's Path, *T. He heard the man in sunglasses curse, and he thought that he must have been hit. Therefore, Jing Tan didn't plan to stay for long. Those birds with no integrity wouldn't hold back just because there were people below. Actually, not everyone who walked this path would hit the jackpot. It was just a matter of probability, but the man in sunglasses had hit the jackpot more than once today. There was even a lump on his sleeve. This lump was a little red and he didn't know what the bird had eaten. In short, the man in sunglasses didn't stop cursing. While Jing Tan was secretly happy, he also heard some problems from the man in sunglasses' words, and it involved Wang Bin and Air Mao. What made Jing Tan understand was a phone call the man in sunglasses made after he left this path. Wang Bin, let me tell you, in order to help you, I've gone through all kinds of hardships and suffering. The man in sunglasses said as he walked while holding the phone. He had already taken off his jacket and was holding it in his hand. After he saw the black cat jump onto a stone bench, he also found a stone bench and sat down. You didn't see Air Mao? Where's the cat? Wang Bin asked after listening to the man's complaints. The cat is 1 meter away from me, right next to me. Don't worry, I'm watching. I'll definitely catch Air Mao. The man in sunglasses was very confident. Then what was the look in its eyes when it looked at you? Wang Bin paused and said with uncertainty. He heard a lot about the black cat from Zhao, and he knew that this cat was different from normal cats. Look? What else could it be, a cat's look? The man in sunglasses casually looked at the stone bench next to him and happened to meet Jing Tan's eyes, which looked like he was looking at an idiot. The man in sunglasses choked on the second half of his sentence. After a long time he said, F***ck. Beast, I remember telling you to be careful when you're following. Don't be too obvious. Wang Bin sighed. Cough, isn't it just a cat? Look at you guys being so cautious. Forget it, this is just a coincidence. I'll continue to follow. Who knows when I'll see Air Mao run out. The man in sunglasses hung up the phone, took off his sunglasses, and looked seriously at the cat on the stone bench next to him. Hey, are you deliberately playing with me? The man in sunglasses asked. Jing Tan ignored him and squatted there, pretending to be stupid. Although this man was stupid, he didn't mean any harm to him. After the man in sunglasses asked the question, he laughed at himself, thinking that he must have been hit by bird poop and became stupid. He actually asked a cat like that. However, the man in sunglasses had an idea. He once heard a friend say that if a dog heard someone call its owner's name, the dog would go straight to its owner. Could this method be used? It should be possible. Thus, the man in sunglasses started to chant Air Mao to Jing Tan, as if he was chanting scriptures. Jing Tan couldn't help but jump off the stone bench and leave. The man in sunglasses followed behind him. When he passed by a big trash can, he raised his hand and threw the balled-up jacket into it. Jing Tan pulled his ear. He sighed in his heart, what a prodigal. In fact, Jing Tan forgot that when he was still human, his style of doing things was similar to this man's. The man in sunglasses followed behind Jing Tan and was about to say something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. He immediately sped up and ran in that direction. The line between 2 points was the shortest, so the man in sunglasses decided to cross the lawn. There were metal railings around the lawn, so the man in sunglasses jumped. One leap. When the man in sunglasses' right foot landed, it happened to step on the poop that Sahara had taken when it broke free from the rope and came out to parkour this morning. However, this person didn't realize it. Jing Tan looked. It turned out that Air Mao had come back from outside and coincidentally bumped into the man in sunglasses. It had to be said that this was really a coincidence. When Jing Tan jogged back to the east courtyard, Air Mao and the man in sunglasses had probably already talked for a while. When he reached the 3rd floor, the door to Air Mao's room wasn't closed tightly. Jing Tan could hear the two people talking inside. I didn't expect you to find a place like this to stay. Are you trying to increase your knowledge? The Air Mao student who even forgot to write the word suitable when writing an essay? This was the voice of the man in sunglasses. Back then, who was the one who wrote his name, Qin Tao, instead of Qin Shou, and wrote 2 pages full of paper and was sent back by the teacher for rewriting. Then, as if he had been wronged, he took the initiative to spread his grievance to the whole class? People who don't even write 3 dots less when writing their own names have no right to criticize me. This was Air Mao's voice. Jing Tan. Chapter 177. It was a little windy today. The wind that blew in from the ventilation window in the corridor pushed the door open a little. Jing Tan thought for a while and walked in to see if the man in sunglasses and Air Mao would fight. For Jing Tan, watching a fight was a great way to pass the time when he was bored. After Qin Tao and Air Mao argued with each other for a while, the atmosphere eased a little. However, Jing Tan could tell from their conversation that they were very familiar with each other and didn't seem to hate each other. Just as Jing Tan had guessed, Qin Tao, Air Mao, and Wang Bin had all grown up together. They had been classmates from elementary school to high school. The origin of the nickname Qin Shou was caused by Qin Tao himself. When he was in elementary school, he was punished to write his name. As a result, the character Tao in his notebook was missing 3 dots. It was full of dense and crooked Qin Shou. However, Qin Tao didn't notice it and passed it around in class. Then the nickname Qin Shou followed Qin Tao. However, only those who had a good relationship with Qin Tao or those who had a similar status dared to call him that. Otherwise, this guy would have already punched them. Compared to Wang Bin, Qin Tao and Air Mao had more revolutionary friendship. When they were in middle school, the two of them were always in the last 2 places in class. It was not that they were hopelessly bad at their studies, but because of their status, they were always thrown into classes with more top students and stronger teachers, while Wang Bin was always in the top 10. Therefore, in terms of common topics and their glorious deeds, Air Mao and Qin Tao would definitely have more to talk about. This was also one of the reasons why Wang Bin asked Qin Tao to come over. Speaking of which, why did you come to Chuhua City? Shouldn't you be enjoying yourself in Pearl City? Air Mao threw an unopened bottle of mineral water to Qin Tao. I got into some trouble and was sent here to learn from my uncle. Actually, it's just an idle job. There are people helping me with other things. I don't have to do it myself. It's so boring. After saying so much, Qin Tao opened the bottle and took a few gulps. When he turned his head, he saw the black cat standing at the door looking at him. Piff! Qin Tao was so agitated that he spat out the water in his mouth. His face turned red as he recalled the time when he was hit by bird droppings. After calming down, Qin Tao pointed at Jing Tan, who was standing at the door. Are you familiar with this cat? Although it was a question, his tone was firm. When he saw Jing Tan, Air Mao was a little surprised. However, when he remembered that he had forgotten to close the door, he was relieved. The security in this area was pretty good. The people who lived in the building were all teachers and retired old professors. They were all of good quality, so there was no need to be too vigilant. Why? Did you lose to it? Mao Er asked. Qin Tao told him about the bird poop that had been thrown at him. Tsk, why did you follow it for no reason? And why did you follow it so stupidly? It's good enough that it didn't lead you into other traps. Getting hit with bird poop is better than getting hurt, Air Mao said. It can't be? Is this cat that dangerous? Qin Tao looked at Jing Tan again. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. Air Mao sniffed. What's that smell? Qin Tao was crossing his legs. Air Mao's gaze finally fell on Qin Tao's shoes. You beast, you stepped on poop. Air Mao looked at him with disgust. Ah. Qin Tao crossed his legs and sniffed, then vomited. He quickly found a packaging bag, took off his shoes and threw them into the bag. He asked Air Mao for a pair of shoes to make do. No wonder I felt something was wrong when I was crossing the hurdles. Throwing the plastic bag with the poop shoes at the door, Qin Tao looked at the black cat that was still at the door. He felt that the cat was gloating and despising him. Zheng Tan was indeed gloating, but he despised Qin Tao's behavior of throwing away his dirty clothes and throwing away his shoes that stepped on poop. What a prodigal. Shaking his head, Qin Tao got rid of the uncomfortable feeling in his heart. He hit Mao's arm with the half-empty mineral water bottle. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come here to suffer. Meow. Lying on the computer table, black rice covered its ears and made a warning sound. It looked at Qin Tao with a fierce look. Hearing this sound, not only Zheng Tan but also Mao and Qin Tao, who were about to continue exposing each other, looked at black rice. For a moment, no one in the room spoke. Zheng Tan and Mao knew that this cat was absolutely fierce when it was angry, but Qin Tao was a bit confused. After a moment of silence, Qin Tao seemed to have thought of something. He took the mineral water bottle and hit Mao again. Meow. This time the warning sound was louder. Qin Tao looked at black rice, blinked and hit it again. Meow. This time not only was the warning sound louder but it also bared its teeth. The cat that was lying on its stomach also stood up. Ha 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 ha. Mao scooped up the black rice on the computer table with a smug look. My daughter is indeed protective of her father. Qin Tao was surprised that the cat was so protective of its owner. After hearing Mao's words, he looked constipated. Daughter? Yes. Mao happily raised one of black rice's front paws and waved it at Qin Tao. If you hit me with the bottle again, I'll let my daughter scratch you. Qin Tao snorted. Why do you want to raise a cat? Mao only briefly explained how it treated the cat abuser. I don't want to raise a cat that's too strong, but I also don't want a gentle cat that won't even catch mice. Also, the people at the pet center said that this cat should have been domesticated before, but for some reason, it became a stray for a period of time. However, in general it's quite friendly to people. Qin Tao looked at the cat that was nestled in Mao's arms obediently and discounted the word friendly in his heart. He didn't hit it again. Qin Tao explained the cause and effect of Wang Bin asking him to find Mao. So you followed this cat here? Mao turned its head and looked at Zheng Tan, who was squatting at the door. You sold me out? Zheng Tan pulled his ear. Today was definitely a coincidence. He really didn't plan to bring Qin Tao here. It was just that Mao appeared at that time. Mao and Qin Tao didn't expect to get any answers from a cat, so they continued to chat. When it was time, Zheng Tan went to pick up little Pomelo. When he returned to the family building, Mao's door was already tightly shut. He didn't hear any sound from inside, so it probably went out. The next day, Zheng Tan sent little Pomelo to school. When he was about to go home and go online, he saw that Mao's door was open again. Mao was becoming more and more disliked closing the door. It was probably because it always forgot to bring the key, and it wasn't good to use the wire to open the door, so it simply left it open. Anyway, there was a door control in the building. It could not only prevent random people from coming in, but also prevent the home cat from running out. After thinking about it, Zheng Tan opened the door and went in. According to the person yesterday, Mao's family would probably come looking for him. There was no one else in the house. Mao was playing games on the computer, and Black Rice was playing with something on the floor. After noticing that Zheng Tan had entered the house, it glanced at him, then continued to play with that thing with its claws. Zheng Tan saw that there was nothing to see today, so he was about to leave. Suddenly he saw the thing that Black Rice was playing with. Zheng Tan's eyes narrowed. He was a little confused and uncertain. He stopped walking towards the door and went back into the room. Probably because it was familiar with Zheng Tan and didn't think that Zheng Tan was a threat, Black Rice didn't show any hostility towards Zheng Tan. However, it seemed to be guarding against Zheng Tan taking its toy. Zheng Tan ignored Black Rice and went closer to look at the thing on the floor. It was a pendant. Black Rice was mainly playing with the rope of the pendant, but Zheng Tan's attention was all on the pendant. This thing was very familiar. It looked similar to the jade pendant that the weird old woman gave him. While Zheng Tan was thinking, Mao had finished playing around. Hey Black Coal, it's not good for you to always come in uninvited. Hey daughter, you can't play with this thing. Mao didn't care about Zheng Tan anymore. It quickly picked up the pendant and wiped it with its sleeve. Seeing that the pendant's rope was bitten and scratched, Mao wondered when it should change the rope. After all, this pendant had been changed a few times. After putting the pendant back, Mao saw that Zheng Tan was staring at it, so it waved its hand. Go back to your house and play. Don't steal Black Rice's cat food. There was an automatic feeding machine in the living room. There was always some cat food there, but Mao had never seen this black cat steal food. Zheng Tan went back in deep thought. Looking at Mao, that pendant seemed to be very important to it. When he was in Xiaopa's hometown, what did the old woman say? Zheng Tan thought for a while, then went to little Pomelo's wardrobe and took out a small bunch of keys from an inconspicuous corner. He moved his claws, inserted one of the keys into a hidden drawer on the cat tree, opened it, and found the jade pendant that the Jiaopa put inside. He looked at it carefully. It really looked like it. The words on it were similar. Was the person that the old woman was looking for related to Air Mao? Regardless of the relationship between the two, Zheng Tan decided to take the jade pendant and show it to Air Mao. Then he would know the answer. Air Mao wouldn't rob it. The Jiaopa wasn't there, so Zheng Tan couldn't inform him. If he could solve this problem, it would be a good thing. Didn't the Jiaopa always say that he wanted to repay the old woman? Hanging the pendant around his neck, Zheng Tan locked the drawer again, hid the key, and went downstairs to Air Mao's room. Air Mao started a new game. Black Rice was lying in a corner of the bed, sleeping. Zheng Tan jumped onto the computer table and stood next to the computer. Air Mao was shocked by Zheng Tan's action, but it was in the middle of the game and didn't look at Zheng Tan. It couldn't free its hands to push Zheng Tan off the table. Zheng Tan wasn't in a hurry. He squatted next to it and watched. When Air Mao finally finished a game, before it could talk to Zheng Tan, its new phone rang. Zheng Tan looked at Air Mao's impatient face as it talked on the phone, so he played with the mouse out of boredom. Air Mao noticed Zheng Tan's action and came up to stop Zheng Tan from closing its game interface. Suddenly, Air Mao paused and stopped talking. It looked at the jade pendant around Zheng Tan's neck and carefully observed it. The person on the other end of the phone was still talking, so Air Mao hung up. "Hey, I'll take it down and take a look. I'll return it to you later." Air Mao took the pendant off Zheng Tan's neck. Air Mao's first reaction when it saw the pendant around Zheng Tan's neck was, when did this cat steal its pendant and change the string? It noticed a slight difference. After all, it had been wearing the pendant for more than 10 years. It could notice the slight difference. Without a doubt, Zheng Tan's pendant was the real deal and not some inferior imitation. The quality of the jade was similar to the one Air Mao had. Even if Air Mao didn't know much about jade, it could feel that the quality of this pendant was similar to its own. It took out the pendant that it hadn't had time to change the string and compared it with the pendant. Chapter 178. Air Mao had been wearing this pendant since he was very young, but he didn't know much about it. He only had this one pendant. Even Wang Bin didn't have the one his mother gave him. Air Mao only remembered his mother saying, "Wear it for the blessing of your ancestors." But the problem was that Air Mao's maternal grandparents were still alive. Even if Air Mao wasn't familiar with his parents' generation, he knew a little about them. After that, it was his own generation. This era didn't care much about clans. At least Air Mao didn't care about that. But that didn't mean that Air Mao wasn't curious. When a person was bored out of his mind, or was thinking about what to do to divert his attention, a small change could make him excited. Air Mao was one such example. Air Mao knew a little about the Jiao family. It shouldn't have any blood relations with them. What puzzled Air Mao the most was, why would such a valuable item be hung around a cat's neck? Based on his understanding of the Jiao family's schedule, there shouldn't be anyone in the Jiao family at this time. It was very likely that the cat put on the pendant by itself. "Hey Black Coal, where did you get this?" Air Mao held two jade pendants that were almost the same. He raised his finger and poked Zheng Tan. "Tell me who gave it to you. Maybe it's my relative. Just like in the books, there's a beautiful distant cousin living alone outside, waiting for me to rescue her." Zheng Tan thought about the old woman in the village who was carelessly hugging a cat. He then looked at Air Mao's expectant expression. If he could speak, Air Mao would definitely be shocked to death. Of course, even if he could speak, he couldn't tell Air Mao the truth. What if Air Mao didn't have a cousin and was only interested in a poor old woman and went all the way to find her? Did he have to keep this pendant for a year or two? The sooner he solved the problem, the better. Air Mao asked a series of questions. Some of the questions might have been directed at Zheng Tan or himself. It was rare for him to encounter something so meaningful, but he didn't want to contact his family at the moment, so he couldn't get an answer to his questions. Zheng Tan did not know how to respond. He glanced around the room and found a map in the corner of the room under a large backpack. Jumping off the table, Zheng Tan walked over to take a look. He raised his paw and flipped the corners of the map that were not covered. One side was a provincial map, and the other side was a city map of Chuhua City. Very good. Air Mao stopped talking to himself and looked at Zheng Tan. The map was bought by Air Mao when he first came to Chuhua City. At that time, Air Mao bought this map mainly because he wanted to visit some of the scenic spots in Chuhua City. At the same time, there were also bus stops marked on the map for convenience. Come to think of it, it had been quite some time since she had used it as a cushion for her bag. Looking at Jing Tan, Air Mao rubbed the 2 jade tags with his fingers. He walked over and lifted the backpack, took out the map and put it on the ground in front of him. The map facing up happened to be a provincial map. Jing Tan looked at the county markings on it and raised his paw to press on Qingyang City. Air Mao was silent for a while, then asked, "Qingyang?" Seeing that the black cat in front of him didn't respond, Air Mao said again, "If yes, waggle your tail vertically. If no, waggle your tail horizontally." Jing Tan wagged its tail vertically. "Qingyang." Air Mao sat cross-legged on the floor and looked at the map. Then he took out a pen and paper from the drawer of the bedside table and wrote it down. In fact, Jing Tan was quite puzzled. Why would Air Mao use such a way of wagging its tail to confirm what it wanted to express? Moreover, Air Mao was quite receptive to this method. Looking at Black Rice, who was sleeping on the edge of the bed, Jing Tan didn't think that Black Rice could understand this method. Moreover, this wasn't the first time. Jing Tan couldn't directly write the answer on the paper or type it on the computer. That would be out of line. Jing Tan didn't want to be seen as a monster. When Jing Tan left, Air Mao put the pendant back on Jing Tan's neck. Judging from Air Mao's appearance, it would definitely investigate. Jing Tan just had to wait. Although it was sometimes silly, Jing Tan knew that Air Mao wasn't stupid. Therefore, he wasn't worried that Air Mao couldn't find any clues. During dinner, Air Mao wore the pendant outside and went to the Jiao family to borrow a roll of toilet paper. After chatting with Jiao Ma for a while, it went downstairs. Sitting in front of the computer, Air Mao stared at the booting screen but didn't touch the mouse. He now knew that it was Associate Professor Jiao's hometown. When he went upstairs to chat with Jiao Ma, he found out the specific location of Associate Professor Jiao's hometown. However, Jiao Ma didn't have any special reaction to the jade pendant. The 2 children also had the same reaction. Therefore, the jade pendant was most likely from Associate Professor Jiao. The next day, Air Mao called Jing Tan to the 3rd floor and continued wagging its tail. "This thing belongs to Associate Professor Jiao?" Jing Tan wagged his tail. "Associate Professor Jiao gave it to you?" He wagged his tail. When Jing Tan was getting impatient from wagging his tail, they finally reached the key point. "After we go to Associate Professor Jiao's hometown, can you take me to find him?" He wagged his tail. Air Mao originally planned to send an email to Associate Professor Jiao if it didn't work out. However, now that there was progress, he decided to look for him personally. Things with suspense are more interesting. Only when the answer is revealed will there be a sense of accomplishment. Air Mao was very excited and jumped on the spot. He was so excited that he couldn't control his voice. On a whim, he sang, "Sister Lin fell from the sky like a light cloud that just rose." After singing these 2 lines, Air Mao forgot the rest of the song. 2 seconds later, another voice drifted in from outside the window. "I only thought that heat was frivolous, but it turns out that his bones are exquisite, not vulgar." The window and the door to the balcony weren't closed. At this time the surroundings were very quiet, so the voice could be heard clearly. Air Mao rushed out of the balcony and looked to the 4th floor. General was shaking his head by the iron fence. When he saw that Air Mao didn't continue, he continued to sing. "Air Mao. *CK. *CK, this guy can even sing you opera." Jing Tan secretly shook his head. These 2 idiots cooperated well. However, he imagined Air Mao meeting the old lady. He hoped that Air Mao wouldn't feel that the world was full of evil. For the next few days, Air Mao planned how to get Jing Tan to lead the way. First, he had to find a way to get Jiao Ma's permission before he could bring Jing Tan out. It would take at least 1 day to go and come back. However, Air Mao felt that time was too tight. It would take at least 2 days. Hence, Air Mao thought of Celestine. In the end, Celestine came up with an excuse in his name. Celestine took Jing Tan out to play more than once. Jiao Ma didn't think much of it. Moreover, after Jiao Pa went abroad, Celestine and the others had been helping to take care of the Jiao family. Jiao Ma didn't say much after a few words of advice. Air Mao had to ask Celestine for advice on how to bring a cat out. After all, Jing Tan's cat was different from other cats. If you wanted to use a normal pet bag, Jing Tan wouldn't even look at it. The day they decided to go out was a Sunday. Air Mao reluctantly sent Black Rice to the pet center. He could only ask the people at the pet center for help these few days. The sky was a little gloomy. The weather forecast said that it would rain these few days. Air Mao borrowed Celestine's car and drove out to Shenyang. Jing Tan was sleeping in the back seat. There was a travel bag next to him. Jing Tan had to squat in the bag when he went out on foot. Not long after Air Mao left, Wang Bin, who wanted to talk to Air Mao, came to the eastern courtyard of Tsinghua University. He found that the place Air Mao rented was empty. Professor Lan, who lived across the street, saw Wang Bin, who looked like Air Mao, and kindly told him that Air Mao went out, probably somewhere far away but didn't know where exactly. Jing Tan was sleeping in a daze. He was woken up by the sudden ringing of his phone. He looked at Air Mao, who was driving, and picked up the phone with one hand and turned it to silent mode. Jing Tan couldn't sleep. He looked out of the car window. It was raining heavily. After arriving in Shenyang, Air Mao booked a room in a hotel. He parked his car in the hotel parking lot. Then he carried his bag out and went to the bus stop to take a taxi. The reason why he didn't drive directly to the village was that Air Mao didn't know the way. He only knew which town and which village it was. If he drove himself, not only would Celestine's car suffer, but Air Mao also wouldn't be able to find the place. After thinking about it, he decided that it was better to take a taxi directly. Jing Tan didn't know the way to the village either. During the spring festival, the Jiao Pa drove, and Jing Tan was only responsible for looking at the scenery and sleeping. There were buses in the bus stop that went directly from the city to the town below. Although pets were not allowed in the bus stop, the management of this small bus stop was not strict. They didn't check luggage, so Air Mao's little tricks didn't come in handy. When they arrived in Shenyang, the sky began to clear up. The bus that Air Mao wanted to take was in high demand, and people got on the bus before buying the ticket. There was no such thing as booking in advance. There were many people around the bus stop who were in charge of soliciting passengers. It was noisy. Jing Tan felt stuffy in the bag, but it wasn't so good outside either. Looking out through the gap, Jing Tan felt a little dizzy when he heard people shouting and running around in local dialect. Whether it was in the past or now, Jing Tan had never had such an experience. However, Air Mao seemed to be quite familiar with it. It smiled and chatted with the people who were soliciting passengers outside the bus stop. That bus was already full, but the people who were soliciting passengers continued to get people on the bus. Those people were already used to it. Looking at the bus that was smaller than the bus in Chuhua City, but full of people, Jing Tan felt uneasy. Was it really okay? Was it seriously overloaded? Air Mao decided to wait for the next bus. It wasn't that Air Mao didn't want to squeeze in, but that Jing Tan couldn't. If he did, he would probably be squeezed into a cat meat pie. After waiting for 2 hours, the next bus came. Air Mao went up and grabbed a seat. Jing Tan was relieved. It felt good to have a seat. Jing Tan felt that the bus ride was quite bad. There were all kinds of smells, all kinds of noises, and a child kept crying. It hurt his ears, so Jing Tan regretted this trip. There were ups and downs along the way, but generally speaking, the bus was emptier as they went further. When they finally arrived at the bus stop, Jing Tan opened the zipper of his bag and breathed in the fresh air outside. Air Mao didn't complain. It seemed that this guy had a lot of similar experiences. When he came to the village during the spring festival, the weather was good, so he didn't feel anything. Now it had just rained, so everywhere was wet and deserted. Occasionally he could see 1 or 2 pedestrians walking by. Air Mao could feel that his feet were heavier when he walked a few steps on the muddy road. There was a thick layer of mud on the soles of his shoes. He went to a small grocery store at the entrance of the village and asked for a pair of rain boots. Otherwise his sports shoes would be ruined. Air Mao, who was fully equipped, stood at the entrance of the village and looked at the road leading to the village. Okay, Sister Lin is just ahead. Chapter 179. When they arrived at the village, Jing Tan had to lead the way. Otherwise, Air Mao wouldn't know where to find them. The surrounding area was under construction again. They were preparing to build a flat path in front of each house. Jing Tan and the others arrived at a bad time. The construction had just started. Some of the stones on the surface had been removed, so there was a lot of mud. Some of the puddles could only be reached by stepping on stones that were specially placed there. Hey, Black Coal, bark when we're here. Don't let me pass, Air Mao said. After passing through the mud path, the road surface was slightly better. At least there was a small path paved with stones and bricks. This time, Jing Tan really had to come out of his backpack to lead the way. After a few steps, his paws were all covered in mud. There was nothing he could do about it. It was just that he didn't have shoes to wear. Jing Tan couldn't get rain boots like Air Mao. It had just rained and it wasn't the peak time to go out, so there weren't many people passing by. Originally, Jing Tan was worried that the villagers who had seen him during the New Year would recognize him. However, those villagers only glanced at him and didn't pay any attention. Perhaps, to the villagers, there was nothing special about such a cat. It was not a rare cat breed. Mongrel cats were everywhere, and a strong black cat was nothing special. Sometimes one shouldn't take oneself too seriously. This was Jing Tan's awareness. When they passed by the Jiao family's old house, Jing Tan saw that the door was closed. He guessed that the old man and woman had gone to town. They would probably come back after the surrounding roads were repaired. This made Jing Tan even more relieved. After the rain, the smell of mud entered his nose. In the Jiaopa's words, it was the smell of actinomycetes. Perhaps because of Air Mao's influence, Jing Tan was a little nervous when he approached the old woman's tile-roofed house. Although he knew that the person Air Mao was looking for was the old woman, Jing Tan had a strange feeling about the old woman. She wasn't as easy to fool as the old man and woman in the Jiao family. Is it here? Air Mao looked at the small village house, pushed open the gate and walked in. There was no noise around, so Jing Tan and Air Mao could hear the opera from the small tile-roofed house. Taking a deep breath, Air Mao stood in front of the rustic wooden door. Just as he was about to knock, the door opened from the inside. A 15-year-old girl carrying a basket was shocked when she saw Air Mao standing in front of the door. Air Mao's first thought was, "Hey, there really is a Sister Lin." This girl was not bad looking. Although she was a little tanned and her dressing was not as good as the children in the city, her looks were indeed passable. Jing Tan looked at the girl. She looked familiar. He must have seen her during the New Year, but she was definitely not from this house. The old lady lived alone. In this place, it was not uncommon for girls to stop going to school after finishing middle school at this age. Before Air Mao could ask, the little girl shouted into the house, "Granny, someone is looking for you." Then she left with the basket. She was only here to deliver something. People often came here to look for Granny, so she thought that the person in front of her had the same purpose and did not pay much attention to her. Looking at the situation, it was obvious that she was from another house. Otherwise, she would not have run away when she saw a guest. Air Mao sighed. It was different from what he had imagined. She was still a granny. After the Sister Lin image was destroyed, Air Mao was not very enthusiastic. The tile-roofed house was not big. The living room was clear at a glance and there was only one bedroom. Obviously the owner was in the bedroom. Jing Tan hesitated for a moment, but still followed Air Mao in. The lights were not on and the small window behind was closed. The light was not very good. The opera singing from the radio dispelled the depression brought by the darkness. The radio was a little old, and there were some rustling sounds accompanying the opera singing. It gave off a sense of antiquity. It was still the same wooden recliner. The same person was lying on the recliner, covered with a thin blanket. She looked like she was sleeping or resting with her eyes closed. However, because her back was to the window, Air Mao could not see the expression of the person lying on the recliner. The three-legged cat looked at Air Mao, then focused on Jing Tan. Obviously it recognized Jing Tan, but it did not intend to move. It changed its position and continued to sleep on the old lady's lap. Jing Tan moved uncomfortably. The atmosphere was a little strange. Neither of them opened their mouths. The only sound that could be heard was the static of the radio and an opera that could not be heard clearly. Air Mao was still thinking about the first sentence he should say. Nonsense was the first sentence in interpersonal relationships, but this time the situation was different. If it was any other time, Air Mao would have casually brought up a topic, but this time, he was here to look for Sister Lin. If he could not find Sister Lin, it would be fine to find someone of the same generation or the younger generation. He was not here to look for his ancestor. More elders meant more control. Air Mao was already having a headache with the elders in his family. They were always talking about what you should and shouldn't do, or praising other people's children. Moreover, under Wang Bin's contrast, Air Mao had already become a hooligan and good for nothing in the elders' words. If it were anyone else, they would have already decided to go straight to the point. They had come so far, driven, squeezed into a bus and stepped on a muddy road. Wasn't it just to find relatives? But Air Mao was different. Air Mao was not a good person. When he was wandering outside, he had seen many people from all walks of life. His way of thinking was poles apart from the rest of the family. Before he came, he had decided to look at the person first before deciding whether or not to acknowledge them. To put it bluntly, in Air Mao's heart, looking for people based on the pendant was just an excuse to divert his troubles and find something to do to change his mood. Jing Tan observed Air Mao and the old woman on the recliner. These two guys were not simple people, especially the old woman. Jing Tan did not believe that her ears were bad and she could not hear the shouting of the little girl in Air Mao's footsteps. In the end, Air Mao chose to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo. Anyway, the choice was in his hands. There was no hurry. Without Sister Lin, things would be boring and simple. What was there to see about the old woman? Air Mao dragged a chair over from the corner and sat down. He crossed his legs and looked around with a bored look. The opera on the radio changed one after another. Jing Tan yawned. There was a box of biscuits wrapped in paper on the table. Zheng Tan had seen this kind of local specialty during the New Year. He jumped on the table and sniffed the biscuits. There was no strange smell. Zheng Tan raised his paw and opened the paper. Let these two continue to confront each other. I'll fill my stomach first. Half an hour later, the old woman on the recliner moved. Mao was delighted. Ah, old woman, you can't take my patience anymore, right? Zheng Tan, who was drowsy, also looked over. The old woman sighed softly. Then she supported herself on the recliner and sat up slowly. She reached into her pocket and took out a porcelain bottle. She was old and her hands were not very steady. When she took something, her hands trembled. She pulled the cork several times before she succeeded. Zheng Tan's heart trembled. He was afraid that the old woman would lose her balance and throw the bottle away. Moreover, Zheng Tan was anxious for her as he watched her pull the cork out. If it was an impatient person, he would have gone to help her in the morning. Mao was more patient and did not go to help. He probably knew that the old woman in front of him was not a simple person, so he was still in a wait-and-see mode. Mao frowned when he saw that the old woman's every move was difficult and her hands were trembling. He still did not move or make a sound. The old woman rubbed her eyes. Then she carefully poured out small round balls in her palm. They looked like some kind of pills, such as quick-acting heart-relieving pills or compound salvia miltioriza dropping pills. Zheng Tan had seen many people take them. They looked similar. She was old and had many problems. During the New Year, Zheng Tan saw that she could play the arrow quite well. Why did it feel like she had one foot in the grave now? However, it was very dangerous for an old woman to fall ill. It was understandable that her mental state had changed so much. In addition, under the influence of the surrounding environment, there was a sense of bleakness and desolation. Her trembling hands made everything a little more difficult. Zheng Tan watched as she poured about 10 of those little balls into her mouth and swallowed them. She stood up and took a sip of water from the wooden stool beside her. Then she let out a long sigh. The radio was playing a piece of opera. The singing was easier to understand than before. Helpless flowers fall as if the familiar swallow returns. There was a strong sense of helplessness and sighs in the murmur. She could not stop the passage of time and the endless ups and downs of life. This feeling, this scene, and this possible blood relationship. If someone was more sensitive, they would have tears in their eyes. Even Mao felt that he had gone too far. It was just that he had not seen Sister Lin. Why was he arguing with an old woman? Dong. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Just as the old woman was about to put the lid back into her pocket, her hand trembled and the porcelain bottle fell to the ground. Fortunately, the ground was uneven and not cement, and the bottle was probably sturdy enough to not break. Zheng Tan pulled his ear and looked at Mao. Mao curled his lips. He stood up and walked over to pick up the porcelain bottle that had rolled under the table. He wiped the dust off the bottle but didn't see any words on it. He thought for a while, pulled out the cork and sniffed. Then Mao's face became strange and even a little twisted. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Old lady, what kind of elixir is in this bottle?" The old woman who was lying back on the recliner said calmly and slowly, "Hua Hua Dan." Zheng Tan, if he guessed correctly, this so-called Hua Hua Dan was that kind of snack. People in the 1980s were more familiar with this kind of snack. It was also called Chin Pai Dan, or rat poop. In Chuhua, this kind of snack was rarely seen. Zheng Tan's mood at this moment was so bad that even an alpaca could not calm his impulse to flip the table. F***ck, why was a small piece of junk food in such a high-end porcelain bottle? It was just a snack and they made it look so bleak and miserable. Mao held back his frustration and handed the bottle to the old woman. After taking the bottle, the old woman asked Mao, "Do you want to eat it? Tastes pretty good." "Eat my ass." Zheng Tan pulled his ear again. When faced with this kind of old woman, helpless, was not enough to describe it. As if she did not see Mao's expression, the old woman continued, "There's no taste in my mouth. At this age, every extra day is a gain. Eating snacks is better than taking medicine." She suddenly thought of something and pointed her finger generously. "Oh, there's a carton of pure milk under the bed. If you're thirsty, you can drink it. It's a good brand. It's often advertised on TV. It's not cheap. I drink it every day." Zheng Tan and Mao. Chapter 180. Zheng Tan stood on a fence post in the yard and yawned out of boredom. Then he looked down at an earthworm crawling on the ground. Inside the tiled house, the old lady and Mao were talking about their experiences over the years. Zheng Tan was not in the mood to listen to their stories, so he came out to get some fresh air. Actually, the old lady had already guessed that Mao and her were related by blood. Mao could not deny it even if he wanted to. According to seniority, Mao had to call the old lady grandaunt. Zheng Tan heard from the villagers that the old lady came to the village over 40 years ago. She was already 40 years old at that time. Counting the years, she would be 90 years old in another 2 years. After Zheng Tan yawned more than 10 times, the wooden door creaked open. Mao walked out from inside. From the expression on Mao's face, the two of them seemed to be having a good conversation. It did not look like it was being played by the old lady. "Let's go." Mao waved at Zheng Tan, indicating that they were ready to leave. Zheng Tan looked at the tiled house and then looked at Mao. Was it like this after the reunion? Not really. It was not convenient for Mao to take the old lady away. He did not drive here. Even if he did, it would not be easy to leave. He planned to go back first and discuss with his family before coming back to pick up the grandaunt. After all, this was not a small matter. Because Mao had set his phone to silent mode before coming here, he found that there were 19 missed calls when he was on the bus heading to Xinjiang district. All of them were from the same number, Wang Bin. However, Mao only glanced at them and did not call back. Zheng Tan heard Mao sighing all the way. He knew that Mao could not avoid talking to his family this time. After staying at a hotel in Xinjiang district for a night, they drove back to Chuhua City early the next morning. The journey back was quite smooth. The first thing Mao did when he arrived in Chuhua City was not to talk to his mother about the grandaunt. Instead, he went to the pet center to pick up Black Rice. Black Rice was probably angry at being left in the pet center. As far as Zheng Tan knew, Black Rice ignored Mao for the next 3 days. Even when Mao was holding its favorite plush toy, it only moved its paws perfunctorily. At first, Mao thought it was sick, but after it was sent to the pet center, everything was normal. The veterinarian jokingly said that the cat was probably throwing a tantrum. Mao waited on it for 3 days before it returned to its original state. After returning to Chuhua City from Shenyang, Mao was often not at home, and no one came to look for Mao. Celestine came once and took Zheng Tan to the night building to play. He also told Zheng Tan about Mao's family situation. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. For Mao, this new grandaunt was such a treasure. Previously, the elders in the family did not get along with Mao, but grandaunt changed and became Mao's biggest backer in Chuhua City. Grandaunt did not have a son, but she got along well with Mao. Seeing this, the elders in the family had nothing to say about Mao always running to grandaunt's place. Mao's grandfather even encouraged this behavior. It was said that whenever Mao quarreled with his father, he would run to grandaunt's place to seek refuge. With grandaunt around, Mao's father had to hold back his anger. Therefore, Mao did not have to hide anymore. Recently, he even bought a house for grandaunt by a scenic lake and hired someone to take care of it. The old lady gave face and chose Mao's house and rejected the arrangement of Mao's parents. "You really know how to cause trouble," Celestine said to Zheng Tan. With someone to rely on, Mao was a lot more arrogant, but he didn't move out of the East End compound. If Celestine hadn't told Zheng Tan wouldn't have known even if he was beaten to death. Mao's father was the head of the provincial government, and the residents of the entire East End compound probably wouldn't know that the provincial governor's son lived in the compound. Mao was arrogant, but that was only in comparison to how he used to hide from people and things. As long as Mao didn't say anything, no one would be able to guess his background. Furthermore, in a certain area, everyone only knew Wang Bin, the provincial governor's son, and was very unfamiliar with the name Wang Ming. In the compound, Zheng Tan lay on the branch of a tall Chinese parasol tree and looked down at Mao, who was walking his cat in the grass below. Recently, when this guy went out to walk his cat, he was wary of the cats around him as if they were wolves. Except for Huang, because Huang was the only male cat that had been castrated. Mao. A person sauntered over from the main gate of the compound. Zheng Tan looked over and recognized that this person was Qin Tao, whom he had lured to Heavenly Poop Road and smashed into 2 piles of bird poop. He was dressed pretty much the same as last time, in a casual suit and leather shoes, looking decent. "You left early again." Mao cast a glance at him. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so Qin Tao must have left early to come over. "I was bored sitting there. I played 2 games and lost 2 in a row, so I'm not in the mood anymore. I'm going back to sleep. I'll go to the bar at night and find a girl I like," Qin Tao said indifferently. In any case, he came over like this every day. Sometimes when the weather was bad, he would just sleep at home. It didn't matter if the company didn't have him. The employees all knew that he was just a decoration. Mao didn't comment on Qin Tao's answer. "I came over to tell you that it's my birthday this Saturday, 7 o'clock in the evening. I've booked a private room at Menhuasha, and I'll introduce you to some friends. When you get to know each other, we can play together. Don't stay with the cat all day, you're bored, Qingtao said disdainfully. Is Wang Bin going? Ermao asked. That guy is a real busy person now. He never participates in these kinds of activities. I've only seen him a few times since I came to Chuhua. But we're different from him. We're bad students who enjoy ourselves in time. Qingtao gave a you-know-what-I-mean look. Okay, 7 o'clock Saturday night, I'll be there on time. Ermao was relieved when he heard that Wang Bin wasn't going. Oh right, Qingtao glanced around, where's the black cat? Ermao raised his hand and pointed at the tree Jingtan was lying on. The leaves weren't very dense yet, so it was easy to see Jingtan's tail from below. Qingtao looked at the direction Ermao was pointing at. Jingtan also looked at Qingtao curiously. Why was this guy looking for him? Revenge? Ermao, bring the black cat with you on Saturday, Qingtao said. What? You're inviting a cat for your birthday? Are you a cat? Besides, you're not that close to it. No, why are you inviting it and not my daughter? Are you discriminating against me? Ermao stared. Hey, I really don't know what you cat slaves are thinking all day long. Why are your brains always turning to the wrong direction? Qingtao shook his head. It's my cousin. She has a bad temper, but she's very nice to cats. The problem is that she's never raised a cat well. It's either the cat ran away by itself or something happened to it. In short, she can't raise a cat herself, but when the cat is around, she's in a good mood. I don't know what's wrong with that girl recently, but it's like she ate explosives. You know, I'm taken care of by my uncle in Chuhua, so I have to take care of this girl. It's impossible for me not to invite her to my birthday party. With a cat around, I'm more assured. At least she won't throw a tantrum. Listening to Qingtao's words, Zheng Tan concluded that Qingtao wanted his birthday party to go smoothly and have a good time. He didn't want his cousin to mess things up and drag him over to accompany her. In Qingtao's eyes, Black Rice wasn't as reliable as Zheng Tan. Although this guy was a playboy, he still had a good eye. Accompany guests, Zheng Tan moved the tip of his tail. Why would he go if there were no benefits? As he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard Ermao under the tree say, 10,000. What? Qingtao was stunned and didn't understand what Ermao meant. I said, Ermao raised his index finger and pointed at the black cat on the tree, then extended it to Qingtao. That cat's appearance fee is 10,000. F***ck, do you think I'm inviting a golden cat? 10,000. $10,000 can buy hundreds of these cats. Oh, the cat traffickers have cheaper ones. You can buy a fat one for a few dozen dollars. Ermao wasn't in a hurry. He counted with his fingers and started to calculate the gains and losses. Think about it, if your cousin gets mad, the wine she smashes will cost more than this, right? Also, the tables, chairs, benches, and all kinds of compensation. Listening to Ermao's words, Zheng Tan nodded in his heart. This kid was teachable. Sometimes Ermao was quite useful. Okay, it's only $10,000. Let's do it this way. Saturday night, 7 o'clock. You and that black cat be on time. $10,000 was really nothing to Qingtao. After achieving his goal, Qingtao took a phone call and hurried away. It was a call from his assistant. There was an urgent document that he needed to sign. Although his position in the company was basically just for show, he still had to go through the necessary procedures. After driving out of Chuhua University, Qingtao suddenly remembered that the black cat wasn't Ermao's. What right did it have to talk about the appearance fee of other people's cats? Seriously, he was fooled when he wasn't paying attention. Qingtao really wronged Ermao. The reason why Ermao talked about Zheng Tan's appearance fee was because of Celestine. Celestine told Ermao that if it wanted Zheng Tan to do anything in the future, it better give something in return. Otherwise the cat would be perfunctory. If Zheng Tan knew the truth, he would definitely sigh. Sure enough, Celestine was more familiar with his way of doing things. After hearing Celestine's words, Ermao was thinking that since cat food and stuffed animals were useless, it would be better to ask for money directly. When the time came, it could just give the money to the Jiao family and say that it was a red packet from them as a thank you gift. Ermao was now much more familiar with the Jiao family. It often took the initiative to help the Jiao family move things. Therefore, when Ermao proposed to take Zheng Tan out to play, Jiaoma hesitated for a while but still agreed. With Celestine in front of her, and Ermao and Celestine being brothers, plus the fact that her cat liked to go out to play, Jiaoma could only sigh in her heart. Her cat had been raised astray. However, if she didn't allow it to go out to play, she couldn't bear to see it lying listlessly on the sofa with its ears down. In short, it was spoiled. On Saturday, Zheng Tan still had dinner at home. As for Qingtao's birthday party, Jing Tan didn't think that he would be able to eat anything there. It was better to fill his stomach first. Even if something happened, he would have the strength to escape. Menhuasha was a private clubhouse, and the boss was a woman in her 40s. Although she was about the same age as Qin Tao's mother, Qin Tao still called her sister Sha and not auntie. After all, women of this age tended to be addressed in a younger way. Sister Sha happened to be in the shop today. When she saw Mao, she was stunned for a moment. Then she smiled and took the initiative to say a few words to Mao. She had seen Wang Bin before, so she was a little surprised to see Mao. Jing Tan was in the backpack, but his head stuck out of the backpack and looked around. There were more people coming in and out of the shop. If Jing Tan walked on the ground, he would probably be kicked and stepped on. This was the tragedy of being small. Oh, you also brought a cat. Sister Sha saw the black cat head on Mao's backpack and chuckled. Also? Did Qin Tao make some preparations in case Jing Tan couldn't come? Seeing Mao's confusion, Sister Sha explained, just now, there was a little beauty with a leopard cat that was bigger than the average cat. It was very impressive. She was also going to Qin Tao's place, so... Chapter 181. Hearing Sister Sha's words, Mao frowned. He scolded Qin Tao in his heart, but he still smiled and thanked Sister Sha. After all, Sister Sha was doing him a favor. When they walked to the private room booked by Qin Tao, Mao said to Jing Tan, "Black Coal, don't run around later. If the situation is not right, we can just leave. Don't get involved with them." In Mao's eyes, although Jing Tan's IQ was a little higher, it was just an ordinary cat. Sister Sha's words of big cats, and not to be trifled with, made Mao think that big cats were generally not easy to get along with and were very wild. The waiter led Mao to the private room that Qin Tao had booked. Jing Tan stood in the room and observed the situation around her. This floor of the clubhouse seemed to be filled with young people. The lights in the corridor were dimmed ambiguously. Jing Tan saw a few couples being intimate as if no one else was around. The passers-by either whistled a few times or walked past calmly as if they did not see anything. Obviously, they had already adapted to the style of the club. Perhaps it was due to the lighting, but many passers-by did not notice Jing Tan's presence. Furthermore, Jing Tan was only a cat's head peeking out from inside the bag. She did not have much of a presence. The young men and women were very busy. If it was a beautiful woman with a hot body, she might have attracted some attention, but no one would pay attention to a cat. "It's here." The waiter signaled. Mao opened the door and went in. Jing Tan was on his back, so he couldn't see the situation inside. However, he could guess the situation from the sounds he heard. Young people always liked to sing and dance when they got together. They were also more open. When Mao entered the door, the people sitting closer to the door glanced at him. They probably didn't know him and didn't care. The first thing Mao did when he entered the door was not to look for Qin Tao or the girls, but to look for the big cat that Sister Sha had mentioned. However, he didn't know if it was because there were too many people blocking his sight or the light in the room, but Mao didn't find the cat. Qin Tao noticed the door. Seeing that it was Mao, he immediately ran over. He put his arm around Mao's shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll introduce you to some talented female college students." Before Qin Tao could take 2 steps, he was pulled aside by Mao. "You even found a big cat?" "Oh, I just found out about it. It's a friend's cat. I didn't know she would bring her cat here." Qin Tao and Mao were talking at the side. The people in the room also noticed Mao because of Qin Tao. Looking at them, they knew that they had a good relationship. They were definitely not ordinary friends. Immediately, some people began to ponder in their hearts. Due to the change in Mao's angle, Jing Tan was facing the group of people in the room. "Ah, it's another cat," someone shouted. "Where?" "It's in the backpack." "That's true." Bang. The door was forcefully pushed open. A girl with colorful hair walked in. She was wearing ripped jeans and a motorcycle jacket. She also had heavy makeup on her face. It was a strong contrast with the other girls' outfits. However, everyone seemed to be familiar with this girl. They didn't say anything. Some even wanted to avoid her. "Tang Kai, do you want to sing?" A girl who had just finished singing asked the person who came in. Qin Tao's new girlfriend was a student at the music school. Some of his girlfriend's classmates were also here today. Most of the time they were the ones singing. The one who had just spoken was Qin Tao's girlfriend. It had to be said that people who came from music schools sang much more formally. Jing Tan thought, no wonder the song just now sounded so comfortable. Qin Tao's girlfriend asked this out of kindness. If she didn't say anything, Tang Kai would really be marginalized. However, it was obvious that Qin Tao's girlfriend didn't know Tang Kai well enough. The girl named Tang Kai didn't appreciate the kindness. She waved the microphone away. It's none of your business whether I sing or not. Once she opened her mouth, it was as if she had eaten gunpowder. That's my cousin Tang Kai, Qin Tao whispered to Air Mao. Then he motioned for Air Mao to quickly hand the cat over. Hurry up. Can't you see that my girlfriend's expression is stiff? Tang Kai was in a bad mood today. She sat on the sofa by the side and lit a cigarette. Looking at the claw mark on her sleeve, Tang Kai became even more irritated. If it wasn't for the sleeve, there would definitely be a scratch on her arm. Not many girls smoked, especially someone like Tang Kai. At first glance, it was obvious that she didn't have a good temper. No wonder the few seats next to her were empty. No one was stupid enough to come here to be scolded. Hey Tang Kai, there's something I need your help with. Qin Tao pulled Air Mao over. I'm not free. Tang Kai didn't even look at Qin Tao. She continued to smoke. No one knew what she was thinking. I don't care. You have to help look after it. I'm taking my brother to meet some people. Qin Tao grabbed Air Mao's bag and threw it to Tang Kai. Are you deaf? I said I'm not. Tang Kai's voice stopped abruptly. She was about to throw back the bag that Qin Tao threw to her. She didn't expect to directly meet a pair of cat eyes. This was also the reason why she stopped talking. Cat. Tang Kai immediately froze. Being thrown over just like that, Zheng Tan cursed Qin Tao's ancestors in his heart. Then he carefully observed the girl in front of him. The makeup was too thick, covering her original appearance. Her mouth was painted dark purple, and the fingernails holding the cigarette were painted black. She really didn't look like a good girl. However, just as Qin Tao had said, Tang Kai suppressed her temper as soon as she saw the cat. She was like a hedgehog with spikes all over its body that would stab anyone it wanted. When she saw Zheng Tan, she immediately put away her spikes. Zheng Tan didn't feel any malice from Tang Kai. Although the girl in front of him looked like those devils on TV, his intuition couldn't be wrong. Unzipping the bag, Zheng Tan walked out of the bag. He raised his head and could touch Tang Kai's chest. Zheng Tan sized it up. It was quite big. If he raised his paw and stepped on it, Tang Kai wouldn't mind. After all, he was just a cat now. Who would care so much about a cat? However, thinking about it was just thinking. Before he understood the girl's temper, Zheng Tan chose to behave. He walked from Tang Kai's lap to the sofa cushion, then squatted by the side and looked at the other people in the room. Qin Tao's taste was good. There were many beauties in the room, some pure and some charming. What was interesting was the thoughts of those people. There were many small details that could be seen through the drinking. Perhaps it was because a bystander saw more clearly, but Zheng Tan found it very interesting. Tang Kai threw the cigarette between her fingers into the ashtray, then took out a wet tissue from her pocket to wipe her fingers. Now, her every move was very careful, as if she was afraid of scaring the cat next to her away. Although Tang Kai was almost scratched by the leopard cat in the bathroom 5 minutes ago, and she was nervous when she saw the black cat just now, it didn't affect her love for cats. Zheng Tan was watching the interaction in the room. Suddenly his ear felt a little itchy. He knew that Tang Kai was poking the fur on his ear. He flicked his ear and didn't pay attention. Seeing that Zheng Tan didn't reach out his paw, Tang Kai was relieved. She reached out and scratched Zheng Tan's chin, paying attention to not let her long nails hurt the black cat. Zheng Tan glanced at Tang Kai, then turned back to pay attention to the people over there. Some people began to test Air Mao. Obviously, they didn't know Air Mao's background and Qin Tao didn't tell them. When Qin Tao introduced his friends to Air Mao, he took time to look at Tang Kai. Seeing that Tang Kai was like a hedgehog without thorns, he suddenly felt that the 10,000 yuan was not wasted. Hey, what are you guys playing? A 17 or 18-year-old girl walked in. Zheng Tan looked over, then fixed his eyes on the leopard cat next to the girl. Narrowing his eyes, Zheng Tan carefully stared at the leopard cat. When he heard from Sister Xia, he was wondering who it was. This guy. Wasn't it the one that attacked him at Fong San Street and got slapped by him? Now it's arrogant again? Look at it, it's so arrogant. Arrogant my ass. How can this guy be a threat to me? Zheng Tan wasn't bragging, but if he could slap that guy once, he could slap him a second time, a third time. The girl who came in was showing off how her cat was sitting on the toilet. Under some people's hints, she looked at Tang Kai. The leopard cat originally wanted to eat a piece of jerky from the coffee table, but it didn't get the jerky. Instead, it noticed Zheng Tan. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was a bit strange. Some people looked at the leopard cat, and then looked at the black cat that was calmly squatting next to Tang Kai. On the surface, they looked worried, but in their hearts, they were excited, waiting to watch a good show. Air Mao and Qin Tao were ready to let the girl take the leopard cat away. This was what Mao and Qin Tao had agreed when they came in. Tang Kai was also nervous. She had experienced the leopard cat's temper. If she hadn't reacted fast enough, her arm would have been bleeding. However, before they could say anything, the leopard cat suddenly arched its body, flattened its ears, and all the fur on its body stood up. It opened its mouth and made a low growl, as if it was on guard against something dangerous. It didn't immediately rush forward like the others thought it would. The people around were confused. Why did it feel like this reaction was the opposite? Shouldn't it be that the black cats first stood up, and then the leopard cat elegantly walked over to slap it? Only Jing Tan knew that this guy recognized him. Some people thought that cats had bad memories, but in fact, most of the time, they could easily forget things that they didn't care about. Jing Tan had seen a description of cats in a magazine that Jiaopa subscribed to. It said that cats not only had long-term memories, but also had emotional images. Cats, like other mammals, gained experience through learning. Good or bad memories were brought by various activities and experiences. A cat's short-term memory might be fleeting, but their long-term memory was quite amazing. Besides, this leopard cat was a carefully bred breed. It might have the hereditary hybrid advantage, which was also possible for it to have a better memory. Or perhaps it was because the slap from before was too deep. Every time the leopard cat fought with other cats, it would think of the slap it got and the black cat that didn't look too big. Jing Tan narrowed his eyes and looked at the leopard cat standing there and growling. He was still calmly squatting on the soft sofa cushion. Noticing Tang Kai's nervousness, Jing Tan raised his chin and rubbed it against Tang Kai's fingers, indicating that Tang Kai should continue scratching. I'm having fun, so I don't want to bother with that guy. Qin Tao elbowed Mao, who was next to him, and said, "Bro, something's wrong. Why does the big cat look like it's afraid?" Chapter 182. Jing Tan was lying on the sofa, looking down at the leopard cat next to the coffee table. The leopard cat just stood there, growling, but no one dared to pull it away. It didn't look easy. "Anna, pull your cat away," Qin Tao whispered to the girl who had brought the leopard cat in. The girl named Anna frowned. "It's better not to touch it at this time. It's angry. Besides, the trainer my parents hired said that if it behaves like this, it must have met someone or something difficult to deal with. I can't handle it alone." Anna also felt strange. There were only Tang Kai and the black cat on the sofa over there. It couldn't be Tang Kai who made the leopard cat like this. When they were in the bathroom, the leopard cat had scratched Tang Kai and was not afraid at all. But if it was the black cat, let alone Anna herself, most of the people present would not believe it. Qin Tao took out his mobile phone and was about to call Sister Sha to get some help. He didn't want to see any bloodshed here. When a cat went crazy, its destructive power would be no less than Tang Kai's, especially such a big cat. When cats confronted each other, it didn't mean that you were more powerful, louder, or more powerful. Jing Tan didn't want to pay attention to this guy. There were so many people in the room and Jing Tan didn't want to cause any trouble. If this guy knew what was good for him and took the initiative to step back, everyone would be safe. However, things didn't develop in the way Jing Tan had hoped. This leopard cat was obviously not the type to back down easily. Maybe to other people in the room, this leopard cat had been roaring inexplicably, but from the low growls of this leopard cat, Jing Tan could tell that this guy had begun to change his mind. Just now, it was just purely vigilant, but gradually, it seemed to be suppressed by some kind of idea, and it began to have some provocative and aggressive intentions. Its ears were pulled back and its whiskers were raised. When it growled, it opened its mouth and showed its fangs. Jing Tan moved the tip of its tail, then raised its claw to push Tang Kai's hand away and stretched. Tang Kai was staring at the leopard cat nervously. When she felt her fingers being pushed away and saw Jing Tan like this, she quickly stretched out her arm and blocked in front of Jing Tan in a protective manner. She was afraid that the leopard cat would suddenly rush over. Although she didn't quite understand why the leopard cat would act like this, she, like everyone else in the room, consciously placed Jing Tan in a vulnerable position. Jing Tan was very grateful for Tang Kai's protective attitude, but he didn't want to be protected by a girl in this kind of situation. He raised his claw and pushed away the arm in front of him. Suddenly Jing Tan's movements paused. His nose twitched and he looked at Tang Kai's arm. He saw a claw mark on the sleeve of her motorcycle uniform. The uniform had been clawed through. When Tang Kai had reached out to scratch Jing Tan's chin, she hadn't touched this arm, so she hadn't noticed it. Moving closer and sniffing again, Jing Tan looked at the leopard cat that was growling more and more fiercely. Originally, Jing Tan had only wanted to slap it like last time to make it retreat, but he changed his mind at the last minute. When the leopard cat's growl suddenly changed, Jing Tan knew that it couldn't hold back anymore. Almost at the same time that the leopard cat pounced over, Zheng Tan jumped up and dodged the sharp claws of the leopard cat. He didn't collide with it head-on, but instead gave it a claw. The claws pierced through the fur and scratched against the resistance of the flesh. The smell of blood wafted over. Zheng Tan couldn't play with the combination of hugging, biting, kicking, and scratching like the sheriff and the other cats. He preferred simple and violent methods, like the slap last time and the claw this time. This time he didn't hit the cat, but there was blood. When they landed, the two cats were very close to each other. On the leopard cat's body, there was a scratch from its neck to its abdomen. Zheng Tan's claws were harder than the average cat's. In addition, Zheng Tan intended to make the cat bleed, so he stabbed deeper. The disadvantage of short-haired cats was that they were easily scratched in a fight. Those with longer and thicker fur could use their fur to reduce some of the claw's attacks. At most, they would only be plucked. Zheng Tan was prepared to attack again. If it weren't for the difference in size and the fact that he didn't jump too high, Zheng Tan could have started from the cat's head instead of the neck. However, the leopard cat retreated quickly. After realizing Zheng Tan's intention, it quickly jumped away and retreated in the direction of Anna. Although it was growling, it was much weaker. As the saying goes, a spurt of energy only to weaken the next. It had finally mustered up the courage to charge forward, but in the end, it suffered another claw. Now, it was beginning to feel afraid again. The leopard cat didn't have dark fur like Zheng Tan's. After the wound quickly oozed blood, the surrounding fur was dyed red. The wound was long and blood had already dripped onto the carpet on the ground. Qin Tao and the others looked at this scene and their jaws almost fell to the ground. With such an obvious difference in size, the result of this round was completely different from what they had expected. Anna was about to throw the wine glass in her hand at Zheng Tan, but she was stopped by Mao. The door of the private room opened, and the people Qin Tao had asked for help came in. Sister Sha was at the front. With so many people watching, Zheng Tan didn't continue to chase. Otherwise, he would give the impression that he was a fierce and dangerous creature. Zheng Tan didn't want to make more people afraid of him because of this leopard cat. That wasn't necessarily a good thing. Even so, everyone felt their hair stand on end. This black cat didn't bare its teeth or growl, but its eyes were terrifying. Qin Tao felt a chill on his back. When the people brought by Sister Sha separated the two cats, Zheng Tan stopped attacking and squatted there with an obedient look. Until Anna took the leopard cat away, Zheng Tan jumped on the sofa and lay down next to Tang Kai. Mao lifted Zheng Tan up and looked at him. Zheng Tan's fur was too dark. Even if he was injured, it couldn't be seen. After checking, Mao and Tang Kai didn't find any wounds, only the claws were stained with blood. Tang Kai asked for a handkerchief and dipped it in some warm water to wipe Zheng Tan's claws. Zheng Tan let Tang Kai wipe the blood off his claws, thinking about something else. When they were fighting just now, they felt something strange, but they couldn't tell what it was. It seems that we didn't lose, Mao concluded. Qin Tao stood 1 meter away from Mao and Tang Kai. He didn't have the guts of Mao and Tang Kai. Earlier, he had observed the wounds on the leopard cat's body at close range. If the black cat's paw was a little bigger and its claws were a little longer, wouldn't it be able to directly cut open its stomach on the spot? Seeing that Zheng Tan wasn't injured, Mao was relieved. At the same time, he was glad that he didn't bring black rice this time. Otherwise, it would definitely be cannon fodder. Although black rice was fierce and aggressive, its fighting power was not enough compared to these two. This was also the first time that Mao found that Zheng Tan's fighting power was different from that of ordinary cats. It seemed that he had to keep black rice away from this black coal in the future. Aren't you afraid of it? Mao asked Tang Kai, who was wiping Zheng Tan's claws. Don't be afraid, it helped me take revenge. Tang Kai laughed. Her smile was not as arrogant as usual. It was much gentler. Mao didn't speak again. Qin Tao called him again. It was not easy to come to a birthday party. Qin Tao didn't want to waste it because of a fight between two cats. Besides, for other people, cats were just cats. They were purely for fun. Although they were a little surprised, they wouldn't pay too much attention after the surprise. They had to hurry up and achieve their purpose of coming here. After Mao was pulled away, a girl hesitated and came over. She was a relative of Tang Kai and was now interning in Tang Kai's father's company. Perhaps because she saw that Zheng Tan was gentle and didn't seem to be a threat, she sat down on the sofa next to him. Tang Kai liked to talk about cats. The girl obviously knew Tang Kai's preferences and talked about cats. When they were talking about Anna's cat being trained to squat on the toilet, Tang Kai suddenly asked, her cat was specially trained. Seeing that Tang Kai was interested, the girl was very happy. If she could please Tang Kai, she would have a smoother time when she became a full-time employee in the company. I heard that the cat was given to Anna by a relative during the new year. However, this kind of big cat may have a bad temper. Anna's parents spent a lot of money to hire someone to train it. This cat is to be a pet, not to be used in the fighting field. If it was too rebellious, Anna wouldn't dare to bring it over. Oh, the squatting on the toilet was also trained at that time. That is to say, the cat won't attack people? Tang Kai lowered her head slightly so that the people next to her couldn't see her eyes. Yes, if not, Anna's parents wouldn't allow her to keep the big cat by her side all day. If she accidentally scratched it and disfigured it, who would she cry to? The girl replied. Since it wouldn't scratch people without permission, then why did the big cat stretch out its claws to her in the bathroom? Without Anna's guidance, was it possible? Tang Kai looked at the claw marks on her sleeves and didn't say anything. The people next to her couldn't see Tang Kai's eyes, but Zheng Tan could see the anger in Tang Kai's eyes. If he wasn't by her side, Tang Kai's temper would probably explode again. Zheng Tan suddenly thought of the reason why he felt strange before. Compared to before, the leopard cat's wildness had faded a lot. Could it be because it had been trained? Had its wild nature been ground down? If it was fierce, it would be even fiercer after it was injured and saw blood. Of course, this was just Zheng Tan's guess. He didn't know the specific reason. At the end of the evening party, when Mao left with Zheng Tan, Tang Kai was still reluctant to part with them. Mao asked Qin Tao to leave 2 pieces of cake for the 2 children of the Jiao family. However, Mao didn't mention that Zheng Tan had scratched the cat in the fight. If he did, he wouldn't be able to invite the cat out next time. Besides, even if the people attending the party saw Zheng Tan outside, they might not be able to recognize him. On Sunday, Tang Kai invited Qin Tao and Mao to have dinner. The reason she called Mao was that she wanted it to bring Zheng Tan out. They just had dinner at a private restaurant that they often went to. After dinner, Mao took the initiative to invite them to the night building. It also invited a few people that it had met yesterday and had a good impression of. Zheng Tan didn't go with them. He didn't inform them in advance. If he went back late, the Jiaoma would nag him again. Zheng Tan was sent to the school gate. He didn't continue to delay and trotted back to the eastern courtyard. At this time, there weren't many people on the road in the eastern courtyard. In another half an hour, the teachers from the evening class and the office working overtime would come back. Zheng Tan was running. When he was about to reach the courtyard, he slowed down. There were 3 cats squatting in the middle of the road in front of him. Zheng Tan had never seen these 3 cats in the area. They were complete strangers. As Zheng Tan walked closer, the 3 cats still squatted in front of him and stared at Zheng Tan. The orange street lamp elongated the shadows of the 3 cats. In the distance, someone's cat was moving and howling. However, the 3 cats only moved their ears as if they weren't interested in that. It was as if they only heard the rustling of the leaves around them. They still squatted there steadily. Zheng Tan was wondering where these 3 roadblocks came from when he suddenly heard a voice. Black charcoal? Chapter 183. Zheng Tan looked in the direction of the voice. The street lights didn't interfere with Zheng Tan's vision too much. After taking a closer look, he was sure that he had never seen this person before. The 3 cats blocking the way were obviously in cahoots with this man. But the question was, why did this man bring 3 cats here in the middle of the night? What was the meaning of this? It wasn't right to call it a gang fight as there wasn't any murderous intent. Also, how did this person know his name? Although he didn't feel any hostility from this person and the 3 cats, Zheng Tan still maintained a high level of vigilance. This person looked a little strange and the 3 cats were also strange. They were different from the cats that Zheng Tan usually interacted with. Zheng Tan and the person looked at each other and at the same time, wondered if he should just ignore them and run home. I've heard so much about you, the person said again. Zheng Tan looked up. I've heard so much about you. Or can I call you Black Sea? The person's tone was very natural, as if they were chatting casually. The person said a few more words, but Zheng Tan didn't want to pay attention to him, nor did he want to look into the person's eyes. He felt that the person seemed to be able to see something from his eyes, and Zheng Tan was unhappy. Just as he was about to run away, he heard the person say, "Let's introduce ourselves first. Come, Longan, you start." As he said that, the person snapped his fingers. The serious-looking cat with a white body and a black tail in the middle let out a meow. "Lotus seed," the person said again. "Meow." The dragonly cat that was squatting on the right side closest to the road meowed. This dragonly cat's fur color was the same as Depang's, but it was different from Depang's. This dragonly cat looked thinner and more obedient, unlike Depang who didn't have enough sleep and was not interested in anything. "Babeo, the person said. The cat that was squatting on the far left with its tail wagging, as if it was holding back its strength, opened its mouth. Meow, Jing Tan was speechless. Alright, Babeo, shut up. The man snapped his fingers and the cat named Babeo immediately stopped. He glanced at the man and wagged his tail. Finally, let me introduce myself. My name is Wu. The man lifted his hand to lift the brim of his hat and looked at Jing Tan. When he was about to speak, he suddenly looked at the other side of the road. The ears of the three cats that were squatting at the same spot twitched. They were about to turn around to take a look when a figure dashed over. It jumped over the three cats that were blocking the way and pounced on the person called Wu. Wu dodged nimbly and looked at the cat that was baring its teeth and growling at him as if it was going to pounce on him again. Instead of getting angry, he smiled and said, "Hey fatty, you live here?" Jing Tan looked at Depang, who was growling at Wu fiercely and whose fur was about to explode. He was surprised. He rarely saw Depang like this, except for the few times when he was a thief and a cat trafficker. Today was the only time he had seen Depang like this. However, he had never acted like this before, as if he was facing an enemy. Looking at Wu and the three cats, and then looking at Depang, Jing Tan was even more confused. Did they know each other? This guy called Wu obviously knew Depang, and Depang only took the initiative to attack him once when he rushed over and growled at him vigilantly. "I haven't seen you for more than a year and you've gotten fatter." Wu looked at Depang and did not care about Depang's threatening growl at all. He said slowly, "Haven't you had enough of the instant noodles?" Jing Tan was surprised again. Not many people knew that Depang would be punished with instant noodles. Depang's old lady never told anyone about it. Since this guy knew about it, he must be an old friend of Depang. Forget it, today's purpose has been achieved. Black charcoal, now that we know each other, I will come to see you when I have time. After a pause, Wu sighed and said, "Who on earth trained you to be like this? I really want to meet him." With that, the guy snapped his fingers again. "Longan, Lotus Seed, Babeo, let's go." The three cats who were blocking the road quickly followed. The cat called Babeo was probably going to walk over and say hello to Depang, but Depang was still highly vigilant and stared at Wu, who was leaving, ignoring Babeo. Jing Tan glanced around, climbed up a sycamore tree, and looked at Wu and the three cats who were leaving. The cat called Longan stood on the sidewalk and followed Wu closely. Lotus Seed jumped on Wu's shoulder and lay on it. From time to time, she stretched out her claws to hook Wu's felt hat. As for Babeo, that guy was energetically using the falling leaves as imaginary enemies and fluttering around. What a strange combination. Depang did not continue to bark, but his ears were still slightly pressed back, his body slightly bent, and he stared in the direction Wu left. Was this guy really scared? After Wu was out of sight, Jing Tan jumped down from the tree, raised his paw and patted Depang, asking him to return to the courtyard. Just now, Depang probably ran out from the balcony because he heard the cat called Babeo. If Depang had an impression of them, it would make sense for him to follow the sound. Moreover, Babeo's cry was too special. Although it was not as loud as Jing Tan's, it was still full of ups and downs. Because of the incident with Wu, Jing Tan went back and wondered who Wu was the whole night. He knew Depang and he specially came to find him. What? The next day, Ermao probably played too late last night and was still sleeping at home. Jing Tan did not see him open the door. Depang was still lying on his balcony, but he looked a little paranoid. Jing Tan was more curious about what happened to this guy that caused him to be in such a state when he saw Wu last night. After dinner, Jing Tan habitually walked outside. Now that the daytime was getting longer and the temperature was rising, many people would go out at night. Jing Tan would also walk outside. The sun was hidden under the tall buildings, and the sky still had the afterglow of the sunset. Some people walked out of the courtyard one after another. Jing Tan moved his ears. The sheriff was outside fighting with the cats in the west courtyard again. He lifted his foot and was about to go over to check on the situation when he suddenly noticed something. Jing Tan turned his head and looked at the green bushes. The cat called Longan stood there and looked at Jing Tan. Jing Tan looked around and did not see the person called Wu, nor did he see the other two cats. Longan walked towards Jing Tan and stopped half a meter away from Jing Tan. He looked at Jing Tan, then walked in a direction. After 2 steps, he turned back to look at Jing Tan, signaling for Jing Tan to follow. Jing Tan weighed the pros and cons in his heart, then lifted his foot and followed. Although he was not sure why Longan brought him there, as long as he was still at Tsinghua University, Jing Tan was not that worried. In his heart, Jing Tan had already regarded the Tsinghua University area as his own territory. Jing Tan was very familiar with the path that Longan was walking on. He usually walked this way too. There were fewer people here and it was a more secluded path. There were trees on both sides and there was a small bamboo forest in front. The bamboos that grew on both sides of the path gradually gathered together 3 meters above the ground, forming an arched doorway. Under this arched doorway, there was a long wooden bench that was commonly seen in schools. During the summer, people often came here to hide from the sun and rest during the day. There were also students who came here to practice guitar or memorize English words, but at night, it was indeed a little gloomy because the street lights could only illuminate a small area under the arched doorway. They could not illuminate the people sitting on the bench. Even with the afterglow of the sunset, people could not see the situation under the arched doorway. At this time very few people came here. Longan brought Jing Tan here. An object flew out from the bottom of the arch and at the same time, a shadow shot out from it. When it passed by Jing Tan and Gui Yuan, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. In its eyes, there was only the object that was thrown out from the arch. Jing Tan recognized that it was Babeo that he saw yesterday. It jumped up and caught a small frisbee. Babeo ran towards the arched doorway with the frisbee in its mouth. When it passed by Jing Tan, it only glanced at him before continuing to run back. The person sitting on the bench under the arched doorway was Ah Wu. The dragonly cat, Lotus Seed, was lying on the side. When Longan came over, it jumped to Lotus Seed and squatted down seriously. "We meet again." Ah Wu greeted Jing Tan. Then it took the frisbee that Babeo brought back. It patted Babeo's head and praised it. It raised its hand and threw the frisbee out. Babeo quickly turned around and ran out to catch the frisbee. This type of frisbee was smaller and softer, so it would not be too difficult for Babeo to catch it and it would not hurt its teeth. After throwing the frisbee, Ah Wu lowered its head and looked at Jing Tan, who was squatting 2 steps away. It patted the empty spot on the bench and said, "Come over and let's talk." Jing Tan did not move. He did not know anything about it. He would not stupidly walk so close to it. Ah Wu took out some food, but Jing Tan ignored it. After distributing the food in his hand to his 3 cats, Ah Wu patted the crumbs on his hands and looked at the black cat that was still standing there vigilantly. When he saw the black cat for the first time yesterday, he knew that he could not approach it in a normal way. So, he did not take out many things to tease the cat. Plus, Depang the fatty was there to stir things up, so he went back first. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Ah Wu suddenly asked. Jing Tan turned his head to avoid looking at Ah Wu directly. "It seems that I can understand," Ah Wu said with some emotion. Although he looked calm on the surface, in his heart, Ah Wu was much more excited. Anna's leopard cat was trained by him. Yesterday he heard that the leopard cat was defeated by a black cat, which aroused his curiosity. After asking someone to investigate, he became even more interested. He also bought cat food for Black Sea to shoot an advertisement. In fact, he came here just to see how the cat was trained. Ah Wu did not think that the black cat was gifted. He only thought that it was the result of the training of an excellent cat trainer. As a cat trainer who thought that he was good, it was rare for Ah Wu to meet a worthy opponent. Ah Wu then said something and asked some questions. Jing Tan just stood there and did not show any reaction to Ah Wu's words. And Jing Tan was scared by Ah Wu's words. But Jing Tan decided to pretend that he did not know anything. No matter what Ah Wu said, he would pretend that he did not understand anything. After Ah Wu talked to himself for a while, he remained silent for 2 minutes. Then he threw the frisbee that Ba Bao brought back and said calmly, "When I was young, I saw my master scolding his cat. However, his cat looked innocent and confused. So, I told my master, they don't understand anyway. It's a waste of your saliva to say so much." My master sneered and said, "It understands. It may even understand every word I just said. It has already recorded it in its mind. It is just pretending that it does not know anything." Chapter 184. No matter what Ah Wu said, even if he pointed it out, Jing Tan decided to play along until the end. After all, he was just a cat now. Besides, Jing Tan didn't have a good impression of Ah Wu. Jing Tan always felt uncomfortable here. Therefore, just as Ah Wu was feeling proud, Jing Tan turned around and left without looking back. Ignoring Ah Wu's shouts, Jing Tan quickened his pace and ran towards the eastern courtyard. The next time he saw the 3 cats, he would ignore them. Jing Tan was not afraid of Ah Wu spouting nonsense. Even if Ah Wu did, no one would believe him. Even if they did, they would not believe him completely. After all, many intelligent animals that had lived with humans for a long time could understand some simple sentences. Jing Tan kept a low profile in front of most people. Those who knew about Jing Tan would not betray him, so what was there to be afraid of? On Friday night, Celestine drove over to take Jing Tan and Air Mao to the night building. Walnut, who hadn't been seen for a long time, happened to be free today. The three of them gathered together and Zheng Tan hitched a ride. The three of them were very casual, unlike the people Zheng Tan had seen at the birthday banquet last time. They wore masks and acted carefully. When the three of them were peeling peanuts, they very consciously peeled some for Zheng Tan's plate. Therefore Zheng Tan only needed to sit down and wait to eat. She listened to the live performance outside, and when she was full she would lie on the sofa and take a nap. However, when Zheng Tan heard Celestine and the other two talking about cat trainers, his sleepiness suddenly disappeared. The conversation started with the case that Walnut had mentioned that was under investigation. In fact, there were some theft cases before the new year, but everyone thought that it was probably because the new year was approaching, and that all the bad guys came out to get some New Year's money. Many people heard about it and didn't really take it to heart. In the past, this kind of thing was common, and Walnut and the others attributed the reason to some people with criminal records. Those people were just fined or thrown in jail for a while after being caught, which was not a big deal. However, after the new year, the number of people reporting cases continued to increase. The number was much higher than the same period in previous years. If it wasn't a coincidence, Walnut Sr. would only think that it was because those who had left a criminal record were getting restless. Cat. Mao was so surprised that he dropped the peanuts he was peeling. Yes, there's a bookstore opposite the owner's house. Although it's not big, the owner of the bookstore has some money. Because he hasn't been feeling well recently, he can't be bothered to keep an eye on the people in the store, so he installed some cameras. There's also one at the entrance of the store, but it's not too eye-catching. It's just been installed a few days ago, so many people around don't know about it. One of my men was just lucky at the time. After seeing it, he asked the shop owner for the latest surveillance video. As he spoke, Walnut took out a photo. Zheng Tan leaned forward to take a look. The surveillance footage wasn't very good, and it couldn't be compared to the surveillance cameras of banks and some large companies. However, he could indeed see a blurry figure in this photo. There was an object in front of it, which should be the stolen item. With this size and agility, it could only be a cat. I suppressed this matter and didn't spread it. The owner of the bookstore doesn't know about it either. The image was very short and dark. If you don't look carefully, no one will pay attention to a cat. Walnut Sr. continued to talk about his suspicions. He felt that some of the reported crimes were committed by cats, and even if cats were smart, they wouldn't be like Zheng Tan, unless they were specially trained. When Zheng Tan saw this photo, he immediately thought of Ah Wu. Could it be him? However, the cat in the photo didn't look like one of the three cats, Longan, Lotus Seed, or Babeo. Just as Zheng Tan was puzzled, Walnut Sr. also mentioned Ah Wu's name. It turned out that Ah Wu had accepted a job and came to Chuhua City. Originally, Ah Wu had only planned to stay in Chuhua City for a while and leave after completing the job. He didn't expect to be found by the police. The job he accepted was probably to train the leopard cat. He is indeed one of the suspects. However, although Ah Wu hasn't been cleared of suspicion, he seems to be very interested in this matter and offered to assist in the investigation. Of course, he hasn't been cleared yet, and we haven't really told him about the progress of the investigation. Until now, he is still in Chuhua City. Most of the time, we can't find him, and the people who were sent to follow him were also shaken off by him. However, he has been taking 3 cats with him, and they are very distinctive. He only comes out at night and... After a pause, Walnut Sr. sighed. I don't think it was Ah Wu who instigated the cat theft. He is a bit arrogant and doesn't lack money. I asked someone to investigate his income, and it makes me want to learn how to train cats. The second half of the sentence was obviously a joke. There were many people who trained dogs but very few who trained cats. Cats had bad tempers. Otherwise, cats were the only domesticated animals that humans hadn't completely conquered. How many years had it been since cats entered human society? As Zheng Tan was thinking, he also paid attention to the conversation between Walnut Sr. and the others. I once asked Ah Wu, and he said that there are indeed some cats who have a hobby of stealing, and they prefer to find some cats with special talents to train and stimulate their strengths. The cat that stole was probably trained by someone who was interested in cat training. That cat trainer called Ah Wu, doesn't he know the cat trainers in this province? Then he should be considered someone in their circle, Mao Er asked. Walnut Sr. shook his head, and then said with an unnatural expression, I also called the master to ask. Hearing this, Celestine and Mao Er looked at Walnut Sr. with a look that said, You're asking for trouble. The master doesn't seem to have a good impression of cat trainers, and he also said that at most he is teaching and guiding Mountain, and not trying to force Mountain to correct some of his bad temperaments, Walnut said. That's for sure. Mountain's bad temperament is definitely not trained. Mao Er sneered. Mountain's bad temperament was definitely learned from the people around him in his daily life, especially the master. Celestine didn't say anything, but when he heard Walnut ask about the master's cat trainers, he curled his lips, probably saying bad things in his heart. Mao Air peeled 2 peanuts and threw them into his mouth. I will pay attention to the surroundings and see which cat is more suspicious, but I don't want to meet that cat called Ah Wu. Recently, Mao Air would take Black Rice out for a walk, but he didn't want the cat trainers to see his cat. He felt that his Black Rice was the kind of cat that Walnut Sr. had said was talented and smart, so he had to protect it well. Cat trainers? Who knew what they would do? Then you can rest assured that Ah Wu won't go to Tsinghua University, at least not in the near future, Walnut Sr. said. Why? This time even Celestine was curious. Walnut smiled. That fat cat called Depang, its father, went to find Ah Wu 2 days ago and warned him not to go near Tsinghua University. Also, more than a year ago, Depang's cat father seemed to be one of the reasons why Ah Wu left Tsinghua City. Depang's cat father? Mao Air was confused and then suddenly understood. Then he began to sigh. These days cats were more arrogant than people. Because of his father's heavy responsibility, Mao Air had done some research on some of the big shots in the province. When he rented the house in the eastern courtyard, he had done some research on the residents, especially the residents in Building B. Celestine had specially mentioned the fat dragon Li's family. At that time, Mao Air had sighed that this seemingly ordinary courtyard was full of hidden talents, so he often helped Depang's old lady to move things and earn some favor. Zheng Tan was thinking, no wonder he hadn't seen Ah Wu at Tsinghua University since that day. Zheng Tan thought that Ah Wu had given up on provoking him, but now it seemed that it was Depang's cat father's credit. Thinking of this, Zheng Tan couldn't help but sigh in his heart again. This was an era where people relied on their fathers. Even cats joined in. In fact, when Walnut Sr. had heard the reason from Ah Wu, he had also sighed with emotion. These days many cats were indeed more arrogant than humans. For example, Fatty and the black cat in front of him, who knew what it was thinking with its head down. After learning the reason why Ah Wu stayed in Tsinghua City from Walnut Sr., Zheng Tan also paid attention to the surroundings to see if there were any strange and suspicious cats. After a comfortable weekend, early on Monday morning, Zheng Tan was picked up from the Jiao family by Xiaoguo. There was a task today. As the vice president of the Green Wings Association, Xiaoguo was to take the pet center's advertising team out to shoot a public service advertisement to help the Green Wings Association feel its existence and increase its influence within the association. Zheng Tan was undoubtedly Xiaoguo's trump card. Today they chose a place with good scenery that was 30 minutes drive away from Tsinghua University. It was close to a lake. As they had informed the person in charge here, they had surrounded the area in advance. When Zheng Tan arrived, he saw that a lot of things were ready. The public service advertisement to be shot today was to tell people about the dangers of chocolate and some strong stimulants to pets. And there were some difficult scenes such as pretending to faint, pretending to vomit, and so on. Among the cats, only Zheng Tan could take the lead, and the rest of Xiaoguo's pet center were responsible for acting cute. From Zheng Tan's point of view, these advertisements were very childish and relatively rough, but after all, it was only a pet public service advertisement. People's tolerance for pets on the screen was always much greater than people's. However, adhering to the principle of professionalism, Zheng Tan also added a few scenes of himself twitching a few times during the shooting. It scared the filming crew so much that their faces turned pale and they broke out in a cold sweat. They were afraid that the fake scene would become real, or else Xiaoguo would directly fire them. Everyone knew that boss Xiaoguo regarded this black cat as the fortune cat of the entire pet center. It was not to be provoked or hurt. In general, it was as smooth as usual when shooting advertisements at the pet center, so Zheng Tan's side was quickly finished, and the people responsible for the pet dog side were only 1/3 of the way through. The working group still had to continue here. Xiaoguo, the vice president, was very busy. After coming here, there was no sign of him. No one knew who he was negotiating with. The person who was entrusted by Xiaoguo to take care of Zheng Tan was a young man in his early 20s named Charlie. It was a pity that Zheng Tan was not a girl. Charlie was definitely a native, but because of his name, his surname Charlie was often mispronounced. He was poached by Xiaoguo from Agricultural University this year. He majored in animal medicine and was about to graduate. Recently, he had been doing an internship at the pet center. Today he was called over to help. Charlie was in charge of taking care of Zheng Tan. Little Guo had already told Charlie about the things he had to pay attention to. For example, the disposable paper cups used to hold water had to be clean and unused, and the food should not contain cat biscuits or cat food. When Charlie first saw the food given to Zheng Tan, he had warned her about the dangers. However, he later realized that this cat was indeed unique, so he did not mention it. Today he would not mention it either. Moreover, he had to do it discreetly. This went against the public service advertisement that day. Charlie was not experienced enough, so he felt a little guilty. Zheng Tan did not want to stay here all the time and was ready to go out for a walk. Charlie had just been called over to help, and no one in the rest area was watching Zheng Tan. It was not easy to come here, so it was good to see the scenery. Coming out from under the cloth fence, Zheng Tan saw a small pine forest and was ready to walk over. As soon as he walked into the pine forest, he heard a sound. When he looked over, Zheng Tan saw a yellow figure flash by. However, after noticing Zheng Tan's existence, the other party paused for a short time, looked at Zheng Tan and then quickly left. It was a cat that looked very similar to Huang, but Huang did not have such sharp eyes. Chapter 185. The cat quickly disappeared into the pine forest, and Zheng Tan didn't plan to chase it. Catching thieves was the police's job, and it was Walnut's job. Zheng Tan wasn't in the mood to meddle in other people's business. Compared to the central city, the air here was much better. There was a large green forest around plus a lake. There wasn't much sewage and laboratory wastewater, so the environmental quality was immediately improved. No wonder many people like to come here to relax. Xiaogu didn't choose this place for no reason. Even if it was a pet public service announcement, it had to be carefully packaged, right? Otherwise Xiaogu, the vice president, wouldn't feel good. As he walked and thought, Zheng Tan heard Charlie shouting over there. He probably found that Zheng Tan wasn't there and was anxious. Charlie was very regretful now. He thought that it would be fine to leave for only 5 minutes, but when he came back he didn't see Zheng Tan's shadow. If he lost this cat, Charlie wouldn't be able to survive in Chuhua City in the future. Boss Xiaogu would never let him go. While Charlie and a few people in the group were anxiously looking for Zheng Tan slowly walked out of the pine forest. Seeing that the cat wasn't lost, Charlie and the others were relieved and no longer left Zheng Tan's surroundings. Even if the others were busy, they wouldn't ask Charlie to help. Otherwise, if they lost the cat, they would be one of the sinners of the pet center. Being stared at like this, Zheng Tan couldn't be in the mood to go anywhere. He lay down and took a nap, waiting for the pet dog shooting to end before he went back. He went straight back to the pet center. Zheng Tan had to wait at the pet center for a while. Xiaogu was busy with a few urgent matters at hand and then sent Zheng Tan back to the courtyard. Xiaogu wouldn't be at ease if he didn't send him back personally. During this time, Zheng Tan and the few pets that went out for the shooting would be checked together. This was a new rule made by Xiaogu to prevent cats and dogs from being infected with certain germs outside and bringing them into the pet center to infect more pets. If the pets were unwell, they could be found in advance. After all, pets weren't humans. Not everyone knew how to express their discomfort. When Zheng Tan was being checked, he saw a familiar face next door. Sahara's dog father had brought it over for an injection. Sahara was probably a little sick. During the injection, it buried its head in its father's arms and whined like a spoiled child. Zheng Tan strongly despised him. *CK, wasn't it just poking a needle? Where did the courage that he usually had go? Back in the eastern courtyard, Zheng Tan looked at the wall clock in the living room. It was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He turned on the computer and did some research. He found some cat friends on the forum complaining that some cats like to go to other people's houses to pick up things. Someone also posted a video link. It was a video that the cat friend had secretly taken of his cat bringing back a stuffed animal from God knows where in the middle of the night. If a cat with such talent was trained by those cat trainers, what would it become? Zheng Tan couldn't figure it out. He thought about the cat he saw today. He didn't dare to say anything else, but the person who trained the cat definitely didn't lack money. In the forum, someone who studied law replied, "If it's just an animal stealing, it's an animal's instinct and not a crime. However, the animal's breeder or owner should bear the obligation to compensate for the loss of other people's property due to poor management of the animal. If the animal is professionally trained and steals, it's still not a crime for the animal. However, for the person who instigated the animal, it's a classic case of using the animal as a tool to steal and secretly stealing other people's property. This constitutes theft in the criminal law." There were too many similar discussions. However, in real life there were more and more people who took advantage of loopholes. However, Zheng Tan was just curious. As long as it didn't happen to him or his Jiao family, Zheng Tan didn't bother to spend too much time on it. After turning off the computer and erasing some of the more obvious traces, Zheng Tan went to the balcony. As soon as he walked out, he heard the bird on the 4th floor singing again. Jing Tan didn't know why that B*TCH bird was so addicted to singing these days, but he really didn't want to suffer here. He really didn't know how the other people in the building endured it. Maybe the old men and women in the building liked this kind of music? Jing Tan slept outside for a long time and couldn't stay idle at home. In the end, he decided to go out for a walk and pick up little Pamela when he came back. Jing Tan hadn't been to the construction site for a long time, so he decided to take a look. He walked past Jiao Yuan's school. The teachers in Jiao Yuan were on the podium talking about the shortcomings of their country's education and criticizing examination-oriented education. Jing Tan wagged his tail. He was too lazy to listen to these kinds of words. What was the use of just talking about it? He continued to trot forward. The construction site was still surrounded by blue buildings, but the building that was built inside could not be blocked. The progress was not bad. He hoped that this place could be completed soon and Jing Tan would have another place for entertainment. As he was looking, Jing Tan suddenly heard someone calling his name. He turned his head and saw Zhong Yan, who he hadn't seen for a while, walking over with a bunch of unknown things in his hands. Jing Tan didn't expect to meet Zhong Yan at this time today. Looking at the time, it seemed that this child was indeed on his monthly break. Before every break in the third year of high school there was a mock exam. However, Zhong Yan didn't look like he was under too much pressure. "Hey, why are you here today?" Zhong Yan walked to the side. He had originally planned to rest at the side and didn't expect to see Jing Tan first. Zhong Yan went into the temporary rest area to get some water. He found a place to sit down, drank 2 mouthfuls of water, and handed another disposable plastic cup to Jing Tan. Then he talked to Jing Tan about something. "Do you know, a cat came to the construction site recently. It looks like you and is also completely black. At first, Brother Ning and others thought it was you. They served it with good food and drinks, but in the end I recognized it." Zhong Yan was quite proud when he talked about this. That black cat usually comes at night and leaves after walking around. Brother Ning and others said that there was probably a mouse at the construction site that attracted the cat. But I think that cat doesn't look like a stray cat. That black cat is very vigilant and fierce. Brother Ning and others were scratched when they played with it. I heard that someone at the construction site wanted to trap the cat and cook it after knowing that it wasn't you, but he didn't succeed. Jing Tan didn't take it seriously at first. It was just a cat that looked like him. It was no big deal. There were many black cats. However, Zhong Yan's next sentence made Jing Tan's heart tremble. Speaking of which, something happened at the construction site recently. Several people's wallets were missing. I heard that they were drunk and didn't pay attention. It's estimated that someone took them. Now everyone hides their wallets well. Alas, the construction site is like this. It's very messy. Zhong Yan sighed. Jing Tan didn't know if he was overthinking. When Zhong Yan talked about this, the first thing that came to his mind was that the black cat was related to the missing wallets. Maybe he was overthinking. After listening to the conversation of Brother Walnut and others that day and seeing a cat steal wallets, Jing Tan now thought that it might be a cat that stole wallets. Moreover, Zhong Yan just said that a black cat that looked like him often came here. Whether he was overthinking or not, Jing Tan decided to be careful. That cat looked like him. If it really stole things like the cat he saw in the morning and it was seen doing bad things, wouldn't he be blamed for it? Jing Tan absolutely didn't want to be the scapegoat. In order to prevent accidents, Jing Tan decided to be vigilant of other black cats. Zhong Yan quickly returned to the construction site to work. Jing Tan also walked back. At the same time, he also paid attention to the cats around him. He didn't find a black cat like him. It probably wasn't time yet, so the cat didn't come out. That day after dinner, Jiao Ma was called by her colleagues to dance in the school square. The temperature wasn't low now, so they didn't stay in the gymnasium. They went directly to the square to dance. There were quite a few teachers there. Jing Tan saw that the sheriff was fighting with the cats in the western compound. He followed them all the way to the square and thought that he might as well go find Jiao Ma later. Although Jiao Ma was on the square, Jiao Ma had acquaintances in the gymnasium. Her bags and cups were all in the cabinet in the gymnasium. Jing Tan just had to wait at the entrance of the gymnasium. Jing Tan was about to walk in that direction when suddenly, a shadow ran across the road from not far in front of him. The shadow ran from the left near the square to the green belt on the right. Stopping, Jing Tan paused for 2 seconds, then turned and followed the shadow. Jing Tan heard the rustling sound coming from the small forest. It was the sound of something running in the forest and rubbing against the ryegrass on the ground. Although it was night time, Jing Tan could see the situation in the small forest with the help of the surrounding street lights. However, the growing ryegrass and some trees in the forest obstructed Jing Tan's vision. Fortunately, the trees here were thick enough and the spacing was just right. Therefore Jing Tan directly jumped on a tree and ran through the mountain of branches. This skill wasn't practiced for nothing. Intuition was sometimes very accurate. Jing Tan saw a cat in the ryegrass not far in front of him. The cat raised its head and let Jing Tan see the wallet in its mouth. However, he couldn't see what color the cat was, so he didn't know if it was the black cat that Zhong Yan mentioned. Jing Tan didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing again so soon. Although it was none of his business, he didn't want to be slandered. Regardless of whether it was the black cat that looked like him, Jing Tan decided to beat it up first. Besides, Jing Tan had taken Chuhua University as his own territory. If he didn't teach it a lesson, Jing Tan wouldn't be able to say that he was the boss here. The sound of Jing Tan jumping on the branches was also heard by the cat. It sped up a little, but it didn't seem to be in a hurry. It probably felt that a cat wasn't as threatening as a human. After approaching the cat from above, Jing Tan jumped down, pounced on it and directly clawed at it. The cat was slapped to the side and rolled twice. The wallet in its mouth also fell into the ryegrass. After it got up, it angrily growled at Jing Tan a few times. It seemed like it wanted to fight with him, but it quickly ran away. Jing Tan wanted to continue chasing, but at this time the sheriff and the cat from the western compound were fighting all the way here. When the sheriff saw Jing Tan, he happily ran over to greet him and interrupted Jing Tan for a while. Without the burden of the purse, the cat ran away quickly and soon disappeared out of the forest. The sheriff didn't realize that he had done something wrong. After being slapped by Jing Tan, he was still a little stunned. However, he quickly continued to fight with the cat from the western compound. They fought all the way out of the small forest. Chapter 186. Jing Tan was the only one left in the woods. Just as he was about to leave, Jing Tan remembered that the stolen wallet was still in the grass. He ran over to take a look. Since it was very dark, no one would pay attention to him. Jing Tan simply stood up, picked up the wallet with his two front paws, and slowly walked to the edge of the woods. Jing Tan didn't want to take the wallet for himself, nor was he interested in opening it to see what was inside. Although he didn't take a closer look at the wallet, he could tell from the fragrance that it was a woman's wallet. As one of the greening plants on campus, although the effect of the ryegrass was good, Jing Tan didn't like to move around in the grass. The feeling of the grass scraping against his body was very uncomfortable. Jing Tan looked around. There weren't many people walking on the path beside the small woods at this time. When Jing Tan walked to the edge, he happened to see an old man who was guarding the door of the teaching building, holding a radio and humming opera songs as he passed by. When he was wandering around the school, Jing Tan also identified the gatekeepers of the teaching buildings and departments. Although he didn't know what the old man's character was like, Jing Tan just wanted to quickly get rid of the wallet in his hand. While the old man was humming and shaking his head and not paying attention, Jing Tan threw the wallet in the old man's path, then returned to the woods and climbed up a tree to look over there. The old man probably just went out for a walk. After he picked up the wallet, he mumbled something. He looked around and didn't see anyone nearby, so he walked towards the square. Jing Tan followed not far behind him. He saw the old man walk to the gate of the stadium next to the square. He came to the bulletin board and wrote "Lost and Found" with a pen, then talked to the security guard there. After dealing with the wallet, Jing Tan squatted on a decorative stone platform at the gate of the stadium. "Hey, what's up with that cat?" The old man pointed at Jing Tan, wondering why there was a cat sitting there so calmly. It must be known that the square was very lively, and the sound of music could be heard from here. The entrance of the gymnasium was also crowded with students and teachers who came here to exercise and relax. But this cat was not afraid at all. The security guard at the door looked back and said, "It's Ms. Gu's cat. It's waiting for Ms. Gu to finish her dance." This piqued the old man's interest. He pulled the security guard aside and told him about Jing Tan until Jiaoma finished her dance and came over to get her bag and cup. Jiaoma was very proud when she heard other people praise her cat. That night, when she brought Jing Tan home, the smile on her face never disappeared. Jing Tan did not take these compliments to heart. He was thinking about the cat. Ever since he found out that the cat thief had put its claws into Chuhua University, Jing Tan had been vigilant for the next few days. When he went out in circles, he also paid attention to the cats he did not know. However, the cat that was scratched by him did not appear again. That day, because the weather forecast said that it would rain at night, but he did not know when it would rain, Jing Tan stayed at home after dinner. However, he felt a little restless. Jing Tan looked at the darkening sky outside. It seemed to be getting dark earlier than 2 days ago. It was probably because of the weather that the clouds covered the sunset. After enjoying the breeze on the balcony for a while, Jing Tan returned to the living room. He lay on the sofa and watched cartoons with little Pomelo. Jiao Ma was washing the dishes and Jiao Yuan was playing on the computer in the room. At around 10 o'clock at night, it started to rain. Soon, the sound of raindrops hitting the window could be heard and thunder rumbled. Zheng Tan nestled next to little Pomelo and was thinking about something in a daze. His ears twitched and he heard the sound of the phone ringing in the master bedroom. Who would call in this kind of weather? Did they not know that it was dangerous? Although the buildings here were all equipped with lightning rods, it could not guarantee 100% safety. Because of the thunder and rain outside, Zheng Tan did not hear what Jiao Ma said on the phone. After waiting for a while, he did not hear any sound from Jiao Ma's side. He guessed that she was probably asleep. Zheng Tan lifted his paw and rubbed his ears. Then he crawled under the blanket and began to sleep. Zheng Tan did not sleep well that night. For some reason he could not sleep well. When he woke up early in the morning to eat breakfast, Jiao Ma asked Zheng Tan, "Where's black charcoal? Do you know where the sheriff went?" Zheng Tan was about to eat the egg in his bowl when he heard Jiao Ma's words. His heart skipped a beat. Although the sheriff liked to go out and visit people, he always came home on time. He rarely stayed out for a whole night. Also, the weather last night was like that. According to his usual habits, he should have come home early. Seeing that her cat was staring at her blankly, Jiao Ma sighed in her heart. She felt that her cat probably did not understand what she meant, so she did not say anything more. When Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo asked, Jiao Ma did not say much. She only told the two children to focus on their studies and not worry about other things. Zheng Tan did not have much of an appetite. No wonder he had a bad feeling since yesterday. Afraid that Jiao Ma would notice something, Zheng Tan forced himself to swallow the egg and noodles in the bowl. He had to eat to have the energy to go out and do things. Before they left, Jiao Ma reminded Zheng Tan to go home after he dropped off little Pomelo and not to run around. Jiao Ma wanted to keep her cat at home, but unfortunately she could not. In the end it was Jiao Pa's fault. He gave the cat the key to the front door and the access card. Which cat would have these things? Jiao Ma could not tell anyone about these troubles. Just like Jiao Pa said, it was not a good thing to stand out too much. It was not easy to have a cat that was too smart at home. After Zheng Tan dropped off little Pomelo, he wandered around, looking for places where the gossipy aunties gathered to eavesdrop. It did not take Zheng Tan long to learn the reason why Jiao Ma had asked him that during breakfast from a few aunties who had just come back from grocery shopping. At around 9 o'clock last night, a teacher in the western compound found her cat seriously injured on the side of the road. There were scratches and bites all over its body, and its fur was covered in blood. The teacher turned on the flashlight and found that the blood extended from the side of the road into the forest. It seemed that her cat had crawled out of the forest. She hurriedly sent the cat to the 24-hour outpatient department at the pet center. After checking the injuries and making sure that the cat was not in any danger, the teacher was relieved. If her cat had not been lucky enough to run into her, it would have been dead by the time it rained for another half an hour. After settling her cat down, the teacher was filled with anger. The vet had said that the injuries on her cat were caused by the cat's scratches and bites. Usually, the only cat that was at odds with her cat was the sheriff, in the east courtyard. It was fine if they fought in the past since both of them had minor injuries, but this time it was too much. Therefore, the teacher went to the sheriff's house to ask for an explanation. However, the sheriff did not come back even when it started to rain. Now, the sheriff's owner also realized that something was wrong. It was common for cats to get scratches when they fought outside. The sheriff's owner was used to it, but his cat had always been in good spirits. Even if it went out to play at night, it would come home on time. Usually at 9 or 10 o'clock, it would bark at the door of the family building, asking the owner to open the door. The peak period for missing cats during Chinese New Year had passed. Because of this, the sheriff's owner did not take it to heart. Who knew that something like this would happen? Everyone guessed that another cat had entered the school. Since the cat's claws were so fierce, it could not be a cat from the school. Otherwise, how could the school have been so quiet before? After learning the whole story, Zheng Tan was also worried. No wonder the sheriff's owner called everywhere to ask for help when it was so late last night. It was said that he even went out in the rain to look for the cat. It was past 12 o'clock, but he could not find the cat. This morning when the rain stopped, the sheriff did not come back. The sheriff's owner also went to the school security office to ask for the surveillance video. The surveillance cameras in the school were not just for decoration, but the places with cameras were crowded and frequented, not the areas where cats were active. Many people said in private that the sheriff might not be able to come back. Zheng Tan felt that this matter had something to do with the cat that had been scratched by him. When the cat left, it growled and looked at him. He could tell that it was not a kind cat. Moreover, Jing Tan guessed that there should be more than one cat. If there was only one cat, the cat in the west side courtyard would not have been injured so badly and almost died. The sheriff was still nowhere to be seen. These two cats were considered experts in the east and west side courtyard. Ordinary cats could not do anything to them. The rain last night washed away some of the scents, so it was impossible for Jing Tan to find any suspicious scents. If the sheriff was only caught by the mastermind of the cat thief, the cat trainer that he had not met yet, he should at least be safe for the time being. Walnut had said that cat trainers would be interested in talented cats. The sheriff was indeed talented. A cat that could roar in the Chihuahua language so fluently was a wonder among cats. But if the cat trainer didn't discover the sheriff's talent and allowed his cat to kill the sheriff, Jing Tan searched several green forest areas, which were also the places where the sheriff often fought. In a nearby forest where the cat in the west side courtyard was found, Jing Tan smelled some scents. There were the scents of the sheriff, the cat in the west side courtyard, the cat that he had scratched, and at least 3 other unfamiliar cat scents. Unfortunately, he could not find anything else outside the forest. If only it had not rained last night. After a round of searching, Jing Tan leaned against a large sycamore tree and panted in frustration. Although the sheriff was just a cat, ever since Jing Tan had turned into a cat, the 4 scumbags of the east side courtyard could be considered a small group. The sheriff was also regarded by Jing Tan as an important playmate and a cat brother. Now that her brother was in trouble, Jing Tan could not stay calm. Her worry overshadowed her anger. Even when she searched through the woods, Jing Tan's heart was in her throat. She was afraid that she would see a cat with a stiff body in the woods. Scratching his ears in annoyance, Xian swung his tail on a thick branch, making a sound. On the bright side, if the sheriff had not been caught, or if he had not been injured to the point that he could not run, or if he had found a chance to escape when he was attacked, where would he hide? Although the sheriff was not very smart, he was not stupid. The swinging of his tail gradually decreased, and the tip of his tail moved rhythmically. Jing Tan thought about the possible hiding places of the sheriff. The sheriff was also active in the campus, so he should be familiar with the place. Jing Tan began to think about the possible hiding places one by one. Suddenly, Jing Tan thought of a place that the sheriff often went to, the old tiled housing area in the campus. When the weather was good, it was a small gathering place for cats. Chapter 187. Because it had just rained, the old tile-roofed housing area was damp. Jing Tan didn't see a single cat when he came over. It really wasn't a good day to take a nap on the roof. After getting the car, Jing Tan didn't come here as often. Occasionally he would take a stroll to see Jiao Wei and the others play with their model cars and planes. Jumping onto a relatively tall tree, Jing Tan looked around the area and excluded the few tile-roofed houses that were often occupied by students. But before that, Jing Tan took a deep breath. A woo, he howled a few times in a row. The few cats in the east courtyard knew his howls. If the sheriff was here, it would be best if he could hear it and run out. Although the possibility wasn't high, it was still worth a try. After he finished howling, he didn't hear the sheriff's response. Instead, a few students who were holding some kind of activity in a tile-roofed house pushed open the window and cursed. F***ck, which psycho is howling in the middle of the day? They only thought that it was someone who was bored or playing a prank. They didn't associate it with a cat at all. Jing Tan didn't have time to argue with those students. He didn't see the sheriff, nor did he hear its howls. It was either because it wasn't here or it couldn't hear or it couldn't move. It was 50-50. If there was a possibility, he had to try. And he had to hurry. With the cat in the west courtyard injured, Jing Tan didn't dare to wait any longer. Although the rain washed away a lot of the smell on the ground, he could still smell something when he was near the old tile-roofed houses. After eliminating some parts, Jing Tan began to search one by one. The black figure moved among the old tile-roofed houses. From time to time, it would stop at some windowsills or doors with holes, rust, and cracks that hadn't been opened for a long time. Then, it would immediately run to the next tile-roofed house. When he found the 8th tile-roofed house, Jing Tan found some bloodstains at the door. The ones further away were probably washed away by the rain, but there were obvious bloody cat footprints at the door. Jing Tan sniffed. It was indeed the sheriff, but the doors and windows of this tile-roofed house were too tightly shut. The sheriff should have only stayed here for a short while before leaving. However, following these sporadic bloodstains and faint smells, Jing Tan found another tile-roofed house not far from here. The door of this tile-roofed house was a wooden door. There was a gap in the lower right corner of the door. There was blood around the gap. Judging from the smell, it was the sheriff. Jing Tan gave it a try and was able to squeeze through the gap. There were some old tables, chairs, and cabinets in the old tiled house. They were probably discarded from the cafeteria and some teaching buildings. They had been locked here for a long time and had not been touched for a long time. They were covered in dust and there were many cobwebs in the corners. Moving his nose, Zheng Tan followed the smell and found the sheriff lying under a table. Zheng Tan did not know what the wounds on the cat in the west side courtyard looked like, but he could tell from the sheriff's body that the fight last night was very fierce. What made Zheng Tan relieved was that the sheriff was still alive, but his condition was not very good. He raised his paw and gently pushed the sheriff. There was no response, but his ears moved slightly. Next to the sheriff, there was a rat with a broken body. It looked quite fresh. It probably bumped into the sheriff's mouth last night. It was only because it had replenished some energy that the sheriff was able to maintain his current condition. It seemed that the sheriff could not move around on his own. Zheng Tan could move him out, but he could not carry the sheriff all the way to the pet center, right? Not to mention the headlines, it would take a lot of time to carry him all the way to the pet center. Also, he did not know if the sheriff could be moved around in his current condition. He had to find someone to help him. Zheng Tan moved the sheriff out a little. The gap in the door was still too small, and Zheng Tan could not move the sheriff out in this small gap. After jumping out and looking around to make sure that there was no one around the tiled house, Zheng Tan jumped up and lifted his foot to kick the door. He did not kick at the door lock but at the gap. After a kick, a piece of wood fell from the gap and the hole became bigger. He moved the sheriff to the side of the door but did not move him out. The wind outside was a little strong. Zheng Tan did not know if this guy could be exposed to the wind now, so he left him behind the door to be safe. He checked the sheriff's condition again. His breathing was not strong but it was not bad either. He had just made a slight sound but he was still not very awake. He still had to hurry and send him to the pet center for treatment. After Zheng Tan came out of the door, he ran to the building of the Institute of Biological Sciences. At this time Jiao Wei was in class, Jiao Ma was at work and Ermao was not at home. Recently he had been very active. After thinking about it, the best thing to do was to go to the Institute of Biological Sciences to find a nanny. EXN copied the organized slides into a USB flash drive in Jiao Pa's office. She picked up the printed materials, got up and was about to go to the conference room. There was a report and today the dean came to personally host it. As soon as her hand touched the door, EXN heard the sound of the window opening. She turned around and saw the boss's black cat jump in. Before Associate Professor Jiao went abroad, he had a meeting with his graduate students and told them about some unexpected situations at home. Among the graduate students, EXN was the one who knew Zheng Tan's habits the best. Therefore, when Zheng Tan stretched out his paw and pulled his trousers out, EXN felt that something must have happened. When Zheng Tan was carrying the sheriff, there were some bloodstains on his clothes, which scared EXN. For a moment she forgot to call Jiao Ma and ask for details. Seeing Zheng Tan running out of the window, she quickly put down the things in her hands and rushed out of the building. Zheng Tan, who was waiting outside, soon saw EXN riding a small motorcycle out of the building. Zheng Tan led the way in the front, and EXN followed behind. The old tile-roofed housing area was not too far from the building of the Institute of Biological Sciences. Zheng Tan ran fast and chose a path that was easy for the motorcycle to take. At this time, there were not many people on the main road of the campus, not to mention the remote area near the old tile-roofed housing area. Therefore EXN rode a little faster. He was also anxious. What if something happened to the three members of the Jiao family? But soon EXN found that the cat was taking him to the old tile-roofed housing area, which he rarely came here. When Zheng Tan pushed the sheriff out of the door, EXN was embarrassed. The sheriff's pants were torn by the cat's claws, and he was absent from the important report hosted by the dean. In the end, it was all because of a cat from an unknown family. When they came out, EXN told the dean that there was an emergency. At that time, the meeting was about to start, so the dean did not ask much. However, after the meeting, the dean would definitely ask in detail. How could he make up a story? He definitely could not tell the truth. He would definitely be criticized. Alas. Anyway, since he was here, he had to save the cat in front of him. Unable to find anything for a while, EXN directly took off her coat. Anyway, the coat was not worth much, and it had not been washed for more than 10 days. She wrapped the sheriff up and put him in the trunk of the motorcycle. It was a little crowded, so she had to make do. Zheng Tan jumped on the motorcycle. This time he just needed to follow them to the pet center. However, when EXN rode to the school gate, he suddenly found that he did not know which way to go to the pet center. He knew that the best pet hospital nearby was the Ming Ming Pet Center, but he had only heard of it and had never been there. Fortunately, there were more taxis coming and going at the school gate. After EXN parked the motorcycle, she held the cat in her arms and stopped a taxi that had just taken a passenger. She opened the door and got in. Jing Tan also jumped on the car. "Hey you cat, master, saving a cat's life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda." The driver was speechless. In the end, the driver's face twitched. He looked at the injured cat in EXN's arms, and then looked at Jing Tan who was squatting on the seat. He warned EXN that if the cat pooped, peed, or vomited in the back seat, he would have to pay more. Then he started driving. The driver, who often went around this area, was very familiar with the Ming Ming Pet Center. In addition, the pet center was not too far away, so it didn't take long for them to arrive. The veterinarian who was checking the sheriff's injuries felt strange. Why were there so many scratched cats recently? After making sure that the sheriff's life was not in danger, Jing Tan listened to the veterinarian's complaints and started to think. Besides the cat in the West Side compound and the sheriff, were there other cats that were attacked? The sheriff stayed at the pet center for treatment. At noon, EXN called Jiao Ma and briefly told her what had happened. Jiao Ma immediately rushed to the pet center. In order to thank EXN, Jiao Ma specifically called the dean of the Institute of Biological Sciences and said that she had something to do here. EXN came to help and was absent from the meeting. After EXN left, Jing Tan did not have to worry about the rest of the situation. Jiao Ma notified the sheriff's owner and also called Jiao Wei, telling them not to ask Jing Tan for lunch. The sheriff's injuries would be monitored in the pet center for another 2 days. After Jing Tan was sent back to Tsinghua University by Jiao Ma, he came to the old tiled housing area again. Previously, he was in a hurry to find the sheriff and did not pay attention to other details. Now that he was not in a hurry, Jing Tan decided to look for the sheriff carefully. Since the sheriff chose to hide here instead of running directly to the east side compound, the place where the fight happened must be closer to here. When the cat thief left that day, it met the sheriff and the cat in the west side compound. There were so many cats in the school, so it was definitely not just the sheriff and the cat in the west side compound that wandered outside last night. Why were they the only ones who were seriously injured? The most likely reason was that the cat thief wanted to avenge its paw. Unfortunately, Jing Tan did not come out himself, so the sheriff and the cat in the west side compound had both bumped into the muzzle. The rain last night was too much of a coincidence. Perhaps the enemy had stopped chasing after the sheriff because of the rain. Otherwise, judging from the injuries on the sheriff's body, he wouldn't have let the sheriff go so easily. After all, compared to the cat in the West District, the sheriff's injuries were slightly lighter. Finally, Jing Tan found some traces of a cat fight in a small forest at the edge of the old tile-roofed housing area. Not only that, when Jing Tan came over, he saw the white body and black-tailed cat named Longan sniffing around in the forest, as if it was trying to identify something. After seeing Jing Tan, it quickly left. Walnut had said that Ah Wu was warned not to appear in Tsinghua University, but his cat was not warned. This cat might have been sent by Ah Wu, so it should not have participated in the incident last night. Regardless of whether Ah Wu's cat would fight with the cat thief, Jing Tan could not take this lying down. Although the Jiaopa said that he should keep a low profile, it did not mean that he had to endure it all the time. It was his own territory, so he had to vent his anger personally. Since they did not manage to stop him last night, those cats would definitely come again. Since they were here, they could not leave. Jing Tan stood up and sharpened his claws on the thick tree trunk, scratching off a few pieces of bark.